Dance is now coming up in 1 more second, so Roasty's ultimate Shadow Dance, he needs to get something done with it. All the tools available to do it. Walker going for that panic war stomp at 13%. He chooses to pop it, he's going all in as he needed 1 more second. Literally 1 more second.
What is up, everybody, and welcome back to the North American World of Warcraft Qualifiers, our final Qualifier Cup here today at the MLG studio in New York City. My name is Josh Allen, aka Lore, sitting here at the caster desk once again with my bestest best buddy in the whole wide desk, Elliot Venzel, aka Venruki. How's it going, man?
Aw, such high praise. Thank you so much. It's going great. It's good to be back here in New York. I'm excited for Cup 3 and to see the final 2 teams to qualify for the North American Regionals.
Yeah, it's going to be a super awesome day. Like, a lot of these teams, we've got a lot of unknown names in this. We've got a lot of, like, old favorites, teams like Splice they've been doing so well in previous Cups that we're kind of expecting to see good things from here today. It's going to be a lot of hype series. It's going to be a lot of very fast series as well, looking at some of the compositions that these teams are running. Yeah,
we have a lot of cleave compositions, like you were saying, so a lot of these games are going to be very quick, very high pace. I'm excited. Like you said, there's going to be a couple teams that we've seen before in these previous Qualifier Cups, but a lot of new blood as well. Taking a look at the tournament format really quick, it is going to be double elimination. All games will be double elim. All teams will have the opportunity to lose and then come back up from the lower bracket. All games are a best of 5, including the finals. The top 2 teams qualifying from this tournament will be going to the North American finals.
Yep, and then just doing a quick refresh on the rules as well. If you haven't been following along in the previous couple of cups, the first game is always going to be on the Grand Arena, and it's always going to be a blind composition pick. So the teams will declare what composition they're going to play to the admins, but not to each other. So they don't necessarily know exactly what they're going into until they actually zone into that arena. Subsequent games after that, the team that lost the first game or the previous game will be able to choose the next map that they're going to play on. The winning team will then declare which composition they're going to play. Then the losing team, armed with that knowledge, will be able to declare their composition. So they kind of have that opportunity to sort of work their way back into the game after that first loss. That said, it does mean that first game is super, super important, the one on the Grand Arena. A lot of times that ends up being almost the deciding match, just because at that point, you only ever have to win on your own map and counter-comp pick.
Yeah, going into that final game, you're going to have composition advantage and you're going to have the map advantage, which is awesome. Taking a look at the map pool, of course, in the Grand Arena, like Josh was saying, is going to be the map we'll be starting on first. Every single one of these series, and then depending on which composition teams are running and what they're fighting against, they'll be able to select the rest of these maps. Ruins of Lordaeron, Dalaran Sewers, of course. The 2 smaller maps, Tolvaron Arena, Tiger's Peak, a little bit bigger, and then Blade's Edge Arena, which is a little bit, it's its own map, a little bit different than the rest.
Yeah, definitely. And we can take a quick look at the prize money here today as well, just to see what's on the line. A total of $6,000 up for grabs here today, with, of course, first place getting half of that at $3,000. Second place still walks away with a fair chunk. That's $1,200. Then third and fourth, $500. And then everyone else gets $200 in the final 8. So everybody gets at least a little bit of money. That said, the big reason everyone here today is because they want to qualify for regionals. The top 2 teams will qualify, and they will move on to the regionals in Columbus later this year, where there's going to be $100,000 on the line for that. So that's a bit of a step up. $6,000 is nice. $100,000, you're like, okay, yeah, now this is actually serious money on the line once you get there.
It's a significant amount of money. Not only that, but the teams that sort of do the best at regionals are going to move forward onto Blizzcon, which is even more money, even more prestige. And I think that's what all these teams here today are really playing for. But like we said, this is the 3rd cup. We had 2 before this, and we have a quick video for you guys to bring you up to speed about what happened in those earlier tournaments.
Last week marked the halfway point for the North American road to BlizzCon. Northern Gaming Red and Black had already qualified in the first online cup, so they were ineligible to compete. This opened up the way for 2 new teams to secure a spot in the regional finals. The competition was brutal as Tempo Storm tore through the grand finals without dropping a single game. Method ended up losing to Tempo Storm in the upper finals 3-0, but fought their way back to the grand finals from the lower bracket, where they had to play Tempo Storm yet again.
Make sure his team can stay aggressive. The entire team of Splice is about to die at the same time.
This time, Method managed to take 2 games, but ultimately Tempo Storm took home first. Both of these teams will join Northern Gaming Red and Black in Columbus, Ohio to compete for $100,000 and a spot at BlizzCon. There's another cup left. Splice and 2 Reds have a good chance to take home the last 2 spots in Cup number 3, but Soar Gaming and other up-and-comers still stand in their way. The final North American Qualifying Cup starts now.
So yeah, there we have it. That first qualifier that we had, it seems like ages ago now. Northern Gaming Black and Northern Gaming Red, both Northern Gaming teams just qualified straight out the gate. They didn't want to mess around at all, just got straight through. And then 2 weeks ago, we had Method and Tempo Storm come through in some very serious, like hard-fought matches. Method just sort of clawing their way into it, but just sort of turning it around at the last minute, and Tempo Storm just playing flawlessly that entire tournament. They did so well. And that brings us to today. We're here with the third and final qualifier cup. 2 more teams are going to qualify. Everybody else gets to try again next year.
Yeah, we have some familiar teams. Splice, of course, going to be playing again this week. We have the team formerly known as Tourette's, making a little bit of a roster change, switching up their composition just a little bit, and then some teams that we haven't really seen before, which I'm excited about. A couple Windwalker DKs, a couple other Cleaves. I think we have a Mistweaver
there's
Turbo
a
Cleave again, which is going to be cool to see. And yeah, looking forward to the schedule today, guys, or looking into the schedule today. We're going to be playing out the lower round of 7 first, moving into the upper semifinals, into the lower quarterfinals, and then moving forward from that, we'll be looking at the lower quarterfinals games, the lower semifinals, moving up into the upper finals, and then, of course, the lower bracket finals, and finally, the grand finals. A lot of finals today.
A lot of finals, yeah. Lots of various shapes and sizes of finals, but that's it. I mean, this is just basically the round of 8 of this cup. So these teams have been playing against each other over the last couple of days. Not necessarily specifically against each other, but they've been battling their way through the tournament over the last couple of days to get here. So they've already got a lot of games under their belt, and they're so close at this point. Every single one of these teams can taste that qualification. They can taste that prize money. And so looking at our brackets here is where things stand right now. Redacted went 3-1 versus SG White. And Turtastic went 3-1 versus a team called Bro Squad, who were then actually eliminated. So Bro Squad is out at this point. I believe that's actually Party of Models is the full name of that team. Went 3-0 against Splice, which was a very surprising series. And then JL went 3-1 versus Brown Baguette, which Brown Baguette has now been eliminated as well. So we're going to be seeing, it's not quite on this bracket here. We're going to be seeing some lower semifinals, lower something finals. No, lower round of 7, I think, is what it was actually called. Yeah, we're going to be seeing those really, really soon here. In fact, actually, I think the first matchup we're going to be seeing is actually going to be Splice versus a team called Tree, which we don't know too much about. Yeah, there we go, Tree. So Majidin, Feloria, I love my dog. We've seen them play in lots and lots of tournaments in the past. They've picked up Lockalicious as well as the Affliction Warlock, who's going to be able to round that team out. Maybe give them a Feral Lock combo. We're not quite sure. And then, of course, Splice. Everybody knows Splice. They've actually branded themselves as Splice Snakes, which is interesting. And that's going to be Absturge, Jellybeans, Wallabear, and Dota. Extremely well-known players over the last several years. So we're actually about to get right into this first game. It's going to be the first game has started. We'll be getting into this very, very soon.
I'm not going to be able to speculate about these matches too much, but I think Splice is going to have a little bit of an advantage going into all of these games. I think no matter what Tree runs, if Splice runs FLS and they play it well, they're going to have sort of a little bit of an edge over Tree.
Yeah, for sure. Splice has they've just been playing so well in all these previous cups. Like, I think they've come in 3rd or 4th place in both of the previous cups.
Yeah, so just so close. Of course, they obviously want to get these last 2 positions. I mean, I feel like they've earned it, but there's no guarantees. There's a lot of good teams here today. They're going to have to play very well, and there's a lot of teams looking to knock them out.
Yep. So this first match is about to start. Just going over the compositions that they have selected. We've got Wallabear, Dota, and Absturge for playing for Splice. They're going to be playing that Feral Lock Shaman. An interesting choice here from Tree. They're going to be going with Feral Mage Holy Paladin. So it'll be interesting to see how that works out for them here as the gates have now opened and we are into our first match of the day here on the Grand Arena.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how Tree decides to open up. I believe Wallabear will be playing pretty passive. He wants to open up onto I Love My Catexo and sort of shut down his openers. So he's moving in on the prowl, gets the stun on him, and shuts down Majidin's. I think he actually interrupted his polymorph there, so well done by Wallabear defusing the opener of Tree.
Yeah, they're doing a pretty good job. Wallabear, though, caught into that full Fist of Justice. Absturge into the Sheep. Is Wallabear going to survive through this? Is Absturge going to have to use a cooldown? Wallabear trinkets. Surprisingly, Wallabear's still alive, having used only 1 survival instincts. Absturge just getting chain CC'd right now, just not able to get those casts off. He really needs to get something off. Wallabear's so low. Absturge just playing with fire there, able to get off that Spirit Link at the last second, and most importantly, was able to do it without using his trinket. So he still has the trinket link available, and that's going to be Splice's cue to come in here and start getting aggressive themselves. They've got that full bash onto Feloria. They're just pumping damage damage into him for the moment, just trying to stay as aggressive as possible. Majidin also under a little bit of pressure. A nice Cyclone went out onto I Love My Cat there a second ago, just making sure that he's not able to peel for his team. And now it looks like Faloria might be in trouble. He's going to have to go ahead and use that Avenging Wrath, use that Execution Sentence to give him a big heal, but still so much damage coming out from Splice right now.
Yeah, spamming out those heals over and over and over. It's hard to deal with the pressure coming out from Splice. Dota using his second Demon Soul. This is the Incarnation and Berserk coming out from Wallabear as well. Once Faloria's Avenging Wrath fades and his healing is significantly worse, it's going to be a nightmare for him to deal with this pressure. It's going to be up to I Love My Cat XO and Majin to sort of shut down Dota, make sure they're decursing his 10-stack Agonies to sort of reduce that damage and allow Faloria to actually get some healing out. Absurge caught in the full Hodjo. Trinket Link immediately. Wallabear dipping low. He still has a charge of Survival Instinct, so well done by Splice, not overlapping those defensive cooldowns. But now Wallabear wants to get aggressive onto Faloria, who's hovering around 50% HP. He still has his bubble, he still has his trinket, but he doesn't have healing. It's going to be hard for him to get out those heals. He's playing with fire, spamming out those flash of lights. He does not want to get interrupted. Finally getting away. Majin and I Love My Cat XO doing a great job of peeling, but Dota porting immediately onto Faloria. The Hex coming out onto him as well. Splice just making Faloria, yeah, such a hard time for him to actually get out those heals. Finally the bubble coming out from Faloria. Now he's basically waiting for his Avenging Wrath to come up in around 26 seconds.
Yeah, getting that bubble out from Faloria is huge for Splice. It means that he will not have that cooldown available for quite some time, and they've been wanting to go onto Faloria basically this whole time. He will still have 2 Blessing of Protections available, which will slow down Wallabear, but Dota can still DPS through that. So as long as Splice can stay aggressive, this could be good news for them. That said, Absturge is running on fumes in terms of cooldowns right now. He's going to have a Spirit Link available in just over a minute, but that's about it. His Trinket will be available around then as well. Wallabear caught into that full Cyclone. That's the only thing really saving Faloria
getting
right
so
now.
low, down to 10% HP, actually throwing that bop on him into the DR Bash. The bop gets purged up immediately by Absurge. Well done by him. And Faloria just ran out of defensive cooldowns, tried to get that bop out, but it came off immediately by Absurge. They just had so many interrupts and so much pressure on Faloria. It's just so hard for him to deal with that incoming pressure as a Holy Paladin. Yeah,
and it was almost a slight misplay at the end there with the Cyclone landing onto Wallabear as the Blessing of Protection went out. So the Blessing of Protection prevents physical damage. So Wallabear wasn't really able to do anything at that point anyway. The Cyclone, if that had landed onto Dota instead, Faloria might have actually survived that. But instead, they essentially locked down Wallabear twice, so that he wasn't able to do anything even more. Unable to do things. And meanwhile, Dota was just like, all right, fine, I'll just cast some spells here, just kill him off with magical damage. So still, though, well played by Splice, able to recognize that opportunity and go ahead and claim that kill. And that's going to put them up 1-0 in this series.
It's so scary when FLS does that. They sort of, instead of playing that passive game we've seen Splice sort of had to do against RMD in the past, when they can actually get aggressive and they can spam out their interrupts, Absurge is able to get out those purges and he's able to shotgun cooldown. There's not much you can do as a Holy Paladin. I mean, you have to spam. You have to cast. If you're not casting, you're not going to be healing outside of course, Bubble and your Wings Execution Sentence. Of course, you do get some procs for some faster heals, but if those aren't up, you can't heal. So unless he's faking the interrupts, he's dead. Yeah,
exactly. And there was so much damage coming out from Splice in that too. I don't know if we have the opportunity to bring it up on the screen for you guys, but just looking at the post-match scoreboard, which is still up on Elliot's screen over here. Yeah, there we go. Just look at the amount of damage that Dota did. He was kind of just left alone for basically that whole match, and you can see it in the numbers there. 4.8 million damage, and that's just so tough to deal with. Just constant pressure coming out from Dota in that match. So again, well played by Splice. So moving forward from here, if you're Tree in this situation, what do you do? What map do you want to go to? What composition do you want to play? Because we're actually not super familiar with the compositions that they have available to them, but what map do you think they would go to?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I mean, something like Blade's Edge, obviously, I don't think is going to be that great. It's going to give Dota sort of a free reign to do whatever he wants. He's not going to become a target even more. And I think whatever they do in the future, they might have to actually switch and go on Dota. Like you said, he was just doing so much damage. But which one of these maps makes it easy for him or them to attack Dota? Maybe something like Tiger's Peak, Tolvaron Arena.
Yeah.
Faloria needs to be able to get away. He can't. The biggest nightmare for him is when all of Splice is on top of him. So something like Ruins of Lordaeron or Dalaran Sewers I don't think is ideal. Perhaps one of the bigger maps, and they need to make sure they're shutting down Dota a little bit better.
Yeah, definitely. I completely agree. Shutting down Dota should be like their top priority at this point, and so that's why something like, if they're going to go with the same composition, of course, which again we don't really know if they have much else available in the way of compositions, but if they wanted to stick with the Feral Mage Holy Paladin, then I think either Tiger's Peak or Tolvaron. I would almost lean towards Tolvaron as being the best map for them to. In fact, actually, we just did get confirmation that it is going to be Tolvaron that they're going to be going to. So again, we don't know yet No, there we go. They have stuck with the same compositions. So we will be seeing that Feral Mage Paladin going up against the Feral Lock Shaman once again. At least I assume it's a Shaman. Epsurge hasn't actually zoned in yet. There he is.
Yeah,
all right. So it is going to be Feral Lock Shaman up against the Feral Mage Paladin again. But now on this much, much larger map, it's going to be a little bit easier for the team of Tree to be able to actually deal with Dota and like throwing out those Cyclones on him, throwing out Polymorphs on him, even when the other one's on DR. It's going to be a little bit easier for them to deal with that. We'll have to see if they're actually able to do it.
I think what Floria needs to do, if they're targeting him again, is he needs to create as much distance as possible. He needs to be crossing the map, crossing pillars. That way, Majidin and I Love My Cat XO can be spamming out those polymorphs, as well as those cyclones to sort of delay the onslaught of Splice. If Floria is just playing on the same pillar, having to deal with all of those interrupts, I can't see him healing through this damage.
It's definitely an awful lot to actually deal with, especially as a Holy Paladin. So we'll have to see if they're able to keep Dota locked down a little bit better here on Tolvaran Arena. The gates have now opened. We immediately see Dota doing pretty much as expected, dropping down his Demonic Circle as well as his Demonic Gateway. It almost reaches from pillar to pillar on Tolvaran since the change in Warlords, which reduced its range. Wallabear and I Love My Cat on top of each other. I Love My Cat actually caught Wallabear out of stealth, so Wallabear is going to back off a bit, try to get a re-stealth here. He's not quite going to be able to do it. I Love My Cat now moving in. Majidin caught into a real short fear, actually trinketed that right away. Absurge now into the full polymorph. Dota, though, is able to pop his Dark Soul and start pumping out that damage. Wallabear took a little bit of damage there, went ahead and used one of his Survival Instincts charges, and so far they really haven't been able to put too much else in terms of pressure into him. In fact, Feloria in trouble already, getting super low. His Saved by the Light's going to proc, as well as he's going to have to use his Avenging Wrath and his Execution Sentence, and Splice is turning this around just right away onto Tree.
Yeah, that was a nightmare for Feloria. Dota actually locked him out, and right out of the lockout, Wallabear went over, stunned him, and got that pressure, and that's how they got so many of those defensive cooldowns out. Feloria's Wings is going to be expiring in around 10 seconds. Dota still has his Dark Soul. Wallabear still has Incarnation and Berserk. I don't know how Feloria is going to heal through this damage. He's going to have to do a good job with his bops, as well as probably throwing out that bubble, or he's just going to fall way too behind. Wallabear actually getting hodged up there, taking a lot of damage, down to 20% HP. The DR Bash coming in, gets the Survival Instincts off. Absurge still has Trinket Link available if he needs it, but it doesn't look like he's going to be using. He drops the Spirit Link on the incoming Polymorph, so well done getting that pre-link off. The actual Cyclone coming out from I Love My Cat as well onto Absurge. Feloria having to use his bubble in that exchange, so pretty much all defensive cooldowns have been exhausted from Wallabear. Of course, Absurge still has a Trinket, he still has a Link to deal with the next swap coming out from Tree, but Feloria has no more healing. He does have a Trinket, but it's not going to do too much. He needs to get cast off. Execution Sentence as well as Wings are going to be coming up in around 24 seconds to him, but he has to hold on a little bit longer. Wallabear, though, getting swapped to, taking 20, or going down to around 20% HP. Absurge using his Trinket as well as his Link, and now Splice has no more defensive cooldowns. Feloria running away, needs to top off his team. Yeah,
Feloria is still under a lot of pressure right now. He's actually hiding out of line of sight right now, just trying to make sure his team can stay aggressive. He actually used his Blessing of Protection on I Love My Cat there a second ago, just to allow I Love My Cat to back off, and we can see right now, I Love My Cat, he still has his Incarnation active, but it's just going to waste at this point. Feloria, though, getting a nice big drink right there. If they're able to keep this game going, that could end up being a huge deal later on, as he had to spend a ton of mana in those early couple of exchanges. But now Splice, I feel like Tree actually may have a little bit of a kill window right here. Absurge has no Trinket available for a minute. He has no Spirit Link or Ascendance available for 2 minutes. If Tree is able to move in and put out a whole bunch of pressure onto Wallabear again, Wallabear doesn't even have Survival Instincts available for another 45 seconds. They might have an opportunity here to go in, and we'll see if they're able to pull it off. The Deep Freeze into the Polymorph lands onto Absurge. That full Fist of Justice onto Wallabear. Absurge has no way to get out of the CC. Wallabear into that bash, has nothing available. Wallabear just trying to kite as best he can right now, actually dashing over to Majidin just so he can get out of line of sight and reconnect with his healer. Absurge manages to land a couple of heals, a huge healing surge onto Wallabear, and immediately Wallabear's going to turn that back around onto Majidin, recognizes that they've survived through the initial push, and now they have the opportunity to start putting some counter pressure on. Majidin getting a little bit low here. Nice Cyclone is actually going to prevent him from getting healed up. He's going to be stuck on low health. Do they have follow-up CC onto Feloria? Doesn't look like anything just yet. There's the Cyclone. Majidin in trouble here. He tries to get a Polymorph out, does not actually land that Polymorph, and so now he's going to get a nice big heal there with the Avenging Wrath Execution Sentence coming out from Feloria, but that's a big cooldown for Feloria that he's not going to have available for the next push.
Yeah, Wallabear does have that Incarnation Berserk coming up. Of course, Dota has Dark Soul as well. Feloria not going to have his Wings lined up for that. Something to note, too, is Majidin is actually using that Evanesce talent. He has no Blazing Speed, and he has no Ice Block. because of that. It gives him those guaranteed consistent polymorphs onto Absterge, as he is immune to everything in Evanesce, but he is losing major defensive cooldown, so definitely could be a target. Wallabear getting hodged up once again. The same setup we've seen coming out of Tree. The Deep Freeze polymorph onto Absterge. Wallabear getting hodged up, but he's doing a good job kiting, deflecting the incoming CC. Dota just spamming out those fears over and over and over. Absterge caught into the Frostball right now, but Wallabear is going to be completely fine, and this could spell big trouble for Tree. Floria has no bubble, he has no wings, he has no execution sentence, he has nothing available for this incoming pressure. Dota's going to have that Dark Soul coming up right now, and I can expect him to pop it as soon as it comes up. He has landed that haunt. Bop coming out onto Floria. Can Absterge purge it off? He's pushing in, he wants to interrupt him, wants to get off that Bop, but unfortunately for him, he's not going to be able to dispel it, and Floria is going to be able to get some casts off because of it.
Yeah, there's the Dark Soul now coming out from Dota, though. Majidin in some trouble here. He will have his Cold Snap available in just a second. He's going to... Oh, excuse me. Actually, I thought he popped it, but he did not. He's hanging on to that Cold Snap for the heal, I would imagine. Majidin just trying to put out as much pressure as possible. Gets caught into a fear. The Save by the Light is going to proc and keep him safe for now, as it looks like Splice is now just trying to find a better target to connect to. Maybe deciding that Majidin wasn't the right choice. Never mind. As soon as I said that, Wallabear dives in. Now they're pulling back behind this pillar over here, just trying to keep themselves on the defensive right now. Maybe actually pull Wallabear out a little bit too far. Absterge actually forced to run in behind him just to keep him aggressive and keep him healed up. Maybe a little bit dangerous, but that said, Absterge does have his Trinket, Spirit Link, and a Ascendance available, so he should be fine. Floria is still taking tons of damage, does not have his bubble available for another minute, so he could be in some trouble here. Popping his Avenging Wrath, just trying to keep out as much healing as possible, and basically just trying to kite around this pillar as best he can, trying to stay away from Wallabear. But Wallabear is just on the warpath, just moving in on him over and over and over again. And so now Tree, they're going to have to retreat to a completely different pillar.
Yeah, Splice just playing ultra defensive there. I love my Cat XO actually uses Incarnation Berserk and really didn't force any defensive cooldowns whatsoever. The entire team of Splice is sitting at 100% HP, and I really think that's just because Wallabear did such a good job running around that pillar, like you were saying, just avoiding combat at all costs. Floria pulling away, which I like. I like that. He needs to get away from Splice. He doesn't want to get dotted up. He needs to drink as well. It's a big consideration going on in this game.
Yeah, he's back to full mana.
Yeah, getting to full mana. Really smart decision. Dampening has kicked in. It's around 9% right now. It's just going to get higher and higher and higher. And for that Holy Pally to heal through the spread pressure of Splice, it's going to be very mana inefficient for him. So he needs to make sure going forward he gets that full drink off, which he did. I think that's a very smart decision.
Yeah, definitely. Even though he now has a mana advantage, he's going to need that as a Holy Paladin to keep up with the Resto Shaman, just because of the Restoration Shaman's mastery. Just so effective in deep dampening. But now we're seeing them start to push in here a little bit. Dota taking a little bit of pressure. Wallabear caught in that full Fist of Justice, and Absterge getting that chain CC going onto him as well. Looks like they're going to swap it over onto Wallabear. He's caught into a bash, getting kind of low here, but looks like he should be fine. He did use his last Survival Instincts charge there, but he's just staying aggressive onto Floria. Floria caught into that full bash. He's going to go ahead and sit through it, not using his Trinket just yet because he knows that he has his Blessing, or excuse me, his Divine Shield available if he needs it. Actually choosing to use his Avenging Wrath and his Execution Sentence to top himself off. Wallabear still in some trouble though, gets kind of low there, forcing Absterge to use his Spirit Link. He'll have another one available in 10 seconds, but is it going to be up in time? Absterge caught into that full Fist of Justice. Wallabear just having to kite away. He has no Survival Instincts available, tries to get out of Cyclone, but gets interrupted on it. But Absterge is finally out of all that CC and able to get a couple of heals out, and now it's Wallabear's turn to get aggressive.
Yeah, Dota actually using that Dark Soul as well. Right now, Tree is in a lot of trouble. Floria does have bubble available. We might have to use it to actually get out those casts. Spamming out those heals right now. Doesn't look like Splice has any interrupts for him. So well done by him. But Majidin, I love my dog XO, still taking so much damage. And once again, Majidin does not have Ice Blocks. If his HP goes down to 0, he's just going to die. All he has is that 3-second Evanesce, which he's using aggressively. Down to 10% HP. The Bop comes out, but is it going to be enough? Damage coming in from Dota. The Drained Soul comes in and actually takes down Majidin. He just had no defensive cooldowns like we were talking about. Now, because of that, Splice is going to go up 2-0 in the series, just one away from closing it out.
Yeah, and I really feel like that was an important match for Tree, especially because now that map is not going to be available, and I feel like that map was the best advantage that they really had in this matchup. I would expect them to go to Tiger's Peak or maybe Blade's Edge, but probably Tiger's Peak. Yeah. The Blade's Edge for the Warlock with that portal available is just going to be too strong for Splice. So that was an important, a really, really important match for Tree to be able to take there. But Splice, they're being Splice basically. They're just playing absolutely super flawlessly right now. And like there's so many times there, what I mean by how flawlessly they're playing, there's so many times that you see Wallabear at 10% health with no survival instincts, running around behind a pillar. Absterge is in a CC, and he's like, it's fine. I'll just sit through this polymorph, no problem. Wallabear can survive for another 15 seconds, whatever, it's fine. And it works out every single time. They're just so greedy with those cooldowns, but they know the time when they're allowed to be greedy with it. So
yeah, that defensive cooldown management, like you're talking about, is imperative as a Lock Shaman, or like Lock Shaman X. They just Absurd needs to make sure that he's not overlapping his trinket and his spirit link with Wallabear's wall. Although it looks very dangerous, Wallabear's taking half damage when he has that survival instincts up. So they know he's going to be okay if he does a good job kiting. And not only that, Wallabear also, when he's running away, he does a good job making sure he doesn't run too far. He comes back and he interrupts like the next polymorph or the next cyclone incoming. So Absurd gets out of that CC chain. If he just pieces across the map, he's not going to be stopping that incoming CC, which we've been seeing him do such a good job of in this series.
Yeah, and I think like apparently words are difficult right now. Let me try that one again.
We just started out. It's okay.
Yeah, it's fine. It's only the start of the day. Things can only get better from here. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I feel like the disruption onto Dota just still wasn't really there. Like we were looking at the scoreboard just a second ago. Dota did more damage than the entire team of Tree in that last match, which is crazy. But that's what happens when you let a Warlock just stand back and cast their dots and just channel everything constantly. And that was what we were seeing there. So we really need to see Tree start disrupting Dota a bit more. Throw more Cyclones at him. Throw more Polymorphs at him. Make him unable to go. And looks like it may have been a Dalaran Sewers pick. I'm not actually sure. I don't believe we've gotten complete confirmation of that. Okay, yes, it is going to be Dalaran Sewers is the map they're going to go to, which is really interesting to me. That's kind of the polar opposite of Tolvaron.
Well, the good thing about Tolvaron is it allows Floria to get away.
That's true, yeah.
Well, but, I mean, that's not going to happen on this one.
Exactly.
He's not going to be able to get away. It's going to be hard for him to pull back. It's going to be hard for him to go get drinks when he wants. Dota's always going to be in range of spamming out Shadow Furies, just sending his pet in, and it's going to be really inconvenient for him. They're going to have to do sort of an all-in strategy. They're going to have to win very, very fast and very, very decisive. If the game drags on, I just can't see them winning. I think Splice is just going to have too much damage. They're not going to have an opportunity to pull away and sort of play defensive, and it's going to be very scary for them. Yeah,
I kind of wonder if Tree's plan here is actually change up their composition.
Yeah.
Because we know they have others available. I'm not entirely sure what they are, but feasibly we could see them. I don't know if they have a hunter available, but they could theoretically.
They have a mage, paladin, feral, and a warlock.
Okay, so they could try to go for like
Feral
a Feral
Lock Pally or something like that.
Pally.
I just feel like running that into FLS is kind of suicide. The Shaman's usually better in that matchup, but who knows? They could try to play some over-aggressive strategy.
We did see, I want to say it was in 2 qualifier cups ago, we did see a game where the Paladin popped Avenging Wrath and just channeled Denounce like right away.
Yeah.
And they just went fully all in right from the start. I almost wonder if something like that might be a cool idea for them to try here. Just go crazy right off the bat and say, we're just going to kill them in the opener. When you're down 2-0 in a series, like that's the kind of crazy stuff you have to do sometimes.
It's like, what do you have to lose? If you're playing like these, you're playing well. I mean, I think Tree is playing these games well. It's just a hard matchup for them. I mean, when you're playing well and things are kind of going your way and you're still losing, you don't really have anything to lose trying to switch it up like you're saying. Perhaps they could go for that aggressive build. Maybe they could play a new comp, something like Mage Lock Paladin. Or like we were saying, the Feral Lock Paladin, but I don't think any of those comps really beat FLS.
Yeah, I could see an argument for the Mage Lock, just because maybe they can try to out Warlock, but it's Dota. Like, he's a really good Warlock, so trying to outlock Dota, trying to out-dampen Absturge, any of these ideas are pretty bad. So we'll have to see where they end up going from here. Of course, they are taking their sweet time at the moment, just figuring out what it is. There's a lot on the line for them here. Like, if they lose this next game, they're out.
This is the lowers. Yeah. This is not teams you expect to see in the lower brackets, but like we said, anything can happen here today. Splice, of course, very excited, I'm sure, being in this 2-0 position to move forward. Tree, they have to take the time to think about what comp they want to play. They've already selected the map, but just like if they're going to do an all-in strategy, then make sure they execute it appropriately. They can't be messing up their offensive cooldowns. They can't be overlapping their defensive cooldowns. And so I mean, I think it's worth them taking the time, because if they lose, they're out. And this is the last qualifier cup.
Yeah.
There's no coming back next week.
Yeah, exactly. Like we say, like, what do they have to lose by trying an aggressive strategy? And the answer is their shot at Blizzcon this year. So I guess there's definitely some very good reasons for them to be taking their time here, getting into this next match. So I guess hypothetically thinking about this situation, we know that they're going to Dalaran Sewers. We know that Splice is almost certainly going to play Feral Lock Shaman again, just because it's such a strong composition. If you had the pick of any single comp to go into this, like
That they can run?
Any at all, like what would be the ideal for this? Like something crazy like Windwalker DK or something? Like where would you go with this?
Yeah, so that's one of the scary things for Splice is there actually is a lot of Windwalker DKs in this tournament. I feel like if someone plays Windwalker DK Paladin really well, I mean, I don't think Tree's going to be able to run that at all.
I don't think so,
it could be I mean, that would be a nightmare for Splice if a good Windwalker DK was playing them in this exact situation. But yeah, unfortunately for Tree, I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just like, how do you beat Feral Lock Shaman on Dalaran Sewers? And I guess like a super crazy all-in cleave style
Turbo
might
DK,
be good. Yeah. I don't think that Tree has turbo available to them either. But we'll have to find out. Like we said, they're just taking a little bit of time to make sure that everything is all set and ready to go. We do allow every team a certain period of time to say, okay, there's obviously, like we say, a lot on the line here. So we make sure that everybody has some time to be able to step back, think about what's going on, work out any, like, maybe they're like, oh, it was because my mouse was at the wrong sensitivity or something. Like any little things like that, make sure it's all set and ready to go. So that's just all we're waiting on at this point, is just to make sure that both of these teams are all set.
And one thing we were talking about too is we don't know if Floria can play anything other than Paladin. It's possible he could play Shaman, and they could run like a mirror. They could try coming out with like an FLS mirror, but the problem is like, even if Floria can play Paladin, or sorry, Shaman well, can he play it as well as Absterge, and do they have as much practice? Yeah. So that's kind of a suicide option as well.
Yeah, trying to out Shaman Absterge it would be an interesting strategy. If that's what they actually go with. We do finally have the queue active, and we're going to be jumping into Dalaran Sewers, and in just a second here we'll find out if any composition swaps have been made. The only person that's loaded on my screen at this point is Dota on the Warlock, so no surprise there. Dota's still playing Warlock.
Oh man, a little bit of a surprise. Something we had not expected.
Yeah.
I think Majordan's actually going to be playing Rogue. Floria will be playing that Holy Paladin. It looks like I Love My Dog is going to be playing Enhancement Shaman? Yeah. So Rogue, Paladin, Enhancement Shaman. What spec is Majordan playing? I believe he's actually playing Combat Rogue. So we have Combat Rogue, an Enhancement Shaman, and a Holy Paladin. This could be a scary comp. I mean, they could get onto Absterge. It's going to be hard for him to survive. A lot of damage coming out from Majordan on that Combat Rogue, as well as that Enhancement Shaman. Like we were saying, cleave compositions can be traditionally scary for FLS. So if they can play this cleave well, that's really going to be the deciding factors. If they can play this composition well, I think they have a chance.
Yeah, I think the scariest thing about this composition is you don't really know what to expect from it. You don't see a lot of Enhanced Shaman, Combat Rogue combinations. Looks like we did have an issue with one of the players, so we're just going to go ahead and restart this game. The rules are, as they stand, as long as you leave before the gates open, which they did, then we can go ahead and requeue the game and get everybody into it. So, little bit more of a delay. Apparently I can't talk today, so this is a major problem. This is how excited I am. I'm like all like bubbling up with energy, so all of the words tumble together at the same time. But yeah, we are going to give them a little bit more time to sort out whatever issue it was they were having, just to make sure, again, this is a very, very important match. So we want to make sure that both teams feel comfortable going into it. Well, as comfortable as possible. Yeah. If you're Tree at this point, I don't think you can really feel comfortable going into this match, but as comfortable as possible.
Yeah. So do you think they're going to be targeting down Absterge, which is definitely a strategy? Do you think they might go on to someone like Dota and they shut down his damage as much as possible? They do have the heals coming in from the Enhancement Shaman. That's going to help the Pally out quite a bit. Also having that Decurse Tremor Totem to get Floria out of CC. Yeah. So if they get onto Dota and they shut down him actually getting casts off with that Combat Rogue and with that Enhancement Shaman as well, if the Enhancement Shaman is doing a good job decursing and grounding appropriate things, like they can actually limit Dota's damage quite a bit.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I feel like it's almost just going to be an opportunity thing. Like, who do we have who can they get the sap on out of the opener? We're going to be watching for what the Rogue is going to be doing as he moves in there in stealth. He's obviously going to have his Cloak of Shadows active as well. And it's just kind of going to be, who can we go on really hard right at the start and try to kill in the opener? Because obviously the Enhancement Shaman, when an Enhancement Shaman has all of his cooldowns active, that's a lot of damage. And it's really hard to deal with that ridiculous amount of damage. And you can't 100% shut it down, because the Spirit Wolves, at the very least, are still going to be attacking. And the Rogue, of course, is going to be able to, as combat, once he builds up to that red buff and hits that killing spree, that's a ton of damage from that as well. So I kind of think that their target of choice is going to be
depending
we
on,
hit?
basically opportunistic. They
Yeah.
can get on Dota with a good sap on Absurge and perhaps go on to him.
Yep.
If they can sap Dota, maybe they'll go on Absurge. So, yeah, I guess it's just, we'll have to see. This is pure speculation at this point because I don't think we've actually seen these two compositions fight against each other in a tournament. Anytime recently, maybe ever. Yeah, I've never seen it. But it looks like on paper it's something that could work. I mean, it's kind of like Turbo Cleave in a way. Enhancement Shaman with the healer, a combat rogue instead of a warrior. A lot of damage, a lot of control, and we're going to have to see. The thing is, like, they have to play this comp well. It doesn't matter what comp they're playing. If they don't play it well, they're not going to win against a team such as Splice. If they do play it well, if they play their ults in this comp well, I think they actually have a chance to take down Splice. Yeah,
like we were saying, sort of the advantage of this comp is that Splice might not really know what to expect, but that'll only work for one game.
Yeah.
If they just sort of catch them by surprise and go, oh, we had no idea you were just going to kill Wallabear. I don't know why they would never expect that, but if that was, hypothetically speaking, what were to happen, then in the next game, which will be Splice's map pick and Splice's counter comp pick, they'll know that's coming. So anyway, we're seeing them moving in here, trying to find a good target. They get the sap onto Dota and the kidney shot onto Absurge. Looks like they're going to try to go onto Absurge right out the gate. No major cooldowns used that. As soon as I say that, though, I love my dog is using his Ascendance, using his Ancestral Guidance as well, just to keep his team aggressive. And they've actually managed to force out a Trinket Spirit Link from Absurge already in this opener.
That was a lot of offensive cooldowns coming out from Major Generic, as well as I Love My Dog. Red buff Killing Spree still available for Major Generic, so they can get Absurge into a kidney shot and they can both connect. But right now, Tree is falling apart a little bit. Floria using that Avenging Wrath as well as that Execution Sentence, going to re-stabilize his team. Dota using that Dark Soul, trying to get aggressive. Once Floria's wings fades, I think it's going to be very scary for them. But Absurge caught into the full kidney shot. This could be the game. A lot of damage coming in from Tree. Absurge needs to get away, and it looks like he's going to be able to. Dota and Wallabear doing an excellent job peeling there. I Love My Dog caught into the full cycle, and he has no trinket available, but still relentless onto Absurge. Finally LOSs, gets that healing surge off, and he's going to be completely fine. Now Floria caught into the full bash, using that bubble. Smoke Bomb coming out a little bit defensive. The Killing Spree going out onto Wallabear. Looks like Absurge actually having to use his second Spirit Link there. He didn't have too much healing to deal with that. Absurge getting swapped to once again, the Rogue going out onto him, but I don't think that Tree has the damage to seal out the game at this point, and it looks like they're just falling apart. Floria down to 10% HP. He has really nothing left, no healing available. Majorden is going to go down, but I mean, yeah, Splice is going to take that 3-0, but that was probably one of the closer games that Tree had. So I think that was definitely worth the shot.
Yeah, even though it was a quick win from Splice, it was the scariest win for Splice as well, because like we said, like Absurge had to use that Trinket Spirit Link right away. I almost feel like, honestly, it seemed like Majorden was hanging on to his Killing Spree, just waiting for that red buff, because just to explain for people who might not be aware, the Combat Rogue, the more that they're able to use Sinister Strike, which is sort of their main bread and butter ability, it eventually builds up a buff. We call it red buff because it's red, and nobody can ever remember Combat Readiness or whatever it's called, actually. No, Combat Readiness is something else. Anyway, whatever. We can't remember what it's called, so we call it red buff. And then once he has that active, it's like 50% increased damage. Use the Killing Spree. It's usually a ton of damage to actually have to deal with. But in this situation, like, Wallabear was at like 5% health at one point. We actually have a replay here. I feel like, yeah, that's actually towards the end of the game, so it's not going to show the moment that I was thinking of. But in that early opener, there was a point where it was either Wallabear or Absurge was at like 5% health, and that's a Killing Spree. Like, that easily could have been a kill at that point. So I almost feel like maybe that would have been a better way to go for Tree. But it's all in the past now. That's going to be Splice winning that series 3-0. They will advance through the lower bracket and move on. And Tree, unfortunately, has been eliminated. They can try again next year. And like, good job for making it this far. Honestly, there's a lot of really, really strong teams in this qualifier. And that's going to be that.
Yeah, who do we have actually coming up next?
I'm not actually sure who the next series is going to be. We will have to find out here.
I think it's actually
soon.
It's going to be Egg versus SG White, and I think SG
that might
White.
Be right, yeah.
Some of the new teams, SG White is going to be, I think, Jeff and Balance playing that Windwalker DK Paladin composition that they've been actually playing in these tournaments for a really long time. Traditionally, they've had a very hard time against Mage Paladin compositions. That seems to always knock them out. The Mage Paladin Boomkin, the Mage Paladin Shadow Priest. But there's not that many of those in this tournament. And I think because of that, SG White has a really good shot of qualifying.
Yeah, definitely. So we will be back here with that series very, very shortly, guys, after this short break.
Welcome to the World of Warcraft feature preview for the new and improved transmogrification system coming in the World of Warcraft Legion expansion. In this video, we'll cover all of the changes to how you can transmogrify your gear, as well as the new Appearances collection. In Legion, whenever an item is bound to your character, you will automatically and permanently unlock that item's appearance, even if you sell or destroy it afterward. You can look through the appearances you've unlocked and get some basic information on where to find others by opening the Collections window and clicking the Appearances tab. To change the appearance of an item you're wearing, you'll still need to visit your friendly neighborhood transmogrification vendor. However, the transmog interface has gotten a complete overhaul and a few new features. Now, when you click on a slot, you'll see a preview of all the appearances your character can apply to that item, including appearances you've unlocked on other characters. Simply click on the appearance you want, and when you're happy with your new look, click Apply. You can also save different looks as outfits to apply later, and even set separate looks for each of your specializations, which will change automatically. The new transmogrification system will be released with the Legion pre-expansion patch. Once it's available, logging in on a character will automatically add every item in their inventory, bank, or void storage, as well as all of the rewards from every quest they've ever completed to your Appearances collection. At that point, you'll safely be able to sell or destroy those items. For more information on World of Warcraft Legion, check out our official website at wowlegion.com. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the Broken Isles. Welcome to the World of Warcraft feature preview for the new and improved transmogrification system coming in the World of Warcraft Legion expansion. In this video, we'll cover all of the changes to how you can transmogrify your gear, as well as the new Appearances collection. In Legion, whenever an item is bound to your character, you will automatically and permanently unlock that item's appearance, even if you sell or destroy it afterward. You can look through the appearances you've unlocked and get some basic information on where to find others by opening the Collections window and clicking the Appearances tab. To change the appearance of an item you're wearing, you'll still need to visit your friendly neighborhood transmogrification vendor. However, the transmog interface has gotten a complete overhaul and a few new features. Now, when you click on a slot, you'll see a preview of all the appearances your character can apply to that item, including appearances you've unlocked on other characters. Simply click on the appearance you want, and when you're happy with your new look, click Apply. You can also save different looks as outfits to apply later, and even set separate looks for each of your specializations, which will change automatically. The new transmogrification system will be released with the Legion pre-expansion patch. Once it's available, logging in on a character will automatically add every item in their inventory, bank, or void storage, as well as all of the rewards from every quest they've ever completed to your Appearances collection. At that point, you'll safely be able to sell or destroy those items. For more information on World of Warcraft Legion, check out our official website at wowlegion.com. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the Broken Isles.
Get away. The Wings execution send is coming out from Rubcup. A little bit offensive and gets a stun out on it to Gorecki.
Yeah, and they're already starting to put a little bit of pressure in. This game is absolutely ridiculous. Welcome back, everybody, to the World of Warcraft feature preview for the transmogrification system coming in World of Warcraft Legion. My name is Josh Allen, a.k.a. Lore, and Elliot Venzel has transmogrified into Rodney Pare, a.k.a. Talbadar, joining me here at the caster desk for this next series in our North American Online Qualifier Cup.
Yeah, it's great to be here. We have SG White coming up against Eggs next, and I'm seeing some very familiar names in here, and some I haven't heard of before. We have Jeff on the Death Knight, Balance on the Windwalker Monk. Those are two very common names. They always play together. They've done really well in the latter past couple of years. Zev, a well-known Warlock, and I have not heard of Brain myself, but I mean, they brought him here. They must know he's got what it takes to take it on to Eggs here.
Yep, and of course, Eggs is Rosita Jones, Ocean, WizK, and Corbs. And we're actually going to get right into this match here very, very shortly here on the Grand Arena. It's going to be our first game in this series. Of course, SG White is going to be playing the Death Knight Warlock Paladin. They'll be going up against Eggs playing... looks like it's going to be God Comp. They're going to be playing Mage, Priest, and Paladin. What's your prediction for this series?
So I think SG White has been a very well-known team for a long time, so I'm thinking they're going to take this. I think it'll be hard for them, though, because Rosita Jones is playing that Mage, Holy Paladin, Shadow Priest comp, which is very strong against Cleave. So it'll be tough for them. Probably a 3-2 in their favor, though.
Yep. So it looks like Eggs has actually dropped out of this match, so we're going to have a restart of this first game here. Obviously, they want to make sure everything is 100% ready to go before they get into this, and we will be getting into this series here very, very shortly. We do give everybody, like we were saying in the last series, we give everybody that opportunity before the gates open to actually drop out and say, oh crap, something's wrong. I've got the wrong mouse plugged in. My cat is in the toaster. I don't know, like any sort of options like that. I want to make sure that they have the opportunity to sort those out ahead of time. But yeah, we will be getting into this here very, very shortly.
And they can't change the composition. It's going to be on the Grand Arena. There's no changes there, so we'll just get back in as soon as we can. Yep.
So, like we were saying, looking at SG White, we've seen these guys play a lot in the past. We've seen Jeff on his Death Knight. We've seen Balance on that Windwalker Monk and their Holy Paladin as well, usually backing them up. And that Windwalker DK composition, it's so scary right now for certain compositions at least to deal with. How do you feel Eggs, what do you think Eggs' chance at dealing with that is with this composition?
I think Shadow Priest Mage Holy Paladin is great against that comp. They're going to do really well. You can take a lot of damage really fast, but they're going to be ready for that. You know, this is a well-versed Shadow Priest Mage. These two have been playing for a very long time. I'm not sure if they've played together, but I know who they are. You know, that says something, because I used to play against these guys, you know, just 2 years ago, and they were at the top of the ladder still today. So.
Yep. So yeah, as soon as this match is ready, we will get into it here. We will see SG White matching up against Eggs. I'm caught off guard now because like the game is about to start, so in my head I'm like, yeah, let's get into this game, and now I'm like, okay, we gotta fill for a little bit while this game actually gets going here again. So apologies for that.
So what do you think about Eggs' potential compositions here? We have the Rogue available as well, so they have that Assassination Rogue, Arcane Mage, Holy Paladin I've heard ready. What do you think is the decision to go with the Shadow Priest here? Do you think that's a better choice?
You know, I'm not actually sure. I don't have a lot of experience playing against the Windwalker DK because I'm terrible. So I'm not actually sure what the... I do think, like you were saying, the ability to sort of pull back from that a little bit more and play a lot more defensively against the Windwalker DK. I think there's a lot of it that plays out in their favor for that. Whereas the Rogue, you kind of have to be a little bit more aggressive. You have to be willing to just move in every so often and go in and attack and then pull back and go in and attack and then pull back. So I think that the reason to go with the Shatter play is because they were expecting this the Windwalker DK to come out of SG White, as you would. Like they're very well-known players. But yeah, the game is just about to start once again, so we will be getting into this here very, very shortly and see how this actually plays out here on the Grand Arena.
Yeah, and it looks like SG White is going with that Death Knight Warlock composition. I think they're playing that knowing that the Shadow Priest Mage might come out of Team Eggs here because they know that's tough for that Windwalker DK composition.
Yeah, that's a good call by SG White to actually go with the Warlock for this, expecting, like you said, that counter comp against the Windwalker DK. So we're going to see how that works out for them here. Looks like neither team really ready to push in just yet. Jeff actually hiding over behind this pillar at the moment, just waiting for a good opportunity maybe to poke his head out there and yoink WizK across the map with that Death Grip ability. We'll have to see if WizK even gives him that opportunity. It's kind of a question of, okay, who goes first at this point? Looks like it might be WizK trying to poke out there. Jeff tried to move out and get that Death Grip off, but now he's like, well, I'm out here. Might as well go for it. He's going to go ahead and toss that Necrotic Plague over at Ocean and Rosita Jones, and then just go and hide behind this pillar instead.
So what we're going to see at the start here is Rosita Jones is going to try to get some Frost Belts out before he goes for the Deep Freeze onto Kappa, my mistake, and then we're going to try to see some Fear follow-ups on it. So there we go. He got his Icicles. He's ready to go. There's the full poly onto Kappa. Who's the target really is my question. It looks like the Polymorph broke, but he gets the re-Polymorph. They're not getting much damage out, though. They're having trouble finding their target. It looks like Zev's the target, but he's sitting at 71%. There's not much damage going out in the first place, and Kappa is out of CC. There's the full Fear, though. Looks like Zev's might be in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, he definitely is taking a lot of damage right now. That Saved by the Light is going to proc. He's holding on to all of his defensive cooldowns, getting a little bit greedy with them. Of course, Jeff took quite a big chunk of damage there as well, but now it's time for Zevs to get aggressive. He's popped that Dark Soul, his first charge of Dark Soul. He's going to start pumping out as much damage as possible. It looks like just trying to keep the spread pressure going at the moment. Ocean actually, I believe, got a dispel off there a second ago, but once again, Zevs is able to just keep those dots rolling on everybody. WizK taking a lot of pressure at the moment. Doesn't look like it's quite going to be enough to really force anything. Ocean actually, excuse me, I had to pop his Execution Sentence and his Avenging Wrath there. He actually used them on himself instead of on WizK, but now they're just trying to turn this damage back around, and Zev's in some trouble, getting super low, very, very low there. He's going to go ahead and use his Dark Regeneration, Kappa using his Avenging Wrath Execution Sentence as well to top Zev's back off, but that was a nice little push there from Eggs. And now the question is, Ocean's Avenging Wrath has worn off. Jeff is just going crazy on him. He's going to have to use his Divine Shield.
Yeah, and Egg's actually sitting at half HP on Ocean and WizK, and there's no wings available, so the next swap, probably the Death Grip into the Hodge onto Ocean, could spell trouble for them. They need to get their CC going on the Kappa. It looks like Rosita Jones is likely to get it right here. He got a Deep Freeze. Is he going to get the Polymorph? It's very hard sometimes against this team, but no, he gets the full Poly. There's the Horrify on his FC. Immediately trinkets out and tries to get away. There's a full Hodge, though. Ocean, meanwhile, in a bunch of trouble. He's sitting at 30% HP. There's the Aura Master. He's getting some heals off. He does get full Hodge, though. Does he have any breaks? He has a trinket. He's decided not to use it, though. Very interesting choice there. Is WizK going to be able to help him out? There's a full Fear on a Kappa in the meantime, but WizK is sitting at half, or 20% actually. He needs to maybe disperse here. No, his Ocean is able to save him, and Zev sitting at 30% as well. Damage going back and forth everywhere right now.
Yeah, this is really, really crazy to try and follow right now. Jeff does have his Pillar of Frost active. He's just pumping damage into WizK right now. Zevs will have a Dark Soul in about 20 seconds, so even if Jeff can't score a kill here, there's just even more danger waiting for them. Ocean getting so low, uses the Blessing of Protection, but it's just not enough. There's too much magic damage coming out from SG White. And SG White was able to claim that. It was very, very back and forth, but it really kind of felt to me like SG White, they knew what they were doing the whole time. They were like, okay, we need to set up in this way. We're getting damage out, we're getting cooldowns out, and eventually they were like, all right, now is just when we kill them.
Yeah, really the matchup for me is Shadow Priest Mage is a setup composition. They'll go for the Deep Freeze into the Polymorph, into the Fear, and against this composition, I think SG White chose the better blind pick because they were like, okay, if they try to do that, we have this composition to counter it because we know Zevs can get away easily with Port. We know Black Jeff is not going to die in any type of CC because he's very good at living on his own. He has the stun break, he has AMS, so they knew that they were going to play this, and they chose the better blind pick, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. And like we were even expecting SG White to play Windwalker DK. It's kind of what this combination of players is known for, even if we haven't seen them too much in the qualifier cups this year. So we were expecting even the Windwalker DK to come out. And when everybody's expecting Windwalker DK, maybe don't play Windwalker DK, just because that way you're able to throw the other team off. So that does mean that SG White has won that very, very important first match here on the Grand Arena. We will be moving on to Eggs' map choice as well as potential counter comp choice. We'll have to see if that works out a little bit better for them, if they're going into it knowing what they have available. What map do you think that we'll end up seeing coming from Eggs?
It's gonna be. I think we'll see Dalaran and Sirius because I think they're gonna make that swap to the Mage Rogue. I want to say we might see the Windwalker DK like blind pick come out because it's hard. They know either way they might have some kind of like counter composition because they can run a lot of things with between the Mage, Shadow Priest, and Rogue. They have some options here. So even if they play DKLS, how do you think the Mage Rogue does versus that? And we do have a Tolvaron pick. That's very interesting to me. What do you think about that? And to me, that actually says Mage, Shadow Priest again. Because they like those larger maps. Yeah,
Tolvaron is kind of where Mages and Shadow Priests live. It's their favorite little hangout, just because there's so many opportunities for them to pull back, go behind a pillar, heal back up real quick, just poke their heads out here and there, and it really is going to force SG White to be the aggressor for most of this match. So I think that's a really, really smart map choice. I do like it a lot. I think that does mean that they are going to end up going with the God comp yet again. The question then is SG White, do they stick with the Warlock? Or do they go for Windwalker DK? Because Windwalker obviously still fairly mobile, still able to move around a lot on a map like Tolvaron. But the Warlock is going to be able to just, as soon as someone pokes their heads out, drop a dot or two on them. How do you feel about that?
I think the thing with the Warlock is they're very good against Paladins. In the past, we always see, like the FLS, for example, last match, the Paladin just fell behind, and eventually, if he doesn't have wings and they have Dark Soul up, he's in trouble. So I think Warlock just beats the Paladin by itself. So they want to stick with that probably. I think they'll lock in the same composition. Why not? I mean, they won the last game very decisively. There wasn't. They didn't get any cooldowns really from they didn't have to use any versus the God comp, that's really God comp's like thing. They get like usually 1 or 2 cooldowns from each swap, and they weren't getting that because Jeff was doing a good job surviving. Zev's immediately trinketing and porting whatever he needed to. 2 very mobile classes when they have their cooldowns available when they get swapped to.
Yep, and so we do now have confirmation it is going to be that Shatter play, aka God Comp, aka Mage, Shadow Priest, and Paladin, and they will be going up against SG White, who's going to once again play the DK Warlock Holy Paladin. And it's gonna be an interesting match. I think this is a lot more even between the 2 teams in terms of map plus comp. There's going to be a lot more opportunity for Eggs to be able to move out and not even move out, to just play defensively,
right?
And stay behind their pillar and force SG White to move out. Maybe punish Jeff a little bit every time he moves out.
Exactly.
Punish Kappa for moving in to try to heal him. I think that's kind of the gameplay we're going to see them going for here, but we're about to find out.
Yeah, I expect an all-out assault on the Jeff. I feel like Rosita Jones is going to be much more comfortable here, just frostbolting Black Jeff, constantly slowing him. He's going to have trouble getting to his target, but like we saw last game, it's easy for him to get his target sometimes because they just death grip the Paladin and full hodge him from Kappa. It's a free stun for him. So it is going to be a tough game for Eggs here, but this is definitely the better map for that.
Yep, so like we saw in the last match, both teams just kind of hanging out, waiting for the other one to basically get impatient. Zev's actually moving out a little bit here. He's going to be the first one to come out, and so this is kind of what we were talking about. SG White kind of has to be the aggressor in this matchup. Eggs is just going to hide back behind this pillar, pump a little bit of damage into Jeff there, and just basically say, if you want to fight us, you have to come over here, and as soon as you get over here, we're going to pump damage into you and make you regret it. So Jeff looks like he's kind of looking for a death grip onto Ocean, most likely, just trying to get him in line of sight and be able to drag him over, and then we'll see that follow-up stun from Kappa if he can make that happen. It's just a question of if Jeff can even get in line of sight of Ocean. There it is, comes out. He doesn't actually get the follow-up stun onto Ocean, though. They're actually going to turn this back around onto Zev. Zev is just taking a ton of damage right now. He's trying to be aggressive, gets interrupted on that fear, tries to get another one out, and does actually manage to land that on Rosita Jones. He's going to trinket that right away. Ocean took a big chunk of damage in there, but is saved by the light proc. He didn't have to use any defensive cooldowns for it. So now Eggs just continuing to pump damage into Zevs. Even though Zevs has his Dark Soul active right now, he's really not getting to use it too much just because he's under a lot of pressure. He keeps having to take a couple steps back instead of standing there casting.
Yeah, and there's the wings from Ocean to counter some of this damage. Jeff and Zevs are doing a ton of damage there, and for the duration of his wings, he should be fine, but there could be a Hodge coming soon in the Ocean. That could spell trouble for them. Looks like Black Jeff's taking a lot of damage. They need to be attacking him the entire game here. They need to shut him down, slow him down, keep him off his targets just with pressure alone. There's a defreeze on the Kappa, but no follow-up from Rosita Jones. That's huge for them. They needed to get that off. Unless they can get a fear here from WizK, he's trying to get in there, but it's hard for him. And there we go. We get a full fear onto Kappa out of the Frost Drop. Black Jeff immediately MSs, and it's just going to get broken, most likely. No, they aren't able to do it, and there's pressure coming onto Rosita Jones here. Ocean's fully dotted. Rosita Jones fully dotted. They're going to be in some trouble, but they're putting damage out into Zevs. Kappa does counter that with wings here. If he can just get a couple casts off, they should be absolutely fine. Meanwhile, Ocean, WizK, and Rosita Jones sitting at half health.
Yeah, and Zevs has another Dark Soul active right now, so that's a lot of trouble. Ocean's going to just go ahead and use his Divine Shield just so that he can focus on healing up his teammates right now, trying to get heals out onto Rosita Jones. Rosita Jones is just taking tons and tons of damage right now. Just so much for him to actually have to deal with, and he is running Evanesce, so he will not have an Ice Block available to clear off those dots and save him if he needs it. Of course, the Evanesce will help a little bit with that, but it's just a question of, is he able to survive long enough in between uses of Evanesce? Ocean caught in that Strangulate, dipping super low once again. SG White just looking so dominant in this matchup. Even when Zevs gets caught into a CC for just a second, it almost doesn't matter because he just immediately gets all of his damage over time effects out once again.
And there's the full Hodge on the Ocean. He's definitely going to go down here. There's nothing he can do. WizK does not have his massive spell. He just recently used it. And it just, these Warlocks are just destroying these Paladins. It seems very easy for them. They just gets full dots out, pops Dark Soul, and he's, oh no, I have to wings here. And then the next one comes and he's like, I have to bubble here. And then, you know, stuns and strangulates come in from the Death Knight and the Paladin. There's not much he could have done there. So very textbook game. Again, we just had cooldowns coming out in the first couple minutes, and then once they ran out of cooldowns, it was over for them.
Yeah, and Jeff actually keeping his diseases active on his targets. He actually did more damage than Zevs in that last match. So Jeff and Zevs together, just keeping that constant, we call it rot damage, going, where it's just so much to actually deal with. Eventually, Ocean, he just doesn't really have the spread healing available to keep his entire team topped off. He can keep 2 targets to an extent, but keeping his entire team, there's just no way. So eventually, with all that damage coming out, SG White is just like, all right, this can take as long as it takes, but we will kill you at some point.
Yeah, and WizK doing a lot of damage there by himself, but Mage Shadow Priest is always a setup composition. They try to get the CC on the healer. They use all their damage at once, and even though he did all that damage, it didn't really matter because his mage wasn't helping. He was just shooting a couple of Frost Bolts. He wasn't using the big damage Ice Nova, Ice Lances. He wasn't he wasn't popping all of his major cooldowns. So even though he did that 3 million damage, maybe he should have tried to focus more on helping Rosita Jones get the CC. It's hard for them though because Black Jeff is good at shutting down with those snares from Chains of Ice, and it's just hard to get in unless you have freedom sprint for the Shadow Priest and then get a fear. I mean, you're expecting Rosita Jones to get Deep Freeze, Polymorph on cooldown, and if he has to use Evanesce every time for that, he can be a target as well. So they're all taking damage. They don't have good stops for the 3 of them. I mean, you have Counterspell for the Warlock. Jeff just runs rampant, so that's why I think attacking Jeff is huge for them. If they can just constantly be attacking him, maybe he has to pull back for once, and then the pressure gets relieved, and then they can say, okay, we can heal up now. Let's go in, be confident in our push. And we do have a Tiger's Peak map pick, I believe. So it's I don't think they have like a best map. I feel like this is the next best. Silveron was the best one. When you're playing double caster, usually you go there because you're like, hey, I can stay really far away from my opponents. If they come to me, I can punish them for it. And melees are saying, oh my god, this map's so big. What do I do? I can't get across the map. So they didn't really take advantage of that on Silveron. I feel like that could have cost them there.
Yeah, we really needed to see from Eggs, we needed to see a lot more of that punishment happening. Like every time Jeff moved in and went behind the pillar, they needed to be pumping damage into him. And instead what was happening is Jeff moved around behind the pillar, used AMS or something, and was totally fine. And then they took a bunch of damage instead because now there's a Death Knight on them, beating the crap out of them. So we'll have to see if Tiger's Peak can go differently for them. I have to say, I feel like SG White is just really dominating this series so far. Eggs is definitely up against it right now. But again, this is the last Qualifier Cup. This is potentially the last game of this series. If Eggs loses this, they're out.
And they jumped right into it. They took no time. Like the last one we saw, they're saying we're confident in our composition, or maybe they feel like they're out of options. Maybe they feel like the Mage Rogue isn't for them here. And I think Zevs being in the picture for instead of the Monk is huge for them. I mean, it really changed the entire dynamic of this match.
Yeah, it's really, SG White is a team that's really using the 4-player roster to their full advantage. They have Kappa on the Holy Paladin pretty much all the time. They have Jeff on the Death Knight pretty much all the time. But they have Zevs and Balance that they can switch between to. Balance on the Windwalker Monk and Zevs obviously on the Warlock. And like you say, that changes the entire dynamic of the team so dramatically. It goes from being like a sort of all-in bursty cleave sort of comp into a more delayed, laid-back, we're just going to rot damage and eventually kill them over time sort of comp. So really, really smart play from SG White, smart strategy from SG White to set themselves up that way. This is an interesting positioning from Eggs. We're seeing them split off the entire map like this.
Yeah, usually when you have the 3 casters in your team, you want to stay spread out so that Jeff has a hard time attacking his main target. But Rosita Jones just wants to get some Frostbolts off before he gets his Defreeze. It looks like he's just going to go for it, actually. I'm not sure. I saw him use his pet over there. He probably wants to get the Defreeze. There's the Defreeze. The Horrify on Zevs. He already has that triple Mind Blast for the orbs. And there's a Hodge onto him. And again, I think their target choice is a little weak here. I don't want to see them attacking Zevs. I want to see them punish Black Jeff, and they are attacking him a bit here, but they already put so much damage into Zevs, and he still has his cooldowns available. There's a Silence on him, and in Frost Shot on the Kappa, are they going to get any cooldowns here? He probably just going to pop Wings to counter this, and the damage should be coming out from Black Jeff and Zevs anytime soon, but yeah, there's the Wings. Should be topping them because he doesn't have any CC available to stop the Paladin from healing.
Yeah, and it actually took a long time for that Wings to have to come out as well, which means Kappa is just going to have a lot more forward momentum going forward to allow his team to stay aggressive. We see Zevs now using that Dark Soul. He does get caught into that Psychic Horror for just a second, into the Fist of Justice as well, so good job by Eggs to shut that down, but that just means that Jeff has just been going ham onto WizK this entire time, as well as Ocean. Ocean now just taking tons of damage back over here. Does manage to get a nice big heal onto himself with that Avenging Wrath active, and a really, really nice Polymorph actually landing onto Jeff from Rosita Jones is going to stop that damage and that pressure from him, at least for the time being. And now there's the offensive pressure going onto Jeff, gets him super low there for just a second, and actually managed to pop his Saved by the Light, which we haven't really seen before. Jeff getting so low, down to 10% health before the AMS comes out. And are they just going to try and chew through that AMS? It kind of looks like it. They're just pumping damage into him right now. He has the Pillar of Frost active, though, and he's going after Ocean. Actually ran past him there for a second. I don't know, maybe he thought he had to go catch a Pokemon or something. But he's just still trying to go as hard as possible onto Ocean. I'm actually curious how much he's staying back at the moment. It seems like maybe he didn't want to push in too far. Does manage to eventually get the Divine Shield out from Ocean, and just goes and pumps some damage into Rosita Jones instead.
And I think the problem for Rosita Jones and WizK are they need to CC the Paladin, so they run over to the Paladin and get CC. Meanwhile, Jeff is just going ham on Ocean, and there's the full Shadow Fury. He trinkets out of it. He's trying to get away, but he doesn't have much left. There's a Strangulate. If WizK can get an MD, that'd be huge for him. He goes to cast it. He does get it off. Is Ocean going to survive? But he doesn't really have much. Paladin's always so weak against Warlocks, and he does get one heal off. He's sitting at 27%. Is he going to be able to save WizK? He does have his dispersion available, so they might actually be able to claw their way out of this.
Yeah, Rosita Jones with a clutch polymorph there on Jeff, just barely saving Ocean's life. That seriously, that would have been Ocean going down if not for that polymorph. It only lasted for like 1/10 of a second, but it was just long enough to allow Ocean to get a heal off. But now Ocean, he's completely tapped on mana, down to 9%. He's only got a couple of heals left back in him at all. He gets caught in that Fist of Justice. Almost doesn't even matter because there's only so much healing he can do right now. He does eventually break out of that Fist of Justice and starting to put out a little bit more damage. They're starting to counter pressure Zevs again. They do manage to force out his Dark Regeneration, but Zevs just popping out that fear, lands it onto Rosita Jones. Rosita Jones going to get feared off over into Narnia over here. Ocean just out of mana at this point. He has nothing left. The Execution Sentence comes out, but what can he even do at this point? There's nothing left for him.
Yeah, and the story of this game for me has been Black Jeff has just been going rampant, doing whatever he wants. They finally decide to attack him here, but they've gotten so many cooldowns out of Zed that could have gone straight into Jeff. But instead, we're just seeing tons of damage coming out into Eggs, and Rosita at 1%, WizK and Dispersion at 13%, Ocean out of mana.
Yeah.
If any healer could do it there, I don't know who it would be. Like,
yeah.
He said, even with that mana, I mean, there's nothing they can do.
Well, and as a Holy Paladin in that situation, you just don't have the tools to actually deal with that. So, unfortunately for Eggs, that's going to be a pretty convincing 3-0 from SG White to take them down. Eggs just did not have the options available to them. Like, that's the sort of situation where you need to see a team really taking advantage of that 4-player roster and having more options in their compositions, because what they had wasn't good enough to deal with SG White at all.
Yeah, and I thought they'd come in better prepared for that. I mean, I was expecting a 3-2, not in their favor, of course, but, you know, put up a fight there, and they were just ramming their heads into the wall with that composition. They kept going for the Warlock when it was kind of clear to me that they should be going for the Death Knight, shut him down. The damage of the Warlock is pretty hard to prevent usually, but Death Knight, if he's not on his target, he's pretty much doing nothing except for dot damage.
Yeah, exactly. And there were a couple of points where I actually thought they might have been able to kill Jeff. Yeah. Like, he got super low at a couple of points. And so it's sort of like, you've managed to pull all the cooldowns out from the Death Knight. Like, his AMS is on cooldown. It's a short cooldown, but it's on cooldown. There's a window there. He doesn't have his Icebound Fortitude active. The Paladin, there's only so much that the Paladin can actually do to deal with the magic damage coming out from the Shadow Priest and the Mage. So it's kind of like, maybe you should just stick to the Death Knight the entire time. Like, just keep slowing him, make sure that he's not able to put out that pressure. And, like, looking at the damage again, like, Zevs did out-damage Jeff in that matchup. There, you can see it on the screen now. 4.5 million from Zevs. Jeff with 3.6 million. Like, the fact that Jeff was allowed to put out that much damage versus a Mage and a Shadow Priest, something was done poorly. Something was done wrong in this matchup.
Yeah, and if you're attacking Jeff full time, I mean, it's really hard for him to make the decision to either be aggressive or defensive, because as soon as he goes defensive, he has to walk all the way back to his healer and then wait and then decide to go back out, and that takes so much time. If he's in there and he's dying, the only choice he has is to usually train his target still, and if he dies while he's doing it, he's just like, well, and
especially
they killed me, I don't know.
Especially with the Frost Mage, like, he's going to be using those Frost Bolts the entire time, and the Death Knight is just going to be out in the open in the middle of nowhere, hating life because
they don't
he
even
cannot
need to
move.
stun him. I mean, they can just say, I'm going to use my Shadow Priest Silence on this. We'll hodge the Paladin. They could have done this a lot differently, I think.
Yeah, and it's really easy to look back. Like, it's really easy for us to look back. Oh yeah, no, totally. If we were in that situation, no problem whatsoever. Obviously, it was a very, very difficult team to beat. SG White, they're very, very strong competitors. So we can't be too hard on Eggs for losing to SG White in this situation. But that does mean that SG White is going to advance through the lower bracket.
Yep.
And we will be moving on to I believe some upper bracket games here very, very shortly. We do have a real short break, but when we come back, we're moving on to that upper bracket.
On Draenor, old rivals sought to bring Azeroth to its knees. And while the Iron Tide was quelled, they were but servants of a more ancient foe that has not forgotten our defiance. The vengeance of the burning shadow. has come. And in our most desperate hour, we must wield the power of the enemy against them. For we stand once more upon the brink of destruction. The Burning Legion has returned.
After's getting completely annihilated. The one time that Splice decided to push in, they get punished so hard. Evangeline dipping dangerously low, down to 10%.
Their entire team is at death's door, just knocking away.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. I am Rich W. Campbell from MLG, about to handle a match in the upper bracket with Talbadar, and it's going to be Redacted versus Turtastic.
So, these names, man.
Yeah, definitely difficult to say. On
Redacted here, we have Joru Tigra, which is the Death Knight that we have, Swole on Arms Warrior, and Adela on Mistweaver Monk. For Turtastic, we have Wong, Velido, Trill, Sykesy, a lot of familiar names from 2 weeks ago, and a couple like team changes, I believe.
Yeah, I'm interested to see Redacted too, because they have a bunch of comps, but instead of having the traditional healer, they have Adela, of course, on that Mistweaver Monk. So I'm curious to see how they do here. And then looking at Turtastic, they're going to have those two comps available, the Feral DK Pally and the Windwalker DK Pally.
Yeah, and I think the Paladin versus the Monk situation is huge here, because it's going to be a cleave versus cleave no matter what. All these DPS classes are melee, so it's going to be like in Turbo, it's going to be Death Knight Warrior. I don't know what's going to come out of these two teams, to be honest, because there's 4 different compositions here. It could be anything.
Yeah, it really could be. It's interesting to see, because I was just over in EU, and now coming over here today, it's all cleave.
Yeah.
There's not too much of that RMD. There's not too much of we do have one FLS, right? I think it's only the one FLS.
Yeah.
So that's going to give some longer matchups, but today it's all about cleave. It's all about the damage, and it has been fast-paced so far.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see what these comps are going to be. It's so hard for me to tell who's going to do what, because I'm sure they've played against each other in the ladder. They know what the others can run, but it's really hard to call like which team has the advantage here. Both are in the uppers, so a loss here doesn't mean the end of them, but a win here is huge for them, because they're going to go straight into the top 4, I believe.
Yeah, well, I'm going to put you on the spot. I'm going to ask you right now, make a prediction. Who do you think is going to be able to take this series?
You know who I'm hoping to take the series? I want Redacted to win, because I want to see a Monk at regionals. That'd be awesome.
It would be
a
great.
Healer Monk for once. That would just make my day.
Yeah, and who knows? Monk might be great in Legion. This is going to be
right.
the last tournament that we see in Warlords of Draenor. Then all gets switched up. So who knows? Maybe Monk will be the healing class of choice. I haven't seen it yet, but
yeah, and we do have the first game here. It's going to be Turtastic playing Wong on Holy Paladin, Velido on the Death Knight, and Trill on that Windwalker Monk. So no big surprises there. And we have Turbo coming out of Swole, Joru, and Adela. So we're going to have Turbo versus Windwalker DK. I'm not sure who the targets are going to be for this, because this is going to be very fast-paced no matter what out of the start.
yeah, I'm curious to see. Yeah, if anyone slips up at the beginning too, the game could just be over so fast.
Yeah, and Wong's going to have bops to deal with Swole and Joru's damage, which is very nice for him. Adela, on the other hand, he could have some trouble with some swaps, but he does have that Monk bubble to prevent a ton of damage, and I feel like the Monk bubble is going to be huge throughout this entire matchup. Trill also, I would say Turtastic has a bunch of good defensive cooldowns to deal with anything, though. We have the Monk Touch of Karma. We have Velado just has really good passive damage reduction, so it's going to be hard for Redacted to even get a kill in the first place with the bops plus those defensive cooldowns.
Yeah, Redacted looks like they're going to be taking a little bit of damage at the start, but Velado deciding to go on the offensive right out of the gates.
Yeah, and there's a full stun on the both DPS. Joro already taking a ton of damage. He gets Fist of Fury, and there's a Solar Breaker about to go off. Is Adela going to get the heals? He does Aura Mastery a bunch of heals up, but it's almost not enough. He Stone Forms the Strangulate, and he's already... Joro's taking a ton of damage through Shamanistic Rage. I don't know how this is possible. The damage coming up from Velado and Trill is so much, but there's a full Fear into a full Hex onto Trill to prevent some of that damage. That's a big CC chain, and it's sometimes something to know about this matchup. Trill can't get out of those CCs, and Velado's taking a ton of damage. So it looks like Velado's going to be the target with tons of CC coming out into Trill throughout this match. I like that idea. There's wings coming out from Wong here to top Velado off, and it looks like there's a great start for Redacted here.
Yeah, Redacted really put the pressure on quick, and look, now Turtastic able to turn it around, take quite a few cooldowns. They're putting damage into Adela.
Yeah, and there's the Monk Bubble coming into Druid for that damage, and they're going to chase Adela around, but it's hard for them because Trill's going to get CC'd. Hopefully they can get more hexes out on him. That was huge for them, as long as they can continue to land those hexes. And I believe Juro got that last hex when he was sitting at 10% of health. So really good decision from him. There's the AMS from Velado, but I mean, this damage coming. Okay, there's actually a full stun onto Adela and Juro. Adela probably in big trouble here. Yeah, it's full stun. It's so easy for them to get the kill here because he doesn't have Monk Bubble. He had to use it on Juro last time. And very, very fast-paced matchup, like you're saying. Once some of those major cooldowns are down, like the Monk Bubble or Wings, you can see people drop immediately. And because of the pure defense that Velado and Trill have, where they have Touch of Karma, they have the passive Death Knight defense, it's easy for them to survive compared to the other team.
Yeah, they have a great, really easy time surviving, but also look at the damage that they put out. They put out so much damage, both of them putting out over 2 million. So they managed to put the pressure on and keep it going, but like you said, both the teams just bouncing back and forth. The health meters were all over the place.
Yeah, and it's really the leg sweeps from both monks. We have the healer monk, Adela, with the leg sweep, and Trill. Trill got the better end of him, I'd say. He got like 3 really good ones, and they always force cooldowns. The first one was almost a kill through Shamanistic Rage, and Adela doesn't want to use his monk bubble into that initially, and he got very scared, and they got very close to dying, but he was able to survive through it. That was very impressive.
Yeah, and we saw even on the other end, Redacted kind of setting up with those leg sweeps, and then moved into a hex after that and tried to get that CC chain going.
Yeah.
So maybe moving into the next match, that's what they'll try to do. But we're going to take a peek at the replay and actually see how they managed to take this first game.
Yeah, and this is where Adela went down. It's going to be a very short replay because he went from 100 to 0 in 3 seconds, and just as that stun hit. And that's the power of Windwalker DK. That's why people are so scared of that composition, because they can kill people through cooldowns. And obviously, like, Monk Bubble is going to save people, but even if Juro popped Shamanistic Rage here, I'm pretty sure he would have died in a small CC chain there, which is incredible. It's hard to deal with.
Yeah, so now moving into the next match, Redacted does have somewhat of a chance to switch things up, and it looks like Blade's Edge Arena is going to be the choice. So does that telegraph anything to you?
It really doesn't. I mean, it says, I'm playing a Mist-River Monk, and I want to be able to teleport up top. Yeah. But as far as damage composition, I don't know if they're going to change anything. Maybe they're like, okay, we have to swap in a different class. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think they had a really good start. They just didn't follow through later, and they got caught behind defensively really quickly. But it's hard. I mean, you get Death Grip in, you get leg swept, and what could you have done? I mean, you port immediately during the Death Grip. That's hard.
Yeah, and also I think that's going to be somewhat of the nature of just having these two cleaves bashing in against each other. It's somewhat of a slugfest.
Yeah.
Even though they did lose this first game, I don't necessarily think it's because of their comp.
Yeah.
It really just, it's going to be a quick game.
Well, I think the Holy Paladin really sets the pace of the match because he has 2 bops. He has Bubble. He has he has better defenses than Adela does. But Adela's, once his Monk Bubble's down, he can die immediately. But he didn't have Nibble Brew. He didn't have his Trinket. So like, where was the Sunbreak at the end? He needs to save it. Maybe they got all of them out of him right in a row, but I really feel like that did not happen there. I know he had to use his Stone Form and a Strangulate earlier, but if he doesn't have those breaks for leg sweeps, he's going to be in big trouble over and over.
Yeah, so now we're going to move into game number 2, and we're going to have to see, will Adela be able to get those breaks? Because without them, they might give up the second game.
Yeah, we do have the same competition coming out here from both teams. I really think that Paladin helps so much against Cleaves compared to the Monk, because the Monk just gets death gripped in like we saw, and he just gets slaughtered. So
yeah,
they can't really do that to Vincent Wong. He's just going to bop it. He's just going to bubble. He has wings to counter it, and I would say the Paladin just has better cooldowns to deal with Cleave than the Monk.
That was one of the things I was worried about when I saw Redacted's lineup, even in previous online qualifier cups, and they've done well with these comps because Adela is very good at the class, but at the end of the day, you're up against a lot with this Monk.
So we are getting into the game here. We have the gates opening soon. Adele's going to have an easier time on this map. He's going to have his port on top. He's going to be able to port there, but I worry for him because it wasn't the ports that were getting him. It was the full stun. So he needs to manage his breaks really well in this match in order to survive.
Yeah, and expect Turtastic to really not allow him to do that. They're going to come out guns blazing right now, looking at Juru, going to try to pull that Shamanistic Rage nice and early, and there it is.
Yeah, and there's a leg sweep immediately. There's the first break from Adela there. He used his Nimble Brew and his Ore Master already. So, I mean, already a ton of cooldowns gone. He's taking a ton of damage right now, but he should be okay. I really doubt he's just going to instantly flop over. There's actually a stun on him. He has to use his Monk Bubble here. He has no Nimble Brew, no Monk Bubble already, and there's no Shamanistic Rage on Juru. So, really tough opener for them. They need to get that CC going on Trill. They had a good set of CCs going last time, but it's really hard for them. Vincent Wong having a pretty easy time in this game, even through Avatar from Swole. He's just easily healing through it without having to pop any cooldowns yet.
Yeah, Turtastic just looking so dominant in this game. That swap onto Adela was key. That's really going to set the tempo for this game. And look, they're looking at Juru, and they're also getting damage onto Adela, and Juru doesn't have the Shamanistic Rage for another 15 seconds.
And here's the Death Grip into Fist Fear, immediately trinketed, so we have no cooldowns available for Adela now. Vincent Wong taking some damage, but he still has wings and execution sense. There's the execution sense, still saving wings throughout the entire game. It's incredible that Wong is able to heal without even using the wings like one time in either of the games so far. And you know, next Death Grip into stun on Adela is going to be big trouble for them.
Yeah, Wong just really strutting throughout this entire match. He's not using those cooldowns, and those cooldowns are what we were saying are really putting him ahead. He is going to decide to blow the wings here.
And here we go. Adela gets full stunned. There's the Soul Reaper as well. Is he going to be able to pour it out in time? Yes, he does get the port off this time. Juru had to use his Shamanistic Rage, so looks like a little bit of life here for Adela. There's a full silence. He gets his Stone Form available, but now he has no cooldowns left. He might have the bubble, though, so we might be able to see more from Adela here because his rotation of cooldowns should come back up. And Wong has no wings now, so maybe they can finally get something going on their side of the match.
Wow, they just are putting damage in even when that Shamanistic Rage is up. I thought Juru could have gone down there. The leg sweep, time and time again, just using it to set up kills.
Yeah, and here we go, another setup. This is great coming from them over and over, and they're not getting the damage this time. Oh, I was lying to you guys. He dropped to 20% immediately as soon as I said that, but he gets away this time. He ports out. He doesn't have to use any cooldowns. Juru taking a ton of damage, but from range, he should be able to top him off. Ooh, he has to use the bubble, though. That really stinks for him because, you know, they haven't really had much pressure onto Wong or Velado or anyone. They just haven't had the time. They've been under so much pressure themselves, and Adela has just been played this entire time by Trill. Trill really the hero of this game for me. He incaps Adela into a full stun, and he just gets beat up over and over, and here's the damage on him. He doesn't really have much left. He's gonna get stunned here. Does he have anything to use? He doesn't have his Monk Bubble. He's getting some heals off straight in their face. I think it was with Ore Mastery. There's a Strangulate, though. He doesn't have anything to stop that. He's gonna try to roll away here to live. Meanwhile, Vincent Wong actually had a bubble there. He doesn't have wings or execution, so they could actually get some damage going to Velado, but no. Trill chases Adela down. He's sitting at 23% and kills him by himself. So huge plays from Trill this whole game.
Yeah, Trill looked incredible. Redacted it at the end, started to put a little bit of pressure on. It does feel bad as a Cleave comp, and you're not pulling any defensive cooldowns off of Turtastic. Towards the end, they did manage to pull the bubble. They pulled the wings, but really impressed by Trill. But when we look at Adela throughout that entire match, we talk a lot about how the mobility of the Monk is so core. It's even bigger than a lot of their cooldowns for survival, and Adela just trying to move around and just getting shut down time and time again.
Well, look at the classes we're playing against. We're playing against a Windwalker. Yeah. They have the same mobility we do. He has the port as well to get back to Adela. We have a Death Knight. Death Knight just says, I'm going to Death Grip you and stun you. So, I mean, his mobility is actually pretty useless against this team. They picked a really good composition to stop Adela from getting away.
Yeah, and that Death Grip, that was a large part of the setup that actually ensured that kill and allowed Turtastic to take game number 2. We're going to take a peek at that right now. This is actually after the Death Grip when it got pulled back up to the top.
Yeah, and a lot of times what we see is Adela just gets stunned, and then he panics for like a good 10 seconds after because he just gets re-CC'd. He tries to get away here, but Trill on the hunt here. I can't believe the damage he does here. I don't know where it came from, but just 2 attacks and bam, bam, he goes down.
Yeah, and just watching the way Turtastic will set up with those leg sweeps, and then they're instantly taking Shamanistic Rage. They're taking that bubble, and they're just not going to come off cooldown quick enough.
Yeah, and what the setup really is they paralyze him from far away because the range on it is actually like 15, 20 yards, so he can just do it whenever he wants. It removes all the dots. They death grip him in and then leg sweep on top of multiple targets. So Juro can't heal, Adela can't heal, and there's some big trouble. Adela only has so many cooldowns. He has the bubble, he has his trinket, and he has his nimble brew. But once those are down, that's when you see the kills.
Yeah, yet again, look at that damage, though, that we do actually see out of Turtastic. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, across the board, they've been doing so much damage. It's really Death Knights just always do a lot of AoE damage. So, I mean, he's having to heal Swole, even though Swole's not taking, like, you know, any like direct damage. He's just taking AoE damage from Velido. So the job that Adela has in this game is so difficult. It's not almost possible to keep up with what's going on.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, too, how well positioned these comps will be later in the day. Because like we said earlier on, this is in the upper bracket. So if we do see them fall down here, they're not out of the tournament. They're going to go to the lower bracket, and they're going to have another chance to fight their way to the grand finals. But they only have these two comps. They have TSG, and then they, of course, have the Turbo that we're seeing right now with the Mistweaver Monk.
Yeah, a lot of the teams usually come with either a caster or a hunter to kind of counteract some of the other comps, but we just have like cleave on these teams. So if they go up against something that, you know, is good against cleave, like this Paladin Windwalker DK team is really good against cleave, so they don't know what to do against it. They're stuck.
Yeah, and like we said, this is going to be one of the last tournaments on Warlords of Draenor. It is the last one for NA. So if they manage to get past this threshold, who knows what's going to happen in Legion. Adela may be in a really good place when we actually switch things up and get to the LAN. So they kind of have a pretty big hurdle to jump over today.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see that because I think the better players in that expansion will adapt faster. They'll pick the better classes. They'll play the beta. They'll understand which classes are doing the best. Even like we're going to see some nerfs and buffs and changes throughout Legion, but I mean the better players will adapt faster, and I'm excited to see who's playing what and, you know, if they can choose the better comp.
This is a little bit tangential, but I'm kind of curious what you think. So obviously we put 4 teams through earlier, Northern Gaming Red and Black, Method, and Tempo Storm in the previous online qualifier cups. So that gives them a little bit more time to actually be preparing on beta. Do you think that that's actually going to be a large enough advantage, or do you think these teams that qualify today will be able to catch up?
I think they'll catch up. I mean, you can only get so much out of the beta. I mean, who is actually playing the beta besides those guys and like maybe some other people who aren't as high rated? I mean, you can't get enough practice. You need to play against high rated teams with your high rated team to even get practice in the first place. So it's going to be hard to find matches for them, but I think some of their classes have always meshed well together. So, you know, we have the Mage Rogue coming out from Tempo Storm and a couple of the other Northern Gaming teams. So Mage Rogue probably going to be okay. I've never seen it be terrible, so they'll probably be okay, but we'll have to see what people play in the future. We have this match coming up. I think they're still choosing their map here, but we do have the Grand and Blaze Edge knocked out of the way. What do you think we'll see next? Oh,
it looks like they did pick Dalaran
Sewers. I can't quiz you at all. I picked Dalaran Sewers. All right.
That's definitely going to be good for a melee-based team. Smaller map, going to be able to close the space nice and easy.
It's hard for me to say. I think it's a very small map. I feel like we could have seen Tolvaron here, but again, he just gets death gripped. He doesn't know what to do about the death grip. It doesn't matter what map he's on, where he is. He gets death gripped from wherever he's standing, because as soon as the Death Knight walks the line of sight, he gets stunned and dies. So there is not a map that beats that combination currently. Yeah. I'm sorry.
I mean, the only thing that maybe you can say is like, okay, you can break line of sight a little bit and try to be cheeky with that, but at the end of the day, you have to agree with you there.
So I'm just trying to think that choice is really to try to get more damage out from his team probably, because he knows he just gets stunned and dies. So maybe we'll just pick a smaller map so that we can get more damage into Wong. I don't know who they can kill. It's the thing. He has 2 buffs all game. He bubbled 1 time last game. He used Wings maybe twice. And he just hasn't been forced to use any of his defensives.
Yeah, we saw them try to put a little bit of pressure into Velido, right?
Yeah.
That was where they were kind of looking to get the kill. And towards the latter half of that second match, they were doing a better job with that. They did pull an AMS, but really they weren't pulling many cooldowns. They pulled the bubble in the Wings as well.
Yeah, I mean, Death Knight just has so much good passive defense. They can go in Blood Presence. They have some extra heals from Death Siphon, I believe they use nowadays, and it's just hard to get kills on Death Knights because of that healing that they can do.
Yeah, I mean, it's also pretty telling when someone's playing a cleave composition and I can name all of the cooldowns that they pulled. It's not like they were going on rotation. That's it. They only got 3 cooldowns in the entire game.
My favorite part of these games, though, is just the opener where everyone's using all their offensive cooldowns. There's stuns to everyone, and like you just see like wings. Like you just see, the monk cooldowns. It's crazy, all the stuns that happen. It's incredible to watch them pop their defensives, and like no one dies instantly. It's sometimes people could die immediately in these openers when we have 2 cleaves in the match.
Yeah, and I mean that could be the window, but of course, if Redacted does manage to pick up a win here, they got to pull another 2 in a row. So they have their work cut out for them. Turtastic looking really good.
For me, I want to see a big stun in the opener from Adela, but he just gets in-capped in the opener by Trill, and then he gets stunned. So he doesn't really have some window where he can be like sneaking in, or I'm going to go in stealth. He doesn't have stealth or anything. He can't really get to the people who he wants to. He does have a Death Knight on his team, though, to help him with that Death Grip. So they did change their composition here. They're trying to go for something else. What do you think about this composition change?
The TSG, I really think that they're still going to be up against similar problems, just having they have a set healer. They only can bring this monk right now, and that seems to be their problem. The pressure that's coming on is hard for the monk to deal with.
So the thing I like here is Taiga is a Death Knight. Death Knights do a lot of magical damage, and Wong is playing a Holy Paladin, which usually aren't that great against magical damage, because he has the bops, and they do a lot of spread damage, so they could get more pressure from the Death Knight. I like that choice. Now they can't like just bop and basically ruin all the damage. So yeah. I'd like to see maybe some Death Grips and some stuns from Adela, because they have the same setup from Velado and Trill as well. And here comes some damage onto Taiga, looks like for now, but here's the combo. Paralyzed into leg sweep. He knows it's coming. He immediately gets out of that. Pops Aura Mastery, heals himself, but he gets restunned by Trill. Trill has been making plays every game, but they're trying to stop him now. Swole charged him and made sure he doesn't connect with Adela, because if they connect with Adela for too long and stuns come back up, he'll be in big trouble.
Bringing in Taiga is definitely paying off for them, though. Turtastic looks like they have a lot more to deal with coming into this match, but while we're saying that, Turtastic opening up on Taiga.
Yeah, and Redacted actually gets a triple shockwave, so the cooldown's going to be reduced, and they're actually doing damage for once. They have Vincent Wong on the run. He does steal an execution sentence. Good job for Taiga. He's trying to get bubble, but he did not end up getting it that time. There's a full hodge onto Adela, and this is the problem for him. He's just going to have to rotate through his defensive cooldowns. Meanwhile, Taiga taking damage while Adela pops the bubble on himself, but Death Knight's really good at surviving. He doesn't have to worry about Taiga as much as he did Joro.
Yeah, we're just seeing Taiga use that AMS on cooldown here. But like we said, picking Dalaran Sewers is going to allow Taiga and Swole to stay on their targets throughout the entirety of this match, and it looks like Trill is going to be that target now, once again hitting that shockwave onto 2 targets.
Yeah, and Adela having a much better time this time getting away from his targets, but if he's going to come out at 80% HP here, he might get paralyzed into a Death Grip, and Trill's looking for it. There's the paralyzed Death Grip and the stun. What else is going to follow from that? He's going to trick it out. I mean, now he has nothing left. He doesn't have the bubble. I feel like he should be bubbling first so that his bubble comes out after his 2 trinkets are down, but he plays the monk, not me. There's the damage onto Taiga now, and really I'm just waiting for the stun to come out onto Adela again, because that's really what's been turning the tides of the game.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the same setup out of Turtastic time and time again, and they're not finding a way to break that CC chain. It's difficult, and we see Adela yet again trying to get away, using that mobility, and same thing's happening, and you're gonna blow the bubble here.
They actually might be able to kill through the bubble this time. There's this full strangulate. He does Stoneform out. He's going to try to get some rolls away. But Trill and Velado are going to be a hot pursuit. He gets a Death Grip. They don't have any breaks, and they didn't have an interrupt to stop those heals. So Adela's going to be able to survive this time. But next time, he's going to have Nibble Brew very soon, but he might get stunned before that. That'd be very scary for him. Trill's taking some damage here. Sitting at 28%. There's an in-cap on Vince Wong. Adela just turning around and throwing that out before he gets away. There's a full stun to Vince Wong, but Trill's just living through it. I don't think he has Karma available either, so they're actually doing a lot of pressure there. But there's a stun onto Adela. It's just Velado on him, though, and I think Trill got gripped away. He doesn't have any mobility for once. That's incredible to not have that as a monk. There's an Aura Mastery from Adela. Is he going to be able to survive through this with Aura Mastery? He's actually dying through that. He stuns the DPS, gets away, he gets Death Grip back, and he might go down here, sitting at 11%. He has a Rallying Cry from the Warrior. It's going to fall in a second, but he's getting heal spray on the pillar. Very well done by Adela.
Adela just managing to sneak away time and time again, but Velado almost did that by himself.
Yeah, and there's the monk bubble coming out from Adela. He's actually surviving through this, but he doesn't have time to drink his tea to get mana back. He's having trouble topping his team. Meanwhile, Trill taking a lot of damage. He's sitting with a Solar Brew on him. He gets the heal from Vincent Wong to top him out of that range. Swole taking damage. Taiga taking a ton of damage here. I don't know who to keep track of at this point, but I think Adela's team is in big trouble here. Vincent Wong is finally getting his team up there. There's a full strangulate onto Adela and a double stun onto Taiga and Swole. And Swole sitting at 1%. Is Adela going to be able to heal him? He gets a heal. I can't believe he's surviving right now. Adela with the in-cap into a stun. Taiga is taking so much pressure. There's a Soul Reaper on him. He's not going to be able to spell, but he gets magical heals out of nowhere with 0% mana, and they're turning it around to Vincent Wong.
I mean, Adele's about to go so if Vincent Wong can manage to stay up here, they'll be able to turn it around on Taiga and Swole and be able to bring him down, but the damage is coming in very strong from Redacted right now. Do they have any cooldowns to follow it up? Taiga is using that pillar.
And I think Vincent Wong will be fine here as long as he keeps his mana available, because he has Divine Shield and he has his wings coming up soon. There's a full Hodge onto Adela. Adela, again, has nothing available for a while. I think he might have his Monk Bubble. The current UI is wrong about that. But Vincent Wong does have to use this bubble. He has wings coming up soon, though, and that's going to spell the end for Adela, I think. There's an AMS from Taiga, and he's taking a lot of damage, but I feel like their target choice has been weird this game. I don't know why they're attacking Taiga so much when they have Adela and their strategy has been working so perfectly before. Vincent Wong might pay the price here. He does pop his wings to counter some of the damage, but his team's already at half HP. Is he going to be able to top them off here? That'll really tell the tides of the game.
Yeah, it looks like, there we go, the leg sweep coming in yet again. This may be the setup that we needed to see for Turtastic to bring home their third win.
Yeah, and Adela sitting at half. Does he have a Stone Firm for that Strangler? He's not choosing to use it yet. He does now. His whole team's sitting at 30%. He's sitting at 7% mana. He does have the T available, but he just doesn't have the time to heal his team. He gets in cap. If there's a stun after that, he's in big trouble. But it looks like Swole's the target right now. I'm curious what the target choice is, but it doesn't matter at this point. Yeah. But they were going on to Swole and Taiga at different points throughout this game, when I feel like their strategy on Adela was working so well. They kind of gave up on that, and they had a much closer game. And I feel like that was on Turtastic to just say, let's attack different stuff instead of just training Adela down to the ground with their swaps.
Yeah, I really felt like there were quite a few points where I was looking at Redacted and I was like, oh, they may actually be able to take it. They were putting in the damage much better, and the damage boards actually really do reflect that. I'm curious to see why do you think that they actually switched from the tactic that they were using of just training Adela?
It's usually easier to just attack whatever's near you for some classes, because you're playing a melee class, but they have the tools to lock them down. Maybe the Death Knight was preventing that, though. Maybe he was, Death Gripping Trill, Chains of Icing, because I saw that a couple of times where Velida was the only one on his target. And as a Death Knight, too, if you can't get to your target, you don't have, mobility unless you use your Death Grip. And they're trying to use the Death Grip for the swap in the first place. They paralyze into the stun with the Death Grip. So sometimes they just couldn't get to their target when before they could with a different composition.
Yeah, I mean, definitely keeping that uptime as a melee class is good when you want to keep the pressure rolling throughout the match, but the setup potential that we saw out of that team was just so strong.
Yeah, I love how that looks. It's so beautiful. It just gets the paralyze, any dot just gone, and then they Death Grip them in. Their whole team gets stunned sometimes, and then massive damage comes in from all over the place.
We're going to see Adela in this replay yet again, just trying to struggle to stay alive, using any mobility possible, but at the end of the day, you can use all the mobility in the world. You're not going to be able to heal up Swole.
Yeah, and that was actually just a great play. That whole series of that you just watched again from Adela was so great. Just watching him survive through these swaps that are seemingly impossible to survive through. I mean, he's sitting at low mana. He only has so many cooldowns available, but every time he purposely saved certain ones, because if you overlap Nimble Brew and then your bubble, you're done for the next swap. Even if you trinket it, you're getting strangulated and then you'll die. So he did a great job surviving for many, many minutes that other monks probably wouldn't have lived through.
Oh yeah, Adela is definitely the pinnacle of monk play, but congratulations to Turtastic. They're going to manage to take this 3-0, but Redacted not out of the game by any means. They're going to drop down to the lower bracket where they continue to fight on. I'm curious to see how they do throughout the day too. I mean, I feel like these comps aren't very well positioned.
That's a big win for Turtastic. They're sitting in the top 4, I believe, now. So if they get one more win, they should be in the top 2. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah. That will push them to the top 2.
So getting that win there is huge for them, and I'm expecting to see great things from them. That was Trill is a great monk. Watching that, it was amazing to see what he could do on that Windwalker monk.
Yeah, so we're going to jump to a quick video. When we get back, it's going to be Party of Models versus Jail. And Jail is actually, we've seen this squad a little bit before.
Yeah, I believe it's 2 Rets.
It's 2 Rets, but they have switched things up a little bit. They're actually bringing Turbo today. They no longer have the Feral Druid. So quite a lot to see when we come back right after this short video.
People often ask, why is lore important? The lore and the storytelling of Warcraft is something that we've really tried to work on and hone over the years as an integral part of the fantasy you're playing through. When it catches you, it's something you want to keep coming back to over and over. Warcraft Chronicle is the first in a series of books that attempts to codify and tighten up and clarify the history of Warcraft. The first volume of the Chronicle essentially goes from the creation of the Warcraft universe all the way up until the story of the Last Guardian, which is essentially the story of Warcraft 1. We wanted to create a very distinct look for this book. We asked one of our artists, Peter Lee, if he would step up and do this thing. A lot of the imagery, especially in the early parts of the history or the prehistory of Warcraft, are images of places and things that we've never shown people before. And Pete was just the perfect guy to kind of envision these vistas and these landscapes. What's really fun about doing the Chronicle project is trying to take that holistic audit of like our first ideas all the way to the now. You can read through this thing and go, oh, I get it. I get how this begat this, and then this came from here, and this turn in history happened because of these three things. I never saw that before. In having that top-down, long view of the history of Azeroth, you definitely get that sense that there's a lot of unfinished business, and there's a lot of conflicts and evil from, that stirred in the ancient world that may yet come to pass in Warcraft's future.
Trying to get away. The Wings execution set is coming out from Rubcup.
A little bit offensive and gets a stun out on it to Gorecki.
Yeah, and they're already starting to put a little bit of pressure in. This game is absolutely ridiculous.
All right, welcome back, everyone. A bunch of exciting matches happened already today. What a great qualifier this is. And again, this is the team's last chance to qualify for regionals.
Yeah, and this is actually, we're moving into an upper bracket game right now. We're going to be going in and seeing Jail, formerly known as 2 Rets. They swapped up their roster a little bit, so now they have that Turbo Cleave instead of running that Feral Hunter Shaman jungle. They got rid of that. And they're going to be playing against a team a little bit less known, Party of Models, primarily playing Windwalker DK Paladin, one of the compositions we just saw, as well as that Feral Druid Death Knight Paladin as well.
Yeah, it's kind of the story of this qualifier cup so far has been the good RMDs have moved on, have already secured their spots, and now the Windwalker DKs are coming out of the woodwork and fighting their way up into, I mean, this is one of the upper bracket matches.
Yeah, this is one of the most cleavy tournaments I guess I've seen.
Yeah.
A lot of teams running Turbo, a lot of teams running those Death Knight Paladin compositions, stuff like Jungle as well. There's a few outliers like Splice, of course, they are playing that FLS, and then of course we do have Rosita Jones. Team playing that Mage Shadow Priest Paladin. But for the most part, a lot of cleaves, and that's what we are going to see next. And I think it's likely we'll end up seeing potentially a Ret Hunter Shaman coming out from Jail against Party of Models playing either Windwalker DK Paladin or Feral DK Paladin.
Yeah, I would probably expect the Windwalker DK Paladin to come out first. I think they're more comfortable with that comp, just overall watching them practice, watch a couple streams and seeing them queue into people and stuff. So we'll have to see, though. And as usual, we are going to start on the Grand Arena, and it's a double blind pick, so these teams don't know exactly what they're going to be facing. Yeah,
and if I was to sort of give a prediction of what's going to be going on, I think I would have to give it to Jail. I think they've been doing so well in these qualifier cups. I believe they finished 3rd and finished 4th already. So close. Potentially just one series away in the previous tournament from actually qualifying. So they're coming here, made a little bit of roster swap so they could beat the compositions they were losing to. And I feel like with that Retribution Paladin, that Hunter, and that Shaman, it's going to be hard if they decide to play Windwalker DK, like you were saying, for the Windwalker to live. Unfortunately, Touch of Karma is such a key part of Windwalker's defensive cooldown kit, and it can just get bopped off or it can get bubbled off. So Ret Paladin very strong against that Windwalker DK comp, I think.
Yeah, and I was really impressed with their play in the last 2 qualifier cups. There's a lot of Ret Paladins is one of those specs where if you play Ret Paladin, that's pretty much all you play. Or you primarily play that. You'll pick up some other teams, but there's a lot of Ret fans out there that like to see when the Retribution Paladins finally make their way.
Yeah, because like you said, it's one of those specs you don't normally see. So when they come out and they blow their wings, it's such a crazy offensive cooldown, and it's just exciting. I think it lasts like 20 seconds, and it's sort of 20 seconds of judgment and lots of Hodges and stuns and CCs, and every time that comes up, a lot of times people will refer to the second wings as sort of the enraged timer of a Retribution Paladin. The first one, you can use your defensive cooldowns to survive, but they usually get everything from you. So as soon as that 2-minute marker's up and wings come up again, it's just really difficult to survive against such high pressure.
Yeah, and I really like that they are able to swap in, if they do want to play the Feral Hunter, if needed to, during these matchups. So, and we're going to mainly see Evangeline playing those Ret Paladins when they or playing that Red Paladin when they can. But of course, Joxy did a great job last tournament, playing that Resto Shaman, really impressed with his play. And of course, but on the other hand, you've got the Party of Models, which is going to be playing that, the DK Paladin, and then either having the Feral to toss in or having that Windwalker. So, they're both really scary comps to play against.
Yeah, one thing about Jail, one little fun fact for y'all is that Joxy actually, he doesn't just play Resto Shaman. I believe he's actually in rank 1 range on 7 different characters right now. So he plays a lot of different classes. He plays them all at a very high level. So him stepping in on that Druid so they can bring in that Turbo Cleave, it's not like they're just bringing in like a second tier, like second string sort of Druid. He's actually really, really good at multi-classing. So them having that composition available is going to be very scary for all the teams here today.
Yeah, Warlords has been really alt-friendly, with the catch-up cap and how fast you can gear up your characters and stuff. So it's great to see all these players, picking up those alt classes. And like you said, if you have 7 rank 1 characters, you really,
know what you're doing.
Yeah, and not only it's because sometimes you don't even get the insight of the matches until you play the comp yourself. Like you know how to play against it, but then once you're playing it yourself at a high level, you understand like the little nuances and the little tells when they're gonna use offensive.
That's actually really interesting you say that. It's like so when I play mage primarily, but like when I'm playing like RMD and I have a Druid on my team and he's like explaining a situation to me that I don't fully understand, like, oh, I can't be pushing in here, it's really hard for me to Cyclone, whatever the case may be. And then when I finally play the Druid and I'm like, oh, I get it, like the reason it's hard is because of this, this, and this. So like you said, playing those alternative classes really gives you sort of perspective and insight into different compositions and what they're thinking and what their objective is. So I think even if you primarily play one class, it's fun to sort of play the alt classes just to like learn the game better.
Yeah, especially alt roles. A lot of the times in the past, it's always been the healer's fault whenever anyone dies and stuff. But then when these DPS classes are finally playing healers themselves, they can understand, oh, I do need to help my healers.
Stop running behind the pillar. I can't heal you.
All right, we're just waiting for these teams. Looks like the queue is going right now. And again, the Grand Arena is where we start. And of course, the loser of this match is going to be able to pick the map. And so winning on the Grand Arena is so important with the rule set that we have.
Yeah, that's because if it ends up going into Game 5, if you had won the first game, that means you get not only a map advantage, but you get the composition advantage. So winning the first game, even if you go back and forth at that point, game number 5, you have the advantage when it's 2-2, and that's really a position that all of these teams want to be in.
All right, match is starting in just a minute, and we'll have to see what these teams are locking in for their comps, and it looks like... Okay, so Party of Models is going to be playing with the Feral this time. They are going to be using the Holy Paladin as the healer, and of course they are going to have that DK, the Ebola Cleave. It's what the kids are calling it these days.
Damn kids.
And of
with
course
their confusing names.
And Jail is going to be playing Ret Paladin, Hunter, and looks like Disc Priest. So that is going to be the Cupid Cleave, is what they're calling it these days. So
whatever happened to the good old names of RMD?
I know.
RLS.
But that's part of the tradition. If you're the first team to make it to the top with a comp, you get to name it, no matter how silly the name is.
Yeah, and that's one thing we were talking about is Joxy being able to play multiple healers. So obviously we know he can play Shaman, we know he can play Druid, and now we're seeing him on Priest, and I think we saw him on Priest last week as well.
Yeah.
Them running that Cupid Cleave, the Priest, the Retribution Paladin, the Hunter going up against Pause on Feral, Nuts on that Death Knight, and Helio on that Paladin. I don't know exactly how this matchup's going to go. Joxy immediately pushing in, getting that full fear onto Helio. The CC chain has already begun. Nuts looks like he is the target of choice. Evengeling still has not used his Avenging Wrath. That's the cooldown we were talking about. That's so scary. When he decides to pop that cooldown, they're going to get really aggressive, and it's going to be hard for Helio to deal with that.
All right, now Evangeline, we are looks like Nuts actually is the player we're following right now, as he is going to be trying to put some damage out into Evangeline, but not having too much luck. The healing from Joxy is just keeping him topped constantly. Evangeline, again, is holding on to that cooldown. When you see the wings hit, that's when the moment they're going to burst. So it sounds like Inviable is softening up the team, getting ready. As you see, there's a lot of damage coming out. Now, Pause has already used his Incarnation. He's going to match it with that Nature's Vigil so that he's going to pump out some healing for his team too, because Helio is just eating CC after CC.
Yeah, Pause actually using his Berserker as well as Incarnation, Evangeline using his wings. So cool, both offensive cooldowns being used by the opposite teams. Helio having to use his Avenging Wrath as well as his Aura Mastery to spam out those heals, but he is able to top off his team. He did a great job a little bit earlier sacking one of Joxy's Spheres, sort of preventing the incoming CC chain, so well done by him. Joxy now in the middle of the map, spamming out as much heals as possible, sort of not in any CC. It's going to be hard for Nuts and Paz to actually get out that CC onto him. If Paz is getting targeted down, he's not likely going to be getting out any Cyclones anytime soon. Joxy once again trying to push in for that fear on Helio, but Nuts doing an excellent job death gripping him back. And now Evangeline is taking quite a bit of damage, down to around 50% HP. Gets topped off by Joxy though. The saving grace is coming in. Helio now caught into that full Hodge. Doesn't look like Jail's able to get too much pressure off of that Hodge. The full fear though coming out from Joxy as well, so they have a little bit more time to get some damage. But that full Hodge into full fear, they really weren't able to accomplish anything.
Yeah, there was a silence onto Joxy also, which was Blessing is sacrificed off by Evangeline. You know, that's one of the great parts of Ret, is that they have those defensive dispels for the team with Hand of Sacrifice, but he only has 2 of them, and they've already been used. He has around 12 seconds left before it, but Paz is taking a bunch of damage right now. You know, Helio is in a stun right now too, so Paz is in trouble. He's, as you can see, he's going to be kiting behind the pillar trying to stay alive while his healer is CC'd. Yeah,
actually Helio getting CC'd for quite some time there. I believe he got trapped into a Hodge, into a full fear, so that is the CC chain we'll be seeing coming out of Jail. Very, very long, almost around 20 seconds. Helio now once again into the trap, just out of that CC chain, immediately back into it. He hasn't had time to actually top off Paz. Paz, because of that, going to have to use his final charge of Survival Instincts. He does have another one coming up soon, but he's down to around 20% HP. Helio throwing out that Blessing of Sacrifice, actually gets Hodged on his heal, has to bubble, catches a huge heal onto Paz, so it looks like he is going to survive for now. Helio has that trinket coming up in around 10 seconds as well, so he has that defensive cooldown to work with. He also has the Hand of Protection. Evangeline, though, has that Avenging Wrath, and I think he's going to try to save it. He might have to use it sort of semi-defensively and offensively right now. Actually, the bubble coming out from Evangeline, taking quite a bit of damage. Joxy doesn't have a trinket available. He still has his Pain Suppression. He still has his Power Word Barrier, but just doesn't look like he's able to get off too much healing. Finally able to top off Evangeline. Both healers at relatively similar mana, but it looks like there may have been some sort of issue right now. It looks like both teams are sort of waiting, being good sports about it, and hopefully everyone's able to reconnect if there's any sort of problems and they can play out this game.
Yeah, and the big thing is, like, Evangeline does have his wings up, and he was ready for it. The bubble was forced because Joxy was crowd controlled. It was a pretty long chain. You know, Evangeline was trying to run away, did get gripped back. One of the cool plays earlier, that when we were calling out that Paz was having to kite around the pillar. So one of the ways that Joxy can gain mana back is through using his Mindbender. And Paz actually got 2 Cyclones off onto the Mindbender, which pretty much negates the mana coming back.
Oh, that's awesome.
So that's really good. You know, he didn't just run behind the pillar and stand there do nothing. He actually was able to use that time effectively. So it's great to see. And it looks like the game is back on, as Evangeline is going to be the target, as Nuts is going to be right on top of him, as Evangeline is going to freedom himself away, trying to get to the, I don't know if they're going for the healer. No, he's just running over to get the Fist of Justice out. Evangeline's still taking a lot of damage right now, and it kind of forces Joxy in this weird position where he has to get close to toss the CC out, but he still wants to stay far enough away so that he isn't going to be gripped into CC, but they're definitely going to go onto Paz as the fear is onto Helio. We see the stun out onto Joxy again, like I said, out in the middle by himself. Paz down to half. You know, Helio's trying to toss some heals out, but doesn't look like he's able to.
It looks like there has been a issue for the second time this game. Unfortunately, we'll have to see how this goes. I mean, this is sort of a back and forth game. A lot of CC coming out from Jail this game, like we talked about. Their main sort of way of CCing is Inviolable gets a trap, or Evangeline gets the Hodge, and then those follow up each other, and then it's easy for Joxy to push in. He either gets the freedom from Inviolable or the freedom from Evangeline. Nuts is doing an excellent job this game, sort of trying to grip Joxy away and Chains of Ice, making it very hard for him to push in and get those fears onto Helio. Unfortunately for Nuts, even if he does that, Joxy can still get the freedoms like I was talking about from Inviolable or Evangeline, so he can push in while Spectral Guise is up and get Helio in that inevitable fear.
Yeah, and dampening is starting to kick in. Do you know if one of these comps has a better advantage during dampening?
I don't really know. That's one of the funny things about dampening. I feel like it's sort of shifted. Before, traditionally you thought that sort of spread pressure teams excelled in dampening, but a lot of the time, like these single target compositions like RMD, they get so close to getting a kill without dampening, that once dampening is in, it becomes, there's like this sort of threshold where a healer can't out heal the single target damage with like their instant cast and stuff like that, and they have to start opening up their tree. And I think because of that, like, there's no clear advantage in dampening for a lot of comps. And for this particular matchup, I'm not sure. Maybe it would be a little bit better for Jail. I mean, if they're targeting down Nuts, as dampening gets higher and higher and higher, his self-healing is going to be significantly worse, and they sort of rely on that, especially with Helio being CC'd so much, getting hodged and trapped and feared. If Nuts isn't able to keep himself off with his self-healing, maybe it could give Jail a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, we'll have to see. If looks like they can get reconnected going into this. And so this is what a lot of high-ranked teams do, you know, when they see an enemy player disconnect, they sit there and wait, you know, just giving him the courtesy, you know. So we'll have to see. But, you know, once you're disconnected for a certain amount of time, it's going to kick you out of the arena. So we only have...
I believe the ruling on it is, like, if someone actually disconnects from the arena, there's no replay. So if one of these players actually gets knocked out of the arena, their team is going to lose.
They're going to go for it. I don't think... looks like... Nope. It looks like he's attacking?
I think it's actually Inviolable, the one that isn't in the game. So Evangeline just sort of poking down Nuts, but Nuts, Pause, and Helio playing very, very passively. And I think if they really wanted to end the game, they could in that 2v3 situation. But yeah. So I think the official... what? Maybe they're going to 2v2 or something?
Maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
I have no idea what is going on right now. I'm going to be honest with you.
Well, but yeah, like we said, because of these, it's an online tournament and stuff. The rule is once the gates are open, that's it. You know, it's whichever team wins at the end, they're gonna win. And so I don't know. It looks like they're just waiting to finish them off. There we go. Okay. All right. So this does mean that Jail is going to take the first map, and that is in a Grand Arena, of course. Scoreboard-wise, there wasn't anything too surprising. You know, saw a couple big Divine Storms out of Evangeline. You get a great proc for extra damage, and he actually tossed out a fair amount of healing, helping his team out. And that's great to see. The Ret Paladins can flex into that defensive role for their team when they need to. Evangeline was playing Final Verdict instead of... We see him play Empowered Seals sometimes, which is a little bit higher skill cap. You have to constantly cycle your seals, and every time you judge, you gain a buff onto yourself. So you got to try to keep up as many of those as possible. So
I learned something today. I didn't even know that. I was going to ask you. I was like, "What is Empowered Seals, Jared? Can you please explain it?" But you did.
Yeah, and that's one of their 100 talents. But Final Verdict is so awesome because it turns your Templar's Verdict into further range, does more damage, you know, full holy damage and stuff.
It's kind of like Chi Explosion for Windwalker, so it turns your Blackout Kick into Chi Explosion. You get some range damage.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't exactly know what happened in that game. I'm sure we'll find out soon enough who won and who lost and what the issue is, but we'll try to get these teams in a next game as soon as possible, as soon as everything is good for these guys. We are going to head and take a look at the bracket really fast. Right now in the upper finals we have Turtastic. They did beat Redacted 3-0. That's the game we just saw right now. Party of Models and Jail are going up against each other. The winner of this will be fighting against Turtastic. Of course, in the lower quarterfinals, we have Redacted against Splice and SG White looking to see who they're going to be playing against, depending on who loses this next game.
You know, this is just a very small segment of the overall tournament that happened. Because, you know, we started, I believe, in the round of 64, or the round of, 64 teams. And then we made it all the way through. So sometimes, you know, you're looking at this and they're like, oh, where's my favorite team? And it's possible they already got knocked out. Because like we said, there's a lot of Cleave teams just cleaning up the bracket right now.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. So that's one of the reasons I like this format so much. It's it does allow, like, so for the top teams, you could say the 4 top teams so far, they have already qualified. The last 2 spots are going to be going to the 2 teams that win here today. But it's cool because it gives us an opportunity to see different teams coming in. Perhaps they may have gotten eliminated by Tempo Storm or got eliminated by Method. And those teams aren't there to eliminate them anymore. So a lot of these Cleavey teams, the Windwalker DKs, the Turbos, the Jungle Cleaves, they have an opportunity now to sort of show who's boss of the Cleaves.
Yeah.
King of the Cleaves.
We did base the seeding off of your current rating on the ladder. So what we did is we had everyone submit their characters, and we took I believe the 3 highest characters from the teams, each player, and then we averaged that, and that was actually your seeding. So it was really cool because players were able to queue up themselves, and kind of control where their seeding was. You really want to be that number 1 seed so that you start and fight the lower ranked teams right from the start. So you either or not enough teams and there's a bye. There's lots of different advantages to bumping up your rating for it.
Yeah. Absolutely, and because of that, we've seen the active be so active lately. It looks like the next map is going to be Tiger's Peak, and I don't know if we can find out, but I don't know what team actually won that last game. But yeah,
I do believe it was Jail.
Okay,
that would
Jail.
take it.
Okay, Jail.
Because they actually did get the kills at the end there, and but if there's any change in that, we'll let you guys know right away. Of course, Tiger's Peak is the next pick, and again, we let teams have a set amount of time, kind of like delay time almost, so that they kind of like a timeout in between rounds so that they can get time. So maybe it was, maybe his monitor wasn't working or his keyboard wasn't working, and so we give them
something like that
allotted time. And not only to talk about strats, but also, maybe they have to run to the bathroom, they have to get some water, you know, and stuff. And so we're just giving them some time. Yeah, and it looks like Jail was the team that won, and of course that does mean the map choice was from Party of Models.
So I think it's likely. I mean, that was a very back and forth matchup. It didn't seem like there was any clear advantages for either team. So I think it's likely we're going to see the exact same comps. We're going to have Party of Models playing that the Feral Death Knight Paladin, and then of course Jail's going to be playing that Cupid Cleave again, the Hunter, Rep Paladin, Priest. And just sort of thinking about the map. I mean, Tiger's Peak, I'd say it's semi-neutral. It's very close to Niagara and Arena, perhaps maybe the closest map. Niagara and Arena, Tolvaron as well, but Tolvaron's even a little bit bigger. So I think they just want to play out that game again. Hopefully no shenanigans go on, and they could take this game. Yeah, and the big thing to watch again, Inviolable is going to be the target that's kind of softening up the enemy team, Even though Survival, if you look at DPS parses and raids and stuff, what's really interesting is that they're the lowest hunter by a lot. Not just a little bit. Marks and BM are just so much higher. And then, but everyone is playing Survival because it's the constant spread damage.
Yeah.
It is the constant magic damage. It is, they have the best CC out of the 3 hunters and stuff. So it's cool to see that big of a difference between PvE and PvP. Yeah, it is really interesting when one spec is sort of, or even 2 specs are dominant on a certain class in PvE, and that sort of outlier spec is the one that happens to be good in Arena. I think Frost Mages have been like that for a really long time, where Frost Mages have just not been able to keep up with Arcane and Fire, but in PvP it's always been the sort of primary specialization. So that is kind of cool to see that there's sometimes a PvP spec that's an outlier, and it does really well. Yeah, and of course everything changes. Yeah. Pretty soon, this is going to be for North America. This is our last Warlords of Draenor tournament because going into regionals, it's going to be Legion, and that's I don't know. I'm honestly, personally, really excited about that. I think it's going to be fun to see, obviously, the new class, Demon Hunters, but as well as what compositions are going to be available. And to me, the beginning of a season or the beginning of an expansion is the most fun and exciting time in World of Warcraft, just because people are figuring stuff out. Not everything is sort of known, identified. Of course, there's a little bit of meta shifts when a season goes out for as long as this one has, but for the most part, things are very, very consistent. When a new expansion comes out, people are always figuring out new stuff, and I think it's really cool. Yeah, and of course, we were talking about, if the players are playing on beta to practice and stuff, and one of the things that Blizzard has added in Legion is, we've had this tournament rules. That's why you see sometimes the players leave really quickly at the beginning of the arena because they forgot to, enchant their tournament gear, because we wanted everyone to have the same item level gear in these tournaments. And so in Legion, actually, if you check that tournament rules box, it buffs your item level up to the... You never have to worry about going out and buying those gear. Exactly. There's not any special gear. You walk in, your artifact is fully unlocked at that point. You're level 50 honor equivalent and stuff. So these players will be able to practice from right away. But it looks like we are going to be getting into the match, and it is going to be Tiger's Peak. Cool. And it looks like, probably the same compositions we'll have to see. And it is going to be Evangeline playing Rhett and Inviolable on that Survival Hunter again. And of course, Joxy playing that Discipline Priest. And we saw last game Jail primarily going on to Nuts. I mean, trying to get out as much CC as they can onto Helios while targeting down Nuts. He did a great job that game, trying to stop as many fears coming out from Joxy. Made it really hard for him, and making sure that Jail had to at least use a freedom for Joxy to push in and get that fear onto him, because that is an incredibly long CC chain. I think it's an 8-second trap into a 5-second Fist of Justice into the 6-second fear. And if we math that out, that's a lot.
That is a lot. Nothing surprising coming from the specs or glyph choices. It's pretty much straightforward. Again, Evangeline is going to be playing that final verdict. You know, he's going to have Execution Sentence. He's going to have Holy Avenger. So he'll line that up with his Avenging Wrath just to be able to get constant final verdicts out.
Yeah, and it looks like Evangeline is pushing in right away, wants to start this game off immediately. He's going to be pushing in onto Nuts once again. Evangeline and Nuts are the target of choice for both teams, respectively. Actually, Nuts deciding to use his Pillar of Frost immediately, going hyper aggressive. The sack actually coming out from Helio. He knows a lot of damage is going to be coming in from Inviolable and Evangeline. I believe that was actually the Crows coming out from Inviolable. Yes, it was. So well-timed sack from him, reducing some of that incoming damage.
He bopped it right away, too. So, you know, using that bop to shut down Wings immediately is a great idea. You know, it is a long cooldown on that Hand of Protection, but worth it, because Crows just does so much damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Nuts down to around 50% HP, but I don't think it's likely he's going to be going down right now. He's actually still playing in that Frost presence, so he's not too scared of dying. I think once it's a scary moment for him, we'll see him likely switch over to that Blood presence, which makes him way more tanky. Although he's taking a little bit of extra damage right now, he wants to... He thinks the trade-off is worth it. You know, doing extra damage, taking a little bit more damage, but they need to get aggressive on Evangeline. That was actually Evangeline's Avenging Wrath there. It doesn't look like they were able to force too many defensive cooldowns from Party of Models, so well done by them. Pause just uses Incarnation and Berserk as well, so both teams sort of using their main offensive cooldowns, and really there's no clear winner so far.
Yeah, Evangeline's use of Wings. Oh, wow, there we go. Now a big burst coming onto Evangeline with, and look at this, the Cyclone onto Joxy, the exact same duration as the bubble, wow, and now Inviolable just taking so much damage too, and that is just from the strength of Nuts himself. He is just using that pillar so well, doing so much damage with that Pillar of Frost, as Helio is going to be sitting in the CC chain. You see Pause run over to try to eat the trap coming from Inviolable, but Inviolable is just holding on to that trap.
Yeah, Joxy now getting Haji. Actually gets sacked out by Evangeline, so well done by Evangeline. Evangeline dipping dangerously, though. The pain suppression coming out from Joxy, finally able to catch up with those saving graces. Evangeline should be A-okay for now. He still has 2 buffs available. He still has a Blessing of Sacrifice to get Joxy out of crowd control if he needs it. He has his Trinket. Joxy, of course, has his Trinket as well, but Nuts taking so much damage, down to around 17% HP. The Save of the Light proccing on him. Pause as well, taking a lot of damage. Jail just going crazy right now. Evangeline has his Avenging Wrath coming up very, very shortly. Helio spamming out those heals over and over and over, but he's having a hard time healing through this damage at the moment. Divine Protection coming out from him. Save of the Light proccing on him as well. He's finally able to get out of line of sight and channel some heals on himself. Evangeline, though, getting swapped to down to 15% HP, taking so much damage from Pause and Nuts. The Pillar of Frost, just too much damage incoming from Party of Models, and they're going to tie up this series 1-1, taking Evangeline down.
Yeah, and I mean, Evangeline did die. It looks like he probably was on, I would hope, Forbearance, because he had his Hand of Protection he could have used on himself. Not that it would negate all the damage, you know, because of course it is going to be a Frost DK on you.
Yeah.
But, you know, dying right there as, you know, this does mean that it is going to be 1-1, tied up Jail and Party of Models. And, you know, Helio, it was looking really scary for Helio right before the end of that match. You know, you saw him just pump out heals without having any cooldowns up to empower them, and his team's health just wasn't moving because of the amount of damage that Inviolable was doing. And Evangeline, if that would have gone any longer, they had a perfect setup ready for Helio, because Helio's Saved by the Light proc, so he wasn't going to have that shield available. Evangeline had Avenging Wrath available, so I think if that would have gone any longer, like any amount of time longer, I think Jail would have secured some kills.
I'm interested to see if we have a replay for that. I want to see what exactly happened when Evangeline went down, because like you said, he did have some defensive cooldowns. It's possible he was on Forbearance, but I don't think so. We bubbled the wait a little bit earlier on in the game, so we'll have to take a look right now.
Yeah, because look at the health. Saved by the Light procs on Nuts extremely low. Pause is low. Helio, you know, did use that Aura Mastery that he's using it so he could heal through it. And then Evangeline, and you know, you see the Cyclone on to Joxy right there, and Evangeline is trying to keep himself up. There was a Soul Reaper, so maybe he just underestimated the Soul Reaper. Well, no, the Soul Reaper didn't even tick. So it's just damage.
Yeah, I guess just took too much damage. He did have that bop available, like we were saying. He had 2 bops. He had his trinket as well, but just unexpected, I guess.
Yeah.
Unexpected damage to come in. Joxy maybe said sometimes that can happen too with like a little bit of communication.
Yeah, because the cyclone was ending. He probably would have been able to shield.
He's like, don't use anything. Don't use anything. Like, I got you. I got you.
Yep.
I got you. And then I don't got you. You're dead. So that can happen sometimes too.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. I'm sure it's happened to me many times.
All right, so that does mean that it is going to be Jail's map pick. I expect a small map. I don't know. Ruins of Lordaeron might be pretty good for them.
I think the smaller map is going to be good because it's going to allow Joxy to push in on that priest and get those fears on Helios as often as he possibly wants. Something like Ruins of Lordaeron and perhaps even Dalaran Sewers is going to make it really hard for Helio to actually avoid those fears.
It looks like it is going to be Dalaran Sewers. Again, like you said, Joxy being able to Spectral Guise, sprint himself over with those feathers, and being able to fear pretty consistently. You know, he's pretty much always in range to be able to fear. You know, he's going to disappear, and then
he's going to disappear, and everyone's going to freak out. He's coming in for fear. He's coming in for fear. And that's one of the scary things about Dalaran Sewers is because a lot of the times, if you're in trouble, you'll pull back behind the box. That's like your first instinct. And then when the other team has a priest, you're like, uh-oh. Yeah, we need to spread out, and then all of a sudden you have to spread out, and like there's weird line of sight issues, and you get feared behind the box or down the ramp, and then you're dead, and everything's sad. So
yeah, and having a Ret Paladin, you know, their mobility, you know, they're not as strong. They don't have Death Grip. You know, they don't have. They're not a feral. They can't leap to the target constantly and stuff. So being able to be in range of his targets, because if he does start to get kited, you know, he can just pull behind the box, and they have to come to him. So it's a great map pick.
Yeah, and I think we'll likely see a little bit better cooldown usage coming out from Jail this game. I mean, they still had I think they still had Power Word Barrier. I think Joxy still had his Trinket. Evangeline had Trinket and Bops and Sacks, and they just need to play a little bit crisper. And like you said, they were just one setup away. Evangeline almost had its Avenging Wrath up, and I think they could have sealed the deal, so to speak, if they could have just lived a little bit longer.
Now, both teams have locked in their comps, and it does look like it is going to be the Feral DK Holy Paladin on Party of Models, and that is going to be against, looks like, Ret Hunter Disc, again, for Jail.
Exact same matchup.
Yep, and it looks like one of the teams has requested a little bit of extra time, you know, before getting into this, even though they have locked in their comps already. So whether it's discussing a little bit of strats or, you know, like we said before, just making sure all your hardware is working okay. So, but we allow those players a little bit of time.
Yep. And if I had to put you on the spot, who do you think is going to take this game?
I thought Jail was looking really good. I thought they had the setup, they had the timings, they forced out cooldowns out of Helio without using all of their offensive, you know, cooldowns right from the start. So I'd have to give this to Jail.
Yeah, I think so too. I think if Jail just plays a little bit better defensive cooldown management, and they can last until that second wings, which is, like I said, that's the sort of the enrage timer. They're forcing so many cooldowns outside of wings that once it's up and once they've worked through all the cooldowns of the Death Knight and the Paladin, there's no way he can heal through it. So I think it's going to be up to Party of Models to make sure they have the appropriate defensive cooldowns for when that second wings does come up, or it's going to be a nightmare for them.
Yeah, because the first wings from Evangeline did force the Avenging Wrath out of Helio just for healing. So it's kind of that, if you can get them to use the Avenging Wrath before my Avenging Wrath, you know, you're going to set up really well. We see it a lot with Shamans where they'll Trinket a Blind, you know, so that the Blind and the Trinket cooldown always line up. So then when Evangeline used his Avenging Wrath, you know, Helio immediately had to use his. So if they can force out the Avenging Wrath before Evangeline has to use his, you know, that'll set them up for success.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how the cooldown rotations works. It's like you said, you have to like sort of line up wings, and if you don't have it, you're just like, oh no, this is a nightmare. Like, I had to use my wings. You guys, we need to get our stuff together. Like, we have to play really defensive, and your mindset changes because you know in 30 seconds you're gonna lose, or you're gonna come close to losing. So you have to make sure you can do everything in your power. If you don't have the defensive cooldowns available to play in a defensive position and make sure you're not like falling behind, and your healer can get out heals on you, and you're sort of prepared for the incoming major cooldowns.
Yeah, and that's kind of the big pacing of Arena right now in Warlords of Draenor, since cooldowns are so strong, not only on the offensive but also on the defensive. And you know, a lot of classes have tons of different defensive cooldowns available for them. Like, you know, you see a Death Knight who will be able to basically heal himself non-stop with Death Siphon if he needs to, you know, plus he has Desecrated Ground for basically a second trinket, and he has Icebound Fortitude to get out of stuns, and so he has a lot of different ways of surviving. That's not even counting, you know, going into Blood Presence. So, you know, and you multiply that by 6 players, you know, and each. There's a lot of cooldowns.
That's one of the things. That's why we're always talking about like sort of defensive cooldown and offensive cooldown rotations, because I mean specifically in this matchup, like we said, both Retribution Paladins and Holy Paladins have Avenging Wrath. It makes your healing better. It makes your damage better on Retribution Paladins and Holy Pallies respectively. So if you don't have wings available as a Holy Pally and the Rep Pally uses his wings, then they're doing too much damage for you to heal through. So you have to have those cooldowns available and sort of trade it out. And I mean, in some sense, it is a little bit of a sort of a scripted game, but anything can happen. Like a certain set of crits, like we said, can force Helio to use his wings earlier than he'd like to, and then Evangeline has the opportunity to use his wings and take down the game.
All right, so straight out of the gate, let's see how they can handle the opener. Of course, Paz is going to be trying to get in a good position before he breaks Prowl, before doing anything, trying to get a jump on the enemy team, as looks like he's going to start right away onto Evangeline. You can see the rake stun coming out right away, but looks like he's going to, oh, look, they bopped the crows immediately again, right from the start. He actually has bop still on, so he's not attacking. Looks like he's going to run for a bit, actually, because it sounds like Evangeline is going to attack him. And this is really interesting. Paz is kind of running on his own because Helio did eat a full trap kind of by himself, and he was getting ready to get feared too. So that's unfortunate start for Party of Models.
And then we see Evangeline's using his Avenging Wrath. Paz actually preemptively using his first tick of Survival Instincts, taking 50% less damage. He's actually using his Incarnation Berserk right now, and his response, Joxy is going to be using that Pain Suppression onto Evangeline before the incoming Strangulate. Evangeline actually deciding to use his Hand of Sacrifice to get rid of that. He has no Hand of Sacrifices left. Luckily for him, he still has his Bubble, and as well as 2 Hand of Protections available for him. And Viable actually taking a lot of damage too. Paz getting a lot of work done with this Incarnation for the time being. Helio still has his Bubble as well as a buff available. He doesn't have Trinket. The full fear onto Helio now. Pause in full retreat. He's trying to get away, trying to get a Cyclone onto Joxy, play as defensive as possible while Helio is fully CC'd. Pause now is just using that box, like we were talking about, to avoid as much damage as Helio now into the full Hodge as well. He doesn't want to have to use his bubble right now. Pause might have to use his final tick of Survival Instincts, but it looks like Save of the Light's going to proc. Helio's going to use his Aura Mastery, and he's going to be able to top off Pause. Meanwhile, Evangeline taking quite a bit of damage. Joxy actually getting caught into that full Cyclone, not sort of doing work there as Pause was having to play defensive, and he managed to force Evangeline into that bubble, so he's not going to have that available for another 5 minutes.
Yeah, the damage, Joxy's trying to keep up right now, as it looks like Inviable is going to get gripped in, so this is going to be a lot of damage. But Paz taking a huge amount of damage during that exchange, which forced the bubble out of Helio, so looking pretty good for Jail right now, although we do have a stun onto Joxy with a Cyclone onto Inviable, kind of setting up for the kill, but we see a full trap onto Helio also, so Inviable is doing a great job of staying offensive. Not only that, he's been holding the second charge of deterrence this whole time.
Yeah, Nuts actually doing an excellent job there. Evangeline pushed in for a Hodge onto Helio, and Nuts stole it and actually threw that Hodge onto Joxy, so a little bit of extra CC. Paz, though, in a lot of trouble. He has that final tick of Survival Instincts up. He doesn't have another one for a minute. Down to 20% HP. He needs to get away. Bob coming out from Helio right now. Paz is in a great position. Helio is able to spam out those heals onto him. He's going to top him off, but now Helio really doesn't have too much left. He does have his Trinket, but he just uses Avenging Wrath. Once that fades, it's going to be very scary. Evangeline waiting to use his Avenging Wrath, strategically waiting for when Helio doesn't have his available, and they can sort of overwhelm them with damage.
Yeah.
Joxy being put into that full Hodge, getting sacked out of it by Evangeline immediately. Joxy also having his Trinket available. He does have Pain Suppression as well, so Jail as well as Party of Models both have a little bit of defensive cooldowns to work with, but this is the CC chain that is so scary for Paz. Survival Instinct's going to come up, trying to avoid as much damage as possible. He's going to be taking 50% less damage. It's finally fading. He has another tick of that in 22 seconds, but it might be too little too late. Helio now into that Hodge. Paz trying to get away. The full trap onto Helio. Paz in full retreat, trying to heal himself up. Evangeline has that Avenging Wrath, though. If he can connect onto Paz, Paz will surely die. Down to 15% HP. Helio just has nothing left. Paz did a good job trying to escape, but Evangeline waiting strategically to use that Avenging Wrath, just sort of overwhelm the team of Party of Models with damage, and Jail is going to take this game on Dalaran Sewers, putting them up in the series 2-1.
Whoa, look at that damage difference. You know, you can really tell that Paz had to run a lot, even though he did have that crazy 103k Ferocious Bite there, but Nuts doing 4.6 million damage, almost as much as the enemy team combined.
Well, that's sort of the problem with this composition, this DK Feral Paladin, is once Helio's in a CC, they have no way of really stopping it. I mean, they get Hodged, and they get trapped, and then they get feared. How can Paz stop it? He's taking a lot of damage. It's not like he can throw out Cyclones. He'll immediately get rebuked or countershot by Inviable, and it's hard. hard. All he can really do is run, but by running, you're not stopping the CC, but that's really his only option. I mean, Helio's going to get CC'd, and Paz is going to have to do a good job playing defensive. I think the only way for them to win this matchup is he's going to have to make sure, in spite of playing very defensive, he needs to pick key times to go aggressive and sort of try to get Jail on the back foot, but it's really hard in this particular matchup.
Yeah, there was a couple times during the early part of the match, you know, we did see a CC chain onto Joxy. It forced the deterrence out of Inviolable, you know, plus Evangeline was getting low too. So Party Models definitely had their opportunity to win there, but Jail just doing such a great job.
Yep. As for map, what do you think that Party Models is going to...
So this is a tough one because small maps are definitely going to benefit Jail, but they also benefit Party Models.
Yeah.
So, you know, but I don't think that they would want to go to a Ruins of Lordaeron. This is tough. Maybe Tolvaron?
I think they're going to... If I had to guess, I'd say they pick something like Tolvaron, just because it's going to be a little bit harder for Joxy to actually push in and get those fears, and ding, 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 I'm right.
Yeah, no, and that's a good point. Having the Discipline Priest, being able to stay away from it, you know, not... and your team is never forced to stand on top of each other unless, you know, your positioning is you're panicking and have to all get behind the pillar and stuff. So those fears are only going to be on the Paladin, and that's even if he can make it over to the Paladin.
Not only that, but it's going to allow Paz to actually kite. So the big problems in this matchup is Helio gets CC'd for a long time. This map pick's going to help them in that regard, as it's going to be harder for Joxy to get those fears, as well as Paz, when he needs to run away and play defensive, he can... This is a big map. Like, you can just piece across the whole map. He can power shift the snares, get behind a pillar, get those hots on himself, and potentially heal himself up and get a re-stealth and be A-okay. I mean, it doesn't always work out like that, but it is something that could happen.
Yeah, and it looks like Jail is going to be playing that Retribution Paladin again with the Hunter and Discipline Priest, and I can only assume that Inviolable is going to be playing Survival again, since it's working so well. And of course, Party Models sticking to it, Feral DK Paladin.
The only thing they could switch to is that Windwalker DK Paladin. Like we were talking about a little bit earlier, Windwalker defensive cooldowns rely so heavily, like their defensive kit just relies so heavily on that Touch of Karma, and Retribution Paladins just kind of, I want to say, counter that.
Yep. Oh, they definitely do.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, so this could be the deciding map for this matchup. It is Party of Models versus Jail. Jail is currently up 2-1. You know, of course, they did win on the Grand Arena, so we'll have to see if they can sneak out another win on this. I'd say Jail has been looking really good, but Party Models also doing a great job.
Yeah, even the game that Jail lost, it felt like they were in a position to win.
Yeah.
They just like messed up their defensive cooldown management just a little bit, but they were so close to get into a spot to actually kill. Something to note is this is an upper bracket game, so whatever team loses is going to be going down to the lower bracket, and they're still going to have an opportunity. They're not eliminated if they lose this, but the winner is going to go ahead and... What team are they going to be meeting in the upper bracket? Forget.
Yeah.
We'll see. They'll be playing someone in the upper bracket, but they'll be moving forward and just one game closer to actually qualifying for this cup. Immediately, Nuts and Evangeline pushing in, sort of trading damage on each other right away. Both Helio... actually, no. Joxy's not sitting back. He's pushing in. He's trying to get that fear right away. But
look at him chase him.
Yeah, he chased him down, gets him into that full fear. Now Helio's likely going to be put in a trap or a Hodge out of this. Nuts already having to use his AMS. It's likely we'll see some more defensive cooldowns coming out from him. Helio, though, there we go. The Hodge finally coming in. We'll see Trap out of that as well. Nuts, though, doing an excellent job using that Pillar of Frost. It increases his damage, but it also makes it so he's able to heal, use his defensive healing quite a bit more, and that's why he's A-okay during this first CC chain. Yeah,
so the difference this time is they're letting the Crows ride, basically, on pause, and he's taking a lot of damage. Didn't bop it right away. Helio was in the trap right there, which does force the Avenging Wrath immediately out of it, so that's that first big healing cooldown because it pairs up with Execution Sentence so well for a huge heal. But during that exchange, Saved by the Light did proc on pause, so he's going to have a while before that can... can't proc again, because Evangelina does have his Avenging Wrath out. We see Joxy trying to get in for fear, as Evangeline is going to have Pain Suppression cast on him too, so he can stay offensive.
Yeah, Helio is into that full trap right now. Joxy is going to try and get that fear out of it, but a little bit of a miss time there. Helio is able to get away, actually hodges Joxy there. Luckily for him, Evangeline is able to sack him out of that. Joxy is able to reconnect onto Helio and get him into that fear. I don't know how that fear broke. I think he actually sacked Pause, so well done by him sacking that fear. The damage that Pause transferred over onto Helio actually broke that fear, so he's out of that CC chain. He's able to top off his team with the last little bit of his Avenging Wrath. Joxy now caught into a full Cyclone. He still has his Trinket Evangeline, still has Bubble. He still has both a Blessing of Sacrifices, or sorry, a Hand of Protections as well. No more Blessing of Sacrifices coming out for a little bit. Pause taking some damage. Helio now caught into that full Hodge. Survival Instinct coming out from Pause as well. Save of the Light proccing onto him, so some defensive cooldowns once again coming out from Party of Models. Pause actually doesn't have a Survival Instinct for another 2 minutes, so he's not going to be able to Helio isn't going to be able to sit the next incoming CC chains. He's going to have to use a bop on himself or his bubble to get out of those CCs. Otherwise, Pause is likely going to go down unless he can do an excellent job kiting here. Helio now is caught into that full fear, into a full trap. Pause still trying to get away the best he can, going into the bear form, sort of power shifting the snares over and over and over. Looks like Jail actually is going to swap over onto Nuts now, but now reconnecting onto Pause. Finally, Helio still caught into the thing, but he's actually going to use his wings as well as his bubble. It gets MD'd off immediately by Joxy. Pause is in a lot of trouble, still hovering around 10% HP. That was beautifully done by Joxy there. Yeah. Sorry, I just forgot his name. Helio actually used his bubble. I think it was a little bit too late. He used the Avenging Wrath, but it got MD'd immediately. Because of that, because he used it so late, it was obvious that he was going to use it and he was going to have to use it. So Joxy could time his MD. He knew that was the only option they had to survive. So well done by Joxy, getting off that bubble as well as silencing the incoming heals, and that's what ultimately secured them the win.
And that was a pretty commanding defeat. Jail taking that round 3-1 is going to wrap the series out. Of course, Jail knocking Party of Models down to the lower bracket.
Yep.
So Jail, again, we said that they did such a great job in the prior tournaments. In the last 2 qualifiers, they were known as 2 Rets back then. So now they're known as Jails. So now that they are this series winner, that means that they are in the upper bracket finals.
Yep. No, we'll have to see. Actually, I don't know if we can take a look at the bracket really fast, because I'm curious to see who they're going to be playing against in the upper bracket. Yeah,
we'll see that in a second. But of course, Jail moving on. With running that ret that so many people are excited to see. Get pulled out. I mean, we might see a ret at BlizzCon.
Yeah.
Someday.
We'll have to, perhaps.
They have to make it through regionals first, but it's ret's looking pretty good.
Have we never seen a ret at BlizzCon before?
I don't think so. Maybe.
No, I don't think we have. But yeah, we did just get word that it is going to be Turtastic that Jail is fighting against. Sorry, a little bit of a brain fart, but yeah, that'll be a great matchup coming up. I think Jail is going to do a good job against them as well. I think this composition that they have, this Retribution, this Hunter, and this Priest, it's hard for these DK Paladin teams to sort of deal with. I mean, they have so much CC. The Death Knights really can't stop the incoming CC chain, and because of that, they can just sort of overwhelm them with damage as the game progresses. Yeah, and like you said, Windwalkers need that touch of karma to survive, and when you have a Ret Paladin on your team to be able to counter that, it's great. So all these Windwalker DK teams that we're seeing today, Jail set up pretty well to fight against them. Yeah, they have a good answer for it, yeah. Not only that, but they can play that Turbo Cleave when they need to. Of course, now looking at the lower quarterfinals, these are the games that are going to be coming up next. We have Redacted against Splice, as well as Party of Models, which we just saw going up against SG White. And those games will be elimination games. Whichever teams lose there, they're out of it. They're not going to regionals. They're not going to BlizzCon. So a lot of pressure on these teams. We're going to have to see who performs. And yeah, I expect good games coming out from all of them, because all of these teams here want to make it to regionals and want to make it to BlizzCon ultimately. Oh, they really do. Yeah. But we will get the next game ready for you guys quickly after this short break.
My son, a terrible darkness has returned to our world. As before, it seeks to annihilate everything that we hold dear. I go to face it, knowing I may not return.
They're coming! They're coming back!
All my life I have lived by the sword. I've seen kingdoms burn and watched brave heroes die in vain. It's been difficult for me to trust after losing so much. From you, I have learned patience, tolerance, and faith.
Open fire!
Anduin, I now believe, as you do, that peace is the noblest aspiration. But to preserve it, you must be willing to fight.
For Azeroth!
After's getting completely annihilated. The one time that Splice decided to push in, they get punished so hard. Evangeline dipping dangerously low, down to 10%.
Their entire team is at death's door, just knocking away.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final North American Online Qualifier Cup. Back here at the caster desk, my name is Josh Allen, a.k.a. Lord, joined once again by Rodney Pare, a.k.a. Talbadar. We've had some interesting series so far today. I think interesting is probably the best term to describe at least several of them. We've seen some basically absolute blowouts. We've seen some sort of back and forth. But then it's been an interesting day so far, and I think this next matchup is going to be another one for the books. We're going to have Splice versus Redacted. This one could also be interesting.
Yeah, I like the word interesting here. So it's going to be Splice playing normally the FLS comp, but they also have the Hunter in there for that jungle cleave. So a very, very solid lineup. One of the top teams here. They had technical issues in one of their previous matches where they lost 0-3. So I think they're one of the teams who should be qualifying out of this cup. I mean, I'd be very surprised if they weren't in the top 2 today. So I'm expecting to see great things from them. We have Redacted. We just saw them a bit earlier. It's Adela, Swole, Tigra, and Joru. They're going to be playing some type of cleave composition, either DK Warrior or Warrior Enhance. And I think from Splice, we'll probably be seeing that FLS.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think the Feral Warlock Shaman is the best option they have to deal with either composition that we can expect out of Redacted. They could go with that Mistweaver Turbo Cleave, which is going to be the Enhanced Shaman and the Warrior. They could also go, of course, with the, I like to call it TS Chi, the Mistweaver Monk and the Death Knight and the Arms Warrior. There's several options for them there, or 2 options really for them there, and I think the Feral Lock Shaman from Splice is probably going to be the best way to deal with that. But as I say that, we actually have some interesting changes on top of that. But before we get into that, what's your prediction for the series?
So, I mean, like I was saying earlier, I think Splice is a great team. They deserve to get in the top 2 here today. So I'm expecting a 3-0 from them.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to see if that what ends up happening. If that's what ends up happening here. I have not learned how to talk in my time away while I was observing. Don't worry, it's probably never going to happen. But yeah, Splice actually going with that jungle cleave.
Yeah,
for this.
the jungle cleave coming out here. Interesting, because I've seen FLS against these monk healers, and that specifically against the monk, it seems like kind of like the paladin, where once their main cooldown is down, they struggle. But we're going to see jungle here. Probably going to be CC on Adela, but who's going to be their target? Do you think they're going to go for Adela?
They might go on Adela. They do certainly have that opportunity available to them. We might see them go on Noob Stomper as well. We'll have to see where it ends up going here. Of course, immediately out of the gate, both teams just sort of waiting once again. We've seen this from most series today, just sort of giving the other team the option to slip up. Wallabear not even really doing much moving around out in the open. You'd kind of expect him to be getting a little bit closer, but he doesn't even want to risk just a random, I don't know, anything, Death and Decay, Blade Storm, even if Noob Stomper is even running it, which I'm not sure. Oh, he actually is running Blade Storm, yeah. So doesn't really want to risk anything. Neither one of these teams really willing to move in yet.
Yeah, usually at the start, I mean, both teams hide behind the pillar, because if you run into the enemy team behind their pillar and your healer's not there with you, you're in trouble. And if you run there with your healer, you're vulnerable as you're crossing the map. It's not like when you get there, it's you know, it's all fun and games. It's like while you're crossing the map, they're going to stop you and then start the fight. So usually both teams chill at the start, wait. It's really on Wallabear to start this game for anyone, because the stealth classes dictate the start of the match. Whenever he decides to rake whoever his target is, then we're going to see the start of the game.
Yeah, Tyga actually moving out there for just a second, just sort of scaring Wallabear a little bit. Wallabear like hiding along the ledges, just trying to stay out of line of sight. But now here we go. Tyga walks in and just immediately death grips Jelly Beans and puts him into that strangulate. No real follow-up damage onto him just yet. So Wallabear is going to go ahead and take that as an opportunity to move around and start putting some pressure into Adela. Adela does get that leg sweep out to stun up Wallabear, and now Wallabear is taking a bit of damage here. The shockwave comes out. Absurge caught into that paralysis, not able to get any heals out at the moment. The full fear now coming from Noob Stomper as well, which is going to stop Absurge from being able to do any of that follow-up healing. But surprisingly, Wallabear has not had to use any of his survival instincts yet. Absurge now in a lot of trouble, down to about half health. He's caught into that strangulate. He could just go down right here, down super low. The follow-up stun comes out, but Absurge is able to get out that Spirit Link. He used his trinket as well there to make sure he could get that Spirit Link out. So that's actually a really good opener from Redacted, being able to force out that trinket link so early.
Yeah, great double stun combination there, but Adela's in big trouble here. Wallabear's on the chase, and he has Incarnation up. If he doesn't have bubble available action, he's getting stunned right now. He's gonna have to use his nimble brew and try to get out of there, but he's getting chased down by the Feral. Ferals have a lot of mobility just to match Adela's mobility. So if he can't get away from Wallabear for too long, he's gonna be in trouble. And I don't think he has his port here, and he has no cooldown, so he could just go right down.
Oh yeah,
he does.
There he goes. Yeah, that was Splice recognizing, okay, we've survived through this. We need to put the pressure on. We can even see after Adela goes down, Abster just went ahead and dropped his second Spirit Link there right at the end, just to make sure that Redacted couldn't come around and get a follow-up kill on them. Splice just saying, all right, we have our opportunity now. We've got the pressure rolling on Adela. Let's move in, let's kill him, but let's be smart about it.
Right.
And that's exactly what they did.
And I think the player to watch there was Wallabear mostly, because he's the one who's saying, okay, I need to play defensive here. My healer's in CC. Okay, now I can run back and chase Adela. As long as he can chase Adela, if he had full uptime the game, it would have been over really fast.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Feral's on a monk with any support. It's the hunter in this case. It's pretty easy for him to get the kill. But, I mean, I really like their target choice. So they went for Absurge. They immediately got his trinket and link, which is what you want to do with your 45-second cooldown stun combo. I think is Shockwave 40. I believe Shockwave's 40. So
something like that. Yeah.
We saw the charge into the asphyxiate into the Shockwave, and that got his trinket. If they can do that again and continuously stop Wallabear or Jellybeans from doing the damage, then they can easily. That was not a free game for them whatsoever.
Oh yeah, I think the big challenge that Redacted has here is just trying to keep Absurge locked down, because they have some fairly powerful cooldowns, but some very, very powerful crowd control options available to them. But most of the time, that's pretty much just going to be, like, the biggest thing that we're looking for is the intimidating shout coming out from the warrior, and obviously Absurge has the Tremor Totem. If he can predict when that intimidating shout is going to go out, he can drop the Tremor Totem ahead of time and break out of it. So it's going to be really, really difficult for Redacted to keep the crowd control rolling onto Absurge. So I almost wonder if Absurge, just going forward, if he's just going to be their kill target in future games.
Right. And I think there really isn't that much CC coming from the monk that game. We need the in-caps into the stuns to help his teammates. I mean, the big setup should be charge their whole team if they're grouped up. If not, whatever, just charge Absurge, and then get a stun onto him, then paralyze one other guy and try to get a double leg sweep off. You know, that's like the big CC chain they need to go for. And they didn't really get that game. Adele's obviously under a lot of pressure, but as the monk, it's really up to you to like do everything in the matchup. You're trying to get stuns, you're trying to get the paralyzes, you're trying to heal, you're dashing away from the Frail Druid. He's got a lot of stuff he needs to be doing, and that's why it's so hard to be a monk at this top level.
Yeah, the sort of value of the Windwalker DK is just the sheer amount of pressure that they can constantly keep going with. And so we'll have to see if they're able to make that happen again. Of course, the map has been chosen, and it is Blades Edge Arena, which is it's kind of an obvious choice, I think, with the monk having the with Adela having that portal available. Sorry, I said Windwalker DK a second ago. That's actually not what anybody's playing here. But yeah,
I don't want to call you on that one. I was like, he knows what he's talking about anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't. But yeah, with the Blades Edge Arena choice, that means that Adela is going to have a much stronger option to be able to kite away. We've said a lot of times in the past that Monk's mobility is almost their survival cooldown, like especially with that portal. And having Blades Edge Arena, there's the bridge. They can just port up away from people. And going up against Splice, Splice once again playing that jungle cleave in this matchup, they're not going to really have too much in the way of options to get back to him when he ports away like that. So.
Yeah, and a lot of times with these Mistweaver monk teams, we see the first map they choose when they lose is Blades Edge because they usually get targeted. And then the second one, interesting for me, is not Tolvaron. It is Runes of Lordaeron because they have a special strategy where they go into the room, they put their port out in the room, and then they run outside and port back in. It's a really good strategy, similar to going up on the bridge. So if they would lose again, then we might see that map. But, I mean, they only have the monk healer available. I think that's a big problem for them. Even in the last match they didn't have a Holy Paladin to combat with the double cleave. So I think it's really on Adela this game to try to survive best he can. And it's going to be a lot easier with that port on top.
Yep, so right immediately he's going to move up here and get that portal down so that he can be able to teleport back up there if needed. Wallabear moving in around behind, looking like he's just going to go super aggressive right off the start. Gets the Rake stun out and follows that up with the bash onto Adela, just pumping damage into him right now. Adela's going to go ahead and use his Aura Mastery to try and make sure he can get some guaranteed healing out. He actually got knocked away, which may end up working out for him more than it actually hurt him in that situation. He's going to go ahead and just keep kiting around at this point in time, taking tons of pressure right now, but hasn't had to use too much in the way of major cooldowns. He did use his Revival, which is a big AoE heal, but now he's just going to go ahead and portal out of there while still taking so much pressure, even with no one attacking him right now. Just the crows coming out from Jellybeans is enough to actually force the Life Cocoon as soon as they're able to reconnect, but they're turning it back around onto Wallabear. Wallabear dipped super low there for just a second. Looks like he's going to stabilize, but if they can make hard swaps like that, that may actually be what it takes to knock Splice off their pedestal right now.
Yeah, and I think the problem there was that was all their damage cooldowns on the Wallabear, and that's where that spike came from. But they didn't really have any CC on the ab search. He gets in a fear right here, but I mean, it's really onto Adela here to try to keep Noob Stomper up. He's having trouble because he has to heal Noob Stomper, and then sometimes Noob Stomper's in CC or Taiga's in CC, and it's to stop that. It's really, he has too much he has to do, and he just gets bashed. Noob Stomper's really low, sitting at 20%, and he gets a full hex on Taiga too. They're just under fire the entire time. The pressure from the crowd control as well as the damage is just so high. There's a swap on the ab search here. Is he going to take some damage here? We need them to get a link at least out of him. He's been very adamant about keeping all of his cooldowns throughout the tournaments in the past, and he's going to, again, walk away without using anything.
Yeah, Absurge, he tends to play a little bit greedy with his Spirit Links, but it really pays off for him in situations like that, where he's like, yeah, 30% health, I'm fine. He's got his Earth Shield active on him, and that's really the primary form of healing going out right now. Still, no Spirit Links coming out from him. With his Fist of Fury, that's finally going to force a Spirit Link, as well as his Ascendance out. No Trinket, though, so he does still have his Spirit Link and that Trinket available if he needs it again,
really
but he might just need it right
he might have to use his second link here. He is sitting at 30%. He has to use it. He's not pressing it, though. Greedy Shaman is absurd. Once again, he actually uses Aura Mastery to survive this time. He didn't have Ascendance with it. Very scary for him to go for that, but he is able to survive. Some clean play coming from Redacted there. You get the charge stun into full asphyxiate, and if they can keep the pressure up here, I mean, Noob Stomper and Tiger are full health, and there's a shockwave onto ab search. He has Soul Reaper, and that's going to go off, and he should go down here, and it does.
Yep, just barely not able to come out of that stun in time to get down that Spirit Link. He did still have his Spirit Link available. I actually kind of wonder if he played a little bit too greedy earlier, if he should have just dropped it when he had the option, just to make sure that he still had health, because he wasn't really ever able to top himself off entirely after that push.
Yeah, and I think the peels came in a little too late there. I mean, I saw a trap land onto one of the players and a root, but it was like 2 seconds after Absurge was already dead, so they
Yeah.
needed to get those out as soon as possible, and that map really helped them out.
Oh, yeah.
He lived Adela lived the entire time
Yeah.
with his port. He's actually spent a lot of time below the map. It was interesting to watch. He just sat there and said, I'm not going to port, I'm not going to port. And they were like, when's he going to port? When's it? So he can just stay down below. Obviously, they have to be wherever he is. And Wallbear just wasn't able to chase him down that game. That was a big difference. As soon as he ported up, usually Wallbear would just be able to, jump up after him, but instead he was stopped by Noob Stomper. So it was good on him to charge and spam hamstring Wallbear to stop him.
Yep, and then we can see here in the replay, Absurge just taking so much pressure here. That was where he ended up using his Trinket, but no Spirit Link on that one. And this is where I kind of feel like maybe he should have just used the Spirit Link just to equalize his health a little bit. Of course, he was able to kind of start to top off his team, but you imagine if he had had a little bit more health at this point, maybe he would have been able to survive through the upcoming Shockwave that'll be landing on him here very shortly. There's the Shockwave, and it actually wears off just as he dies, as that execution comes out.
Jelly Beans gets a full trap, but I mean, it's 1 second left on the Shockwave for Absurge, and he just dies to a Soul Reaper. So I feel like they could have peeled a bit earlier. They have some CC on their team. It's not like they don't have anything to help Absurge out.
Yeah, here's the thing, though. For Redacted, here's the sort of bad news for Redacted at this point, is Blade's Edge is by far their strongest map with this composition. They're not going to have that available to them now. They're going to have to be able to beat Splice on Splice's map choice, which will be this next one here. We can see Tiger's Peak, Ruins of Lordaeron, Dalaran Sewers, and Tolvaron are available, and none of those maps are really good for Redacted at this point. The problem is that Splice going forward in this series, they don't have to worry about any sort of crazy, like, oh, the monks constantly porting away sort of thing. Like, I guess Lordaeron, like you were saying earlier, or Dalaran Sewers, both of those, like, there's some good opportunities for the monk to kite. So I don't know, I kind of expected, but you can say the same for Tiger's Peak and same for Tolvaron as well. So
as far as map choice here goes, I feel like both healers are getting trained to the ground. So the question is, where can Absurge live best while Adela dies easiest? And I think that map is probably Tiger's Peak. It's kind of on the smaller end. It's similar to Nagrand, and they won on Nagrand. So they did choose Tiger's Peak. I'm the best. Thank you, everyone.
Well done.
All right, thank you for the claps. All right.
One-handed round of applause there.
Do you think we'll see any composition change? Because now they have the opportunity to say, they're going to lock in this comp, so let's just play FLS or something, because that's the other composition they have. And I think against a Mistweaver, FLS has been very strong in the past. So what do you think we'll see?
Yeah, I've actually been kind of surprised that Splice has been going with the Jungle Cleave so far, because the FLS is so strong, like you were saying. We were talking even before the games even started. Like, we kind of expected them to run Feral Lock Shaman the whole time, because the constant spread pressure from the Warlock, the rot damage, is just so difficult for the Mistweaver to actually deal with. So I think if Splice feels like they're up against the wall, maybe they pull out the FLS. Maybe they're going with the Jungle Cleave right now just to make sure that they're, like, I guess, they're not sort of, what's the term I'm trying to say here? They're not showing their hand too early, basically. Maybe they're saying, all right, let's hold off on playing the FLS because we have to beat these guys, and then we have to beat more teams in order to be able to actually qualify. That's the only thing I can really think.
And maybe FLS isn't a good matchup here. Maybe I know the damage is too much for the monk to heal through, but the problem is if you can't get that damage off, or if your team's under too much pressure to where you have to pull back and play defensive, that's where FLS starts to struggle. If they're on the back foot, if they're below half health, they can't do their first minute of the game is telling. If they don't get every cooldown from the other team, they're all at half after that, they're in big trouble for a long time, and they have to wait for Incarnation to come back up to even have a chance in that game.
Yep. So Splice will be going with the Jungle Cleave, the Feral Druid, and the Survival Hunter. Is he actually playing Survival? Yes, he is actually playing Survival. So Feral Druid, Survival Hunter, and of course Absurge on the Restoration Shaman. Redacted sticking with the TSG. They got the Windwalker. I keep saying Windwalker. Mistweaver, the Death Knight, and the Warrior.
Oh, and when you see the charge stun, it is not Fist of Fury from Adela. It is the charge.
I don't know. I've just got Windwalkers on the brain.
I saw that earlier and I was like, oh, wait, that's charge.
Yeah, exactly.
Because charge is also on a separate stun DR, so you can charge into asphyxiate, and that's what they've been doing to get their kill setups on an Absurge. And that's just a very short stun. Charge is 1 or 2 seconds long, and then comboing that with the other stun into Shockwave is all of a sudden a 7, 8, 9 second CC that normally wouldn't happen.
Yep, so the gates are now about to open here. We're tied 1-1 between Redacted and Splice. Moving on to Splice's map choice here of Tiger's Peak. And we'll have to see how Splice is able to make this. I really feel like Splice has the advantage going into this one. They've been playing very, very well. The last map was by far weighted towards Redacted, so we'll see how it goes here. As things are starting to get underway, they get the Strangulate onto Jellybeans there, and then the Charge Stun, not Fist of Fury, onto Wallabear. Wallabear still taking a lot of pressure at the moment, but Adela taking lots of pressure as well, having to move back over here, just kiting away as best he can. He's got the Crows still active onto him, just dealing damage like crazy. His Soothing Mist almost not enough to deal with just the Crows damage, and now Wallabear has managed to reconnect.
Yeah, and he hasn't used his bubble, and that was the Crows, so big save from Adela to not even use those cooldowns. He still has his port too, so he's doing great so far. There's an in-cap onto Absurge with Wallabear sitting at 50%. If they get a stun out of it, and they do, they might actually swap to Absurge too. I would not be surprised to see that. But they're sticking, oh no, they are attacking Absurge, but they're not getting much damage off. There's a half Stormball. It looks like he swapped specs. He's actually not playing the Shockwave, which was working so well for them. He's going for those Stormballs for a shorter cooldown and more consistent stuns than Absurge. Very interesting choice.
Yeah, it definitely is very interesting. And I kind of wonder why they've chosen to do that. Maybe just the range for the off-target stun on it, maybe what they're going for. Either way, Adela is still under lots and lots of pressure right now. They're trying to turn it around onto Wallabear as best as they can, but Adela caught into that full bash. Could be in some trouble here. Down to about 40% health. Going to have to go ahead and use that Life Cocoon. And without that Life Cocoon available, he's also used his Revival. This is just so much pressure for Adela to have to deal with right now. The Crows have come out, and the Life Cocoon is no longer active. Wallabear reconnects. Adela could just go down right here. Nice. He manages to get the paralysis out, and now Absurge may be in a little bit of trouble as well. He's had to go ahead and use his Ascendance and his Trinket to keep himself alive. Redacted doing their best to turn the pressure around and force Wallabear to pull back, but Wallabear is just unrelenting at this point. He's just going ham on Adela, and that's going to be it. Adela is going to go down, and that's going to put Splice up 2-1 in this series.
Yeah, and Absurge was just ahead in the cooldown war there. That was really what happened at the end. He had his Trinket and Ascendance for the swap to him, and his teammates weren't there to Adela's teammates weren't there to peel for him because they were forcing those cooldowns onto Absurge. Meanwhile, Wallabear charges straight through sneakily and says, "Hey, what's up, Adela? I know you just ported here at 30%. Why don't I just finish you off?" And as long as Wallabear can consistently train him, which happened that game, he's just going to go down. He ran out of cooldowns. He trinketed. He already used bubble. He only got one bubble that game. That's what really stinks sometimes with Monk. If you just get trained really hard for a minute straight, your bubble doesn't come back up. And then your trinket comes back up, your Nibbleboo comes back up, and then you're stabilizing constantly. But if you just get trained down and you have to use double cooldowns, like if you have to Nimble and then bubble, then it's big trouble for him. So we do have a replay of the last minutes of that match.
Yeah, and just kind of unpacking what's going on here. Taiga and Noob Stomper, you can kind of see, well, Noob Stomper was actually CC'd at that point in time, but what they were trying to do was just continue to put pressure into Absurge and force both Wallabear and Jellybeans to pull back and help out their healer and say, okay, you need to come back here, you need to peel for us. And they just weren't. They were like, Absurge is fine. He's running around. He's got his Ascendance active. He's got Spirit Links if he needs it. Like, he's just running around feeling totally okay. And what that meant was that Wallabear and Jellybeans were just able to continue putting out that constant pressure, and Adela just wasn't able to deal with it. It was just too much.
And that's the problem with playing this Death Knight Warrior, where they don't have those heals that Rets might have, or those bops, or those sacrifices, or either hybrid classes like Enhancement Shamans, Shadow Priests. They all have extra heals and helps for their teammates, but Warriors and Death Knights specifically don't. They just have their Rallying Cry. Death Knights have nothing for their team, so it's really up to Adela to constantly heal his team and get the in-caps and get the stun and port away when he's dying and use his bubble properly and uses all his cooldowns properly. So he has a lot of work on his hands in these games.
So this is now going to be Redacted's map choice. And where do you think they might go? I can kind of see arguments for both Tolvaron and also Ruins.
If they don't pick Ruins, I'm lost. That's all I know. Because I've seen these monks port out of the room over and over as like their strategy, and they keep using that. And I was very surprised the first time, but now that I've seen it more, it seems like a reliable strategy similar to Blade's Edge, and we do see the Ruins pick.
Nice. So yeah, they are going to be going for the Ruins of Lordaeron, which basically, I guess kind of unpacking what you were saying there about the portal in the starting room. What they're actually able to do, they drop their Transcendence transfer in the actual starting room. Then they can run out and go around all over the place. And it just takes a long time for people to reconnect once you're out in the open on Ruins. You portal back into that side room. It actually just there's just a lot of time involved.
Yeah, we're going to pull out like a diagram here and show you guys, like, here's the first path, and he takes the second path. So usually they dash out of the room, and then they dash to the side where the sightseer is for later on in the game. And then as soon as Wallabear is going to connect, he's going to port back to the room, and he has 5 seconds of free healing, which is huge for him. That's the time he needs to get, because then he doesn't have to use his bubble when Wallabear gets back to him. He doesn't have to use Nimble Brew when Wallabear gets back and stunned. So it's really the battle between Wallabear and Adela the entire time.
Yeah, I think the big thing to watch for is going to be his use of his, he's been running Chi Torpedo, which I would expect, his use of his Chi Torpedo and where he's actually going with that, when he's actually using that to try and kite away. Because if he can port back into the room, and that's great, and that does, like we say, give him a whole lot of time to just heal himself. But if he's back in there without his Chi Torpedo available, then as soon as they reconnect, he's just kind of screwed at that point.
Yeah.
Like, he's going to need to be able to get back out of that room again at that point. So.
And it's
that's
funny
going to be a big thing to watch for.
He can't take the tomb, because if he goes too far close to the tomb, and then he can't port back to the room. So it's going to be a lot of just going back between those 2 locations on the map. And it's awesome to watch, because they barely survive over and over, but they need to do it that way. They need to wait as much time as possible for their other cooldowns to come back up. So they're going to drop to like 20% before they port, and then try to top themselves off. It's really awesome.
This is interesting. Splice has actually decided they are going to go with the Pharaoh Lock Shaman.
They're finally tossing it in the mix here. So that's kind of what I expected initially, but on this map, that is interesting, because the Hunter can't do that much damage to Noob Stomper and Taiga, but Dota can, because he's a Warlock. So he's going to be dotting up Taiga and Noob Stomper, and all of a sudden Adela's port strategy is going to be a lot less effective now.
Yeah,
he's going to port out and be like, Taiga, come back. You're at 20% too. I need to help you. So it's going to be a struggle to actually keep up the entire team here.
Yeah, definitely. We can see, well, you can't see it at the moment, but Adela does actually have his portal already down in that starting room. So I fully expect that that is going to be his strategy. And that Warlock choice, like you're saying, means that when he ports back into the room, he's not out there healing his 2 teammates who, if they were running the jungle cleave, you'd generally expect to be pretty full on health, because they're focusing on Adela the entire time. But with this Warlock in the mix, that means that both Taiga and Noob Stomper will be taking damage constantly. And so it's going to be very, very tough for Adela to actually deal with. I think Splice is making some very, very smart choices here. Already starting to put a little bit of damage into Taiga here, just trying to get a little bit of, I guess, harassment damage going at this point in time. Abster's now caught into that stun. Could be in a little bit of trouble here. The Strangulate does follow up with that, but I feel like the damage is just not coming yet from Taiga or Noob Stomper there. And in fact, Abster is going to be able to use that Demonic Gateway to just port right out of there, have no trouble at all. And now Dota has popped his Dark Soul, and we do have Incarnation active from Wallabear as well. They're trying to turn this pressure around.
And here's where it starts to become trouble for Adela. He used his port already, and Noob Stomper's taking some damage, so he has to run back out there, and then eventually Wallabear is going to see that and come back to him. He does still have his Incarnation available. If he can get back to Adela in the next couple seconds, he should be able to get that bubble or trinket. And Adela's actually running in on top of them. I don't think that's the correct play here, because he has to use his bubble immediately. He still has trinket, and if he has to use trinket on that bash, the game is going to be over real fast for him. He does have to use his trinket because he dispels UA for revival, I believe. Oh. So he's in big trouble. He might have his port very soon, but he's in a lot of trouble. He does get the incap into Wallabear and gets a couple of heals up. That's awesome, but I'm sorry, your team's at 30%, man. What are you going to do about that? He gets feared with dots on him. He's trying to heal Noob Stomper up. His teammates are in, but he can't really heal them too much. He's doing a great job keeping them alive for a bit. Rallying cries up from Noob Stomper, but they're just taking so much damage. The power of FLS really showing here.
Yeah, definitely. In Redacted, they don't really have the option to play defensively at this point either. They have to stay aggressive, or else Splice just wins no matter what anyway. So that's why we're not seeing them pull back right now. Adela, somehow, some way, still managing to keep his team alive through all of that ridiculous damage. Noob Stomper just trying to stay aggressive onto Dota. Dota does not have a Dark Soul active, and will not have another one for about 40 seconds, so that's maybe a little bit of a saving grace for Adela. But look at his mana. He's got none at all. Now caught into this Cyclone. He has no trinket to break out of this. There's not that much follow-up damage onto Noob Stomper just yet, so Adela is going to be able to get out of that, and that Cyclone actually gained him a whole bunch of mana the entire time he was sitting in there regenning. And now the Life Cocoon, though, has to come out, and it's just getting chewed through right away. He is going to be able to port back into his little safe area there, and maybe start getting some mana back. Fortunately for him, Dota actually not able to keep too much spread pressure going on Taiga and Noob Stomper at this particular point in time, so Adela actually has a moment here to catch his breath.
Yeah, is he drinking in the corner here? That is quite the ballsy play. He's sitting at 20% himself. Taiga and Noob Stomper, though, they've shut down the damage of Dota really well. They must have got a couple of interrupts on him to stay high health. They're rotating through their defensives. Now Adela is able to come back in and get Shadow Fury Sun into some damage from Wallabear, so he's not having the funnest game. Dota does have Dark Soul for now, so that's where a lot of this damage is coming from. But Adela, again, porting back, trying to heal up. Noob Stomper sitting at half, so he has to come back out. And if he doesn't get there in time, Noob Stomper's just going to die. So the swap might come back onto Adele in a bit here, and that's what Wallbear is doing. He's going over for the clone. Out of the clone, probably going to try to bash him, but Adele smartly just walking back. They get a shockwave onto the 3 players of Splice, so they're doing a good job shutting down the swaps to Adela, which is what they really need to do to come back in this game.
Yeah, and Adela's positioning is really interesting here too. He's staying as far away as he possibly can at all points in time. It's actually kind of terrifying. Every once in a while, like Noob Stomper jumps in like he did just there, and Adela actually has to move up to be able to heal him, and unfortunately that means he got caught into a bash. He's going to have to go ahead and use his Life Cocoon, which again just gets chewed through right away. The paralysis lands onto Wallabear as well as the stun, but now they're turning the damage around onto Taiga. It's just constant pressure coming out. Dota has once again managed to get a full row of deaths on all 3 members of Redacted, so Adela, there's just not much he can do at this point. He's doing his best to keep everybody alive. He's actually using his Chi Torpedo to move in and out, and even the healing on just himself from that is kind of all that's really keeping him going at this point. Taiga, though, down to 2%, and that's going to be that. Just too much constant damage coming out from Splice for Adela to be able to deal with.
And that's kind of what I expected from FLS. I mean, that looked like a much more convincing game than the last few games we saw. It's just the pressure was too much for Adela to keep up with. The damage onto Taiga and Noob Stomper while he was trying to heal himself in the back was too much, and you know, I don't think he got locked out the entire game. He was avoiding lockouts from all 3 players, but it didn't matter because they were just doing so much DPS. Because they don't really have anything to shut them down. They don't have counter spells in their team. They don't have CC for the 2 DPS. So they just have a Death Knight and Warrior doing occasional stuns, and that wasn't enough to stop their damage.
Yeah, just not enough in the way of peels for Redacted to be able to just lower the outcome. Because healing is great and all. Healing makes your health go back up. But it's really nice to be able to prevent that damage from ever happening in the first place. And without having much in the way of extra crowd control from Redacted, that unfortunately meant that they just didn't have any way to really stop Dota from just standing back, casting dots constantly, just being as happy as he could possibly be with his little Warlock friends. I don't know what the friends are. With his little Warlock abilities, just doing a whole bunch of damage.
Demonology is the friends.
Sure, yeah, exactly. He was not playing that. He was playing Affliction. So there were no friends for him. In fact, he probably even sacrificed his only friend at that point.
They're not very nice to their friends, those Warlocks.
But yeah, so that does mean that Team Redacted has been eliminated, so condolences to them. Team Splice will be moving on through the lower bracket to be able to face off against, I don't think we actually know who they'll be facing off against next.
The next game, whoever's the winner, they're going to play them. So again, Splice, a team we thought we'd see in the grand finals of all things, and they ended up losing earlier on due to technical issues. I don't know what happened with their games against Party of Model. Is that their team name?
I'm not actually sure.
Some of these teams change their team names every now and then, so we're trying to figure out who's who. But
it is Party of Model. Party of Models.
Yeah, so they lost 3-0 earlier, but I expect them to come back in full force. And you know, FLS is a comp that we keep seeing again and again from these top teams, and it's a solid all-around comp. Mistweaver Monks cannot deal with it. Holy Paladins cannot deal with it. It's usually only like the Resto Shamans and then the really well-balanced out Resto Druid teams that can even keep up with the healing in the first place. So that's why we see a lot of those FLSs just pouring damage into people in the first minute and seeing everyone's health bars drop.
Yep. All right, so we will be finding out in our next series who Splice will be facing off against, because our next series is going to be Party of Models versus SG White. So that should be basically an all-out slugfest back and forth is kind of what I'm expecting from that one. But we're going to take a real short break. We'll be back here in just a couple minutes.
Welcome to the World of Warcraft feature preview for the new and improved transmogrification system coming in the World of Warcraft Legion expansion. In this video, we'll cover all of the changes to how you can transmogrify your gear, as well as the new Appearances collection. In Legion, whenever an item is bound to your character, you will automatically and permanently unlock that item's appearance, even if you sell or destroy it afterward. You can look through the appearances you've unlocked and get some basic information on where to find others by opening the Collections window and clicking the Appearances tab. To change the appearance of an item you're wearing, you'll still need to visit your friendly neighborhood transmogrification vendor. However, the transmog interface has gotten a complete overhaul and a few new features. Now, when you click on a slot, you'll see a preview of all the appearances your character can apply to that item, including appearances you've unlocked on other characters. Simply click on the appearance you want, and when you're happy with your new look, click Apply. You can also save different looks as outfits to apply later, and even set separate looks for each of your specializations, which will change automatically. The new transmogrification system will be released with the Legion pre-expansion patch. Once it's available, logging in on a character will automatically add every item in their inventory, bank, or void storage, as well as all of the rewards from every quest they've ever completed to your appearances collection. At that point, you'll safely be able to sell or destroy those items. For more information on World of Warcraft Legion, check out our official website at wowlegion.com. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the Broken Isles.
To get away, the Wings execution sentence coming out from Rubcup.
A little bit offensive and gets a stun out on to direct.
Yeah, and they're already starting to put a little bit of pressure in. This game is absolutely ridiculous.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final North American Online Qualifier Cup. My name is Josh Allen, a.k.a. Lore, joined once again by my good buddy Elliot Venzel, a.k.a. Venruki. I was saying earlier to Rodney, we've had some very, very interesting series today. I think that last series qualified as interesting as well, but it was seriously back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of expected. Splice, one of the more dominant teams, I think, in this top 8, doing a great job that series. There's a 3-0, right?
It was 3-1.
Yeah, 3-1. Yeah. There was one game on Blade's Edge where they ended up losing, but overall, very convincing series.
Yeah.
Next up, of course, we have SG White against Party of Models, and I think both of these teams primarily run that Windwalker DK Paladin composition. Party of Models, of course, has that Feral Druid available as well, so they can always run that Feral Druid Death Knight Paladin, and of course SG White bringing in Zevs this time to play that Warlock if they need it. But I think it's very likely we're going to see a Windwalker DK Paladin mirror match coming out from these two teams. And if I had to guess with the prediction, I'd say SG White. Balance, one of my heroes on Windwalker Monks. He's an incredible player. I'm actually a loyal sub to him. But they just have a lot of, like, Balance and Jeff have been playing this comp for so long. They're one of, like, the main people in the United States in the NA region that run that comp, and they do a very good job with it consistently. So I think Party Models is going to have their handful with these experienced players coming out from SJ White.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, SG White, like you're saying, these are players with tons and tons and tons of experience. Party of Models, though, actually interestingly enough, as we're about to get into this game here, they've actually chosen to go Feral DK instead of the Windwalker DK. So that'll give them a little bit more. I'm not actually sure entirely how much difference that makes here for Party of Models. It'll give them the Cyclone, which is really, really nice. And it'll also give them a little bit more of that insane burst potential from the Feral Druid. But we'll have to see how this ends up working out for him.
Yeah, Paz is in stealth right now. We're going to have to see who he decides to open up onto. Balance immediately pushing in, wants to get started onto Helio, not really forcing anything with that initial Fist of Fury. Paz and Nuts immediately onto Kappa. Helio getting stranged, uses that Aura Mastery, immediately gets stunned on it as well. So Bop, Avenging Wrath coming out from Helio, already using a lot of defensive cooldown. Paz getting hodged up, gets dispelled out of that. Kappa doing an excellent job kiting around right there, using his Avenging Wrath. So right now I think Kappa is a little bit ahead in this sort of train the Paladin mirror match. He had to use Avenging Wrath about 10 seconds later, so he's going to have that available. Pause, though, using that Incarnation, a devastating cooldown. Kappa might have to use his bubble here, but he saves the execution sentence, able to top himself off using that last little bit of wings, and he's still doing such an excellent job kiting around. Unfortunately for him, though, Incarnation and Berserk still up for quite some time for Pause, but it looks like Kappa is able to get away, and he's going to be okay for the time being.
Yeah, Balance actually got a really nice paralysis out onto Pause there, which was just gave Kappa a little bit of space to be able to move away. Now he's caught into this bash, might have to use his bubble. In fact, he will go ahead and use his Divine Shield, so nice job there. But Helio takes a big chunk of damage out of nowhere as well, also forced to use his bubble. Both Paladins very, very even on cooldowns right now. Really the only saving grace going for either of them right now is that Helio has his Trinket available still. That's about it. They both have one Blessing of Protection available. Balance now just getting kind of stuck out in the middle of nowhere there, not really able to connect, but as soon as he does, big chunks of damage back onto Helio once again, and Helio just has nothing to deal with it.
Both Paladins actually going down, so a bit of a cross kill. Nuts using that Icebound Fortitude to break that stun. Balance and Jeff going to be looking to connect onto Nuts. Pause does have his Trinket as well as both Survival Instinct, so I do not think he's an ideal target. I think Party of Models, just based on cooldowns right now, has a little bit of an advantage. Nuts is going to have to do a good job keeping himself up for the time being. The DR leg sweep coming up. Nuts into the Strangulate, taking so much damage from Balance and Jeff, somehow surviving with his self-healing. That looks like he is going to go down. I don't think Pause is going to be able to take down Jeff. Balance does have that healing to help help him out. The Fist of Fury stun coming out on him, but Paz does have those survival instinct ticks. Like we were saying, Jeff does have that Icebound Fortitude up. He does have a significant amount of self-healing as well. Balance just putting that in cap on him. He's going to be surging, misting Jeff, and I think it's going to be too little too late for Paz. He's not going to be able to take it down. And in sort of a surprise fashion, I mean, this actually, to be honest with you, it's not that surprising. This happens a lot in this matchup, especially when both teams decide to just go all in on the Paladins. It seems like kind of a random matchup, but it's not. It's very, very scripted, the way they use their strangulates and the way they use your stuns and the way the Paladin rotates their defensive cooldowns, and it ends up, it's just hilarious. Both Paladins will use Bubble at the same time. Both Paladins will use Wings at near the same time, and Trinkets at the same time. Strangulate will come up for both teams at the same time. And because of that, you end up in these 2v2 situations more often than you would think.
Yeah, definitely. It was very, it's actually the first cross kill that we've had in any of these qualifiers as well, at least in the round of 8. So there we can see Helio goes down immediately afterwards. Kappa goes down as well. And then it just turns into a 2v2. Unfortunately for Party of Models, they just weren't able to keep Nuts alive through the constant return pressure from Jeff and Balance, which I actually found kind of surprising. I kind of expected the Feral to have the slight advantage there, just because the healing from the Feral is a little bit better than the healing from the Windwalker. But
I think what ended up happening and why Nuts went down is he didn't go into that blood presence fast enough. I mean, once you're in that 2v2 situation, you know you're the main target. You have to switch into blood. He was in Frost presence for way too long, and that's why we saw sort of unexpectedly his health chunk down so much, but it's just because he wasn't using the defensive cooldowns. Of,
maybe he expected them to go onto pause instead, and he was like, okay, I should stay aggressive, because that's an important decision to have to make at that point. Is if they go onto pause, then he has to stay in his Frost presence at that point, so he can continue putting out as much damage as possible, because it's a race really at that point. So just maybe a little bit of a not quite realizing quickly enough exactly who the kill target was going to be. Either way, it's really hard to completely dissect a cross kill like that, because it's such a rare occurrence outside of this matchup. Anyway. Like it's not something that you have a ton of experience with. Is okay, we're in a 2v2 situation here suddenly. Yeah, exactly. Like the plan is not after our healer dies, this is how we win the game. Like very few people are going to plan for that. So that was an exciting first match, though. I'm excited to see where we go from here.
Yep, like we talked about from the start of the day, a lot of cleave matchups here today. And I mean, despite maybe in the past them not being the most exciting, I think they're very exciting. Although it's both teams doing a ton of damage. Like I said, the cooldown usage is very calculated coming out from both teams, and it's pretty. I mean, it's not random who's winning. It's very calculated. It's consistent, and I think the better team will end up winning here. And of course, SG White going to be taking that first game on the Grand Arena. Now, talking about the map coming out a little bit, I don't know if there is a map advantage that Feral DK Paladin has over Windwalker DK Paladin. So I think almost the map selection is going to be just sort of a comfort pick, whatever they think is the best map for them to sort of kite around with. Whatever the one gives their Paladin the most comfort is probably going to be the one we see them selecting here.
Yeah, I think the biggest consideration for Party of Models here with their map choice is they don't want to accidentally pick a map that's going to make the Warlock option for SG White really, really strong, because they could, like, theoretically, if they were to say pick something like Tolvaron Arena, that's going to help the Warlock out in a fair amount, or even Blade's Edge Arena would probably help the Warlock out a bunch as well. Of course, Party Models does have that Windwalker as well, so it kind of helps both people, and I'm actually really interested in that choice, Tolvaron Arena.
Yep. I think we're likely going to see the same thing. I think it's going to be a Paladin on one side of the map, a Paladin on the other side of the map, and both DPS. I mean, they'll come back and peel when they can, but they need to make sure they have full uptime, and that can honestly be even a mistake sometimes to pull back and like sort of peel. You can imagine Balance, for example, trying to run back and get like a full incapacitate on someone's trinket, but if he pushes back too far and he's not on that Paladin fast enough, you don't get enough value out of like that 4-second CC coming out from the incapacitate. You end up CCing yourself more by just running back and then coming back. So you need to make sure like you have maximum uptime, and because of that, a lot of the time we won't even see these teams really throw out too many like off peels and stuff like that, because it just limits your damage so much. Yeah, and that what you're talking about is kind of why I'm wondering if we're going to see the Warlock come out for SG White, just because he's going to be able to have much stronger uptime, obviously as a range class, but also as having all those damage over time effects available to him as well. I'm going to be interested to see if SG White ends up picking that Warlock DK option that they do have available to them, or if they're just going to go back in with the Windwalker DK. We're going to find out here very shortly, as the match is now just starting to get underway here on Tolvaron Arena. Of course, SG White up 1-0 versus Party of Models, and it looks like SG White is going to be sticking with the Windwalker DK. Yep. Kind of expected that is like their main composition.
Yeah.
I think seeing like Zevs on their team playing that Warlock, that is just strictly to beat Mage Paladin. So I think outside of that particular matchup, we're going to see SG White primarily running this Windwalker DK Paladin throughout pretty much the entire tournament.
Yep. So Party of Models has left the arena, so we're going to be having to restart this game. No big deal. It's totally fine. Like we've said multiple times today, it's something we completely allow these teams to do. If they feel like there's any sort of important issues that they need to drop out before the gates open, they are completely allowed to. Once the gates open, it's on. Like,
yeah.
So that's why if they even feel like there's the little bit, like a little bit of an issue, like, oh, hang on, my router is acting a bit funky, like, give me a minute, like, let me restart it or something like that. They make sure that they do that before the gates actually open. So yeah, they've dropped out. We will get this game going again here very, very shortly. We'll see if Party of Models, if this map choice ends up working out for them.
You know what's interesting is playing that Windwalker DK Paladin composition, there's actually alternative strategies you can run. So you don't have to all in the Paladin. There's strategies you can do where the Windwalker actually sits back and he peels. So he's there, but he uses his image on the opposing Paladin. So he's using his image. He gets like the Rising Sun kick up. He gets the additional damage. And the Death Knight, in a sense, sort of solos the opposite Paladin. It also puts the opposing Paladin in a really awkward position where he's trying to live against the image and the Death Knight, but at the same time, his Feral Druid and his Death Knight are dying across the entire map. So he has to push in, and then all of a sudden he gets hodged. So there is alternative strategies these guys can do. They don't have to do the healer sort of all in, but traditionally in this mirror, that is something we see a lot of.
Yeah, when it's cleave versus cleave like this, it's kind of oftentimes let's say, okay, who can cleave better? Who can do the who can do the faster sort of all-in damage? But like you're saying, the Windwalker actually a very versatile class to have in compositions like this because of that Storm, Earth, and Fire, and because of the way that they can use their cooldowns. Like Fist of Fury, they can use it aggressively to try to score a kill. It's also a really great peel if they're staying next to their healer. And in those situations where they say, all right, what we're going to do here is the Death Knight's just going to wander off, and he's going to be a happy little Death Knight off by himself. He's going to be killing things. That's what Death Knights do. The Windwalker is just staying next to the healer the entire time, helping peel with that Storm, Earth, and Fire image active, just putting out constant pressure onto two targets at that point. That makes it very, very difficult for especially a Holy Paladin to actually deal with.
Yeah, so Helio, if they decide to run that strategy, which I don't know if they will. Helio's going to have an awkward time because he's going to have to heal himself with the Death Knight on him. But if he pushes in to heal Nuts and Paws, who are going to be taking additional damage from Balance, who is back there peeling them, he puts himself in a position where he can actually get hodged or stunned by Balance and Kappa, and then he can fall even further behind because of that.
Yep, so the game is just about to get underway here, I think. Yeah, in about 30 seconds, we'll be getting this match here underway on Tolvaron Arena. It's going to be SG White up 1-0 versus Party of Models. Of course, this is a lower bracket game, so whoever loses this series will be eliminated. Whoever wins, congratulations, now you have to fight Splice.
And honestly, I think whichever one of these teams wins this matchup is going to actually have a decent time against Splice. I don't think Splice is in the position where they're feeling like super confident because SG White and Party of Models both run Windwalker DK Paladin, which is exceptionally hard for them. So I'm sure they're waiting in anticipation to see which one of these teams they're going to have to fight next. But it looks like this game is going to start. Balance sort of pushing out into the middle of the map. Pause. Looks like he's getting in a position to open up onto Kappa, sitting in that stealth right now with his dash up. And it looks like no one really wants to pull the trigger yet. Both Death Knights sort of just attacking each other. Kappa spamming out those heals onto himself. And the reason he does that is because he gets to, the percentage of his healing goes out onto shields. It looks like Kappa does get gripped into that Hodge immediately. Helio also taking a lot of damage. It looks like Balance is deciding to use that Storm, Earth, and Fire. He's going to be peeling Paws and Nuts as much as possible. Kappa actually getting strangulated there as well as into that DR Bash, but he hasn't used any defensive cooldowns whatsoever yet. Save of the Light is going to proc as well as his Avenging Wrath is going to be used. Helio still hasn't used a single defensive cooldown. He's finally into that Hodge. Storm, Earth, and Fire is up. Balance looks like he is going to be attacking Paws right now. Paws has no trinket, so each stun that is put onto him by Balance is going to sit full.
Yeah, and so what we're seeing now with Balance using that Storm, Earth, and Fire is that both Paws and Helio are under a lot of pressure, and it's just kind of difficult for Helio to actually deal with.
Helio actually gets locked
big
out.
Chunk there.
Unbelievable. I think he got locked out, and it bursted down just enough so that Soul Reaper ticked on him. It was just like such a fortunate series of events that came out of SG White to take down Helio there. But yeah, good job by Jeff. I mean, that was a well done interrupt, and that just one interrupt can make the whole game. So you got to be very, very careful, of course.
Yeah, and of course, in that particular moment, Helio was also trying to keep Paws alive. So he was having to focus on both his own health and his opponent and his teammates' health. And in those sorts of moments, that's really, really scary when the Death Knight says, "I'm going to put up Soul Reaper." And if you're below 35% as soon as this ticks.
Well, that's the thing is like when you put Soul Reaper up like that, a lot of the time, if you're like sitting at like 60% HP, you're not worried about it. You're like, I'm going to be able to easily heal myself through this damage. But yeah, Soul Reaper is up. Helio actually goes for a kick. The fast Holy Light gets locked out on it. Soul Reaper ticks and just explodes him. Of course, that wasn't just Black Jeff on him. Balance, of course, using that image as well, doing some additional damage. So yeah, they used the strategy I was talking about and ended up working out very well for them.
Yeah, and you can still coordinate, like even though it's the image on the Paladin in that situation, you can still coordinate. You can say, okay, I've got Soul Reaper up. Can you use a Rising Sun Kick in like 2 seconds?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Rising Sun Kick goes out along with like a Frost Strike or something from the Death Knight. That's just enough damage to chunk him down below that 35% threshold, and then that Soul Reaper ticks, and suddenly 35% becomes 2%. He got locked out on that heal, like you said, and that was just basically it. So SG White looking very, very strong in this series so far, doing very well in both of the games that we've seen. This means that Party of Models, they're now up against the wall. They've got their map choice coming up here, but if they lose this next game, they're eliminated.
Yeah, and that's one of the cool things about that Storm Earth and Fire ability is when the Windwalker Monk decides to use his Tiger Eye Brew, it actually buffs the image if it's up. So that's one thing a Windwalker Monk has to be very careful of. So say you use your Tiger Eye Brew stacks and then you image, your image is not buffed with Tiger Eye Brew. You have to use an image and then use your stacks, and then your image gets buffed. And that's why it's ultra important to kill off the images as well. So if Helio has the opportunity to actually kill the image, unfortunately it's really easy for the Windwalker Monk to put it back up, but if he can kill it off and get away, it's going to be very helpful for him to actually survive. And it looks like the next map is going to be that Tiger's Peak. So, I mean, it's very similar to what we've seen so far. Tolvaron, the Grand Arena, Tiger's Peak, all very similar. They have pillars that are sort of like a medium distance away from each other, so I think it's likely we're going to see a very similar strategy to what we've seen in these last 2 games.
Yeah, Tiger's Peak, very, very similar in terms of overall design to maps like the Grand Arena, obviously the big one. Also similar in a lot of ways to Tiger's Peak, just because of the way the things are placed. Obviously, the distances between pillars and the little 2-side platforms is much smaller on a map like Tiger's Peak, but the general concepts still are very similar, where you kind of want to hang around by a pillar, move out, do a little bit of aggression, move back in. Very basic stuff. So I'm not super surprised by this map choice. I definitely think it's better than certain other options they would have had available, like Blade's Edge, for example, would be a really strange one to go to in this situation. So we'll have to see if Party Models is able to turn this back around, or if SG White, excuse me, is just going to close this out 3-0. Looks like no changes in either team's compositions. They're just sticking with what they've been doing and hoping it works.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll have to see which strategy they decide to use this game, if they're going to do this straight up healer trade, if they're going to play that sort of defensive game. I think the more consistent strategy, thing you can rely on a little bit more, is that like I'm going to use an image to kill the Paladin. I'm going to peel as much as possible. I'm going to put stuns on the pause. I'm going to in-cap pause. I'm going to detox my Paladin so he doesn't have those diseases stacking up on him. The Windwalker Monk gets a lot of value when he sits back. He can also Tiger's Lust the Paladin so he can get away. So it can be really obnoxious for Nuts and Pause when Balance is just sitting on him, basically playing full-time peeler to keep him up.
Yeah, and it's worth noting in that last game, that wasn't, like, even though it was a very, very strong win there for SG White, it wasn't really an expected win, I don't think.
Yeah,
like it was kind of one of those, maybe we can just kill him here with the Soul Reaper. Oh, it actually worked. Hooray, congratulations. So I wouldn't count Party of Models out just yet, but both teams once again just sort of hanging back for the moment. Jeff and Nuts once again just sort of trading blows out in the open there. Nuts now moving away, actually using his Desecrated Ground in order to get away. That's an interesting choice. Now both Death Knights have Pillar Frost active, just trying to channel as much damage as possible. It looks like Nuts still the target of choice for the time being at the very least. Kappa though, taking lots of pressure, down super low, forced to use his Avenging Wrath and his Execution Sentence to heal himself back up. So he's going to be fine for now. Now they're turning the pressure back around onto Helio, caught in that full Fist of Justice. Now the Strangulate as well. He's got that Saved by the Light active. It's going to keep him alive long enough to get out his own Avenging Wrath. No Execution Sentence from him though, so he is still going to have that available should he need it.
This is going to be a similar strategy like we saw at Game 1. Balance is deciding to use his images, throws out that Fist of Fury Stone onto Nuts and Pause. Both of them trinketed immediately. So now, every single time Balance gets out a Fist of Fury Stone on them, they're going to have to sit that full. Helio does have 1 bop left. Kappa actually taking a lot of damage. He might actually have to go into his bubble right now. Has no Save of the Light available. Actually on Forbearance still, spamming out those heals. Balance doing an excellent job peeling there, so Kappa can actually get away and get some healing on himself. itself, but it looks like we may have a technical issue.
I believe
to see what goes on.
Yeah, I believe Jeff hasn't moved in a little while here, so good on Party of Models to hold back and just be a little bit sportsmanlike here and say, all right, we recognize that now you're in a bad situation. Nuts sort of keeping Kappa honest, I guess, over there, just occasionally putting a couple
top
hits
yourself
in.
off.
Yeah, exactly. So Kappa is still taking a little bit of pressure, but obviously Party of Models holding back, saying, all right, sorry you got disconnected or whatever happened to Jeff at this point. Now, though, it looks like they've had enough. They're actually going to move in, start pumping damage back into Kappa once again, maybe just trying to keep the pressure going, but not sure exactly.
Yeah, Jeff's still disconnected. I think that Party of Models just wants to pull the trigger. They want to try to, I don't know, they want to play out this game. There's no reason they have to wait. It's not on them.
Yeah, it's completely fine. If they decide they want to close it out here, then the problem is that Black Jeff got disconnected, and he's actually now left the arena, so he's been disconnected
at that point it was actually irrelevant. Even if Party of Models decided, hey, we're just going to wait entirely, the SG White was still going to lose this game because of Jeff disconnecting there. So, Party of Models is going to win that game. Still in it. One game away from elimination. SG White, of course, once they get all their stuff figured out, they are just one game away from advancing. And this is a lower bracket game, so the team that loses this game is actually just eliminated. No regionals, no Blizzcon, so a lot on the line, of course.
Yep. And I guess just to go back and explain a little bit more exactly what the rules are in that sort of situation. We've said a few times in this broadcast, once the gates open, that's it. The results of that game are final. So in this situation where Jeff either disconnected or something else, like his computer shut off, cat kicked the monitor off the desk, any number of things could happen in that situation that result in him just standing there. In this situation, that's Party of Models' game. And it's sort of a responsibility of the actual players to make sure that they have a solid connection, make sure that their computers are working properly. The other teams, if someone decides they're going to use a crappy computer so that it disconnects all the time or something, that's not the other team's fault. So
yeah, I think it used to actually be where you would maybe replay the game, like if both teams agreed you could replay the game, but that just it caused really weird issues. So like
it causes all sorts of weird drama where it's like, oh, you should have let us play it again, and like put too much on the actual team that ends up winning it. It's like, well, why didn't you let us replay? It's like, well, no, the rules are they win.
Yeah, so the rules got changed to exactly what you were saying. If the team disconnects, they lose. Like period. So.
Yep, them's the breaks. So that does mean that Party of Models is now only down by one game. They're down 2-1. We're obviously going to give these teams a little bit of time to make sure everything's functioning properly again, make sure that Jeff can get back online, or give SG White some time to figure out, like, maybe they need to swap him out, maybe they need to bring in their other player. They do have the Warlock available, so they could do some sort of weird Windwalker Warlock thing if they really had to.
If they had to, yeah.
But
I think that would be a little bit less than ideal, but it is something that they could run, depending on the map, too. I mean, it is a map pick. They can play something like Blade's Edge.
Yeah, they could go to Blade's Edge and just pour it all over the place. Yeah, so we'll have to see. They only need to win one as well, so if they can go to Blade's Edge, pour it all over the place, and win, then they'll move on.
Having the Windwalker Monk port as well as the Warlock port, everyone's just flying all over the map.
Yeah.
Frustrating for a Cleave attacking them.
Meanwhile, Kappa's like, guys, come back. Guys, I'm so far away now.
Forget you guys, we're going on Kappa, which is what they've been doing anyways.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Kappa, he does not have a port.
Yeah. So we will give these teams, like I said, we'll give them a little bit of time to make sure everything is working out, and as soon as we can, we will get into this next game. It also does mean it is going to be SG White's map pick once we actually are able to get everybody back into the game. And where do you think SG White would want to take this?
I really don't think, unless they switch their composition like you were saying, and maybe playing the Warlock, Blade's Edge would probably be a good pick there, but I just don't feel like in this matchup there's a clear advantage on any map. It's very, very similar. Both teams, for the most part, just trending down the Paladin. I mean, it seems to me that on the bigger maps, Balance and Jeff and Kappa deciding to play that strategy where Balance is sort of playing back and peeling, because it gets weird for Helios where he has to like sort of run away from the Death Knight at the same time he has to play in close range to heal up his teammates. So maybe if they pick a smaller map, they'll decide to just do that Paladin all in again, but I'm not exactly sure. I think what they're doing right now with this consistent strategy of actually having peels for Kappa is probably the best strategy they can run.
Yep. So yeah, like I said, we're just waiting for these guys to be able to get in here. Worth noting at this point, just to mention again, that this is the last time that these guys will be competing in a tournament in Warlords of Draenor. We have of course, we announced recently that the Legion pre-patch will be happening on July 19th. So that's just this Tuesday. So this is the last tournament of its like in North America. There's the EU Regional Cup happening this weekend as well. It's going to be the last one there. And then we're on to Legion. So that's time to start really thinking about that.
That's one of the cool things, though, is like I don't think any of these teams know exactly what's going to be going on in Legion. We've seen a lot of the comps that qualified early on in these tournaments were a lot of rogue mage druids, rogue mage paladin, stuff like that. And who knows what's going to be good. A lot of these Cleave teams, I think if they qualify, they're all really good, well-known players, but someone argued that their compositions have maybe held them back against some of the stronger comps like RMD. So when Legion comes out and no one really knows what's good, I mean, maybe these Cleave comps just sort of rise to the top and they finally have their time to shine in maybe their expansion. Who knows?
Yeah, we will have to see how that goes. It's always really, really exciting at the start of an expansion. Obviously, actual balance is always a little bit weird at the start of an expansion. So because it's like, this is the first time that we're really seeing like actual serious gameplay happening. Like there's beta, sure, but no one's really like trying to push ladder rating on the beta or anything like that.
I would if I could.
Well, you'd be facing like 5 other people, so it'd be a little bit weird, just because obviously that's not where everyone's playing.
Yeah.
But I always find it really interesting though, like what ends up being completely overpowered in the first few weeks. What ends up like, what's the weird comp that everyone's like, no, there's no way that could possibly work, and then 2 weeks later they're like, please nerf this, it's way too strong.
That's one of the funny things though, is sometimes people figure out something that is exceptionally good and they they try to keep it on the hush house.
Yeah.
You know, they don't want to tell people like, this is a really good spec, or this is a really good way of gearing in the past, or blah, 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 blah. And that ends up giving them a huge advantage moving forward into a tournament where people aren't really expecting that. And that's something also interesting, sort of from the cross-regional point of view. Sometimes something will be found out in like Europe and everyone knows about it, or something will be found out in North America and everyone knows about it. And then those regions can sort of take advantage of that and have an advantage in BlizzCon. But it looks like the next map is going to be Blade's Edge, so it is possible we see a composition swap. I think that SG White probably wants to run that DK Windwalker Paladin again, but who knows if Jeff wasn't able to get back on.
Yeah, maybe the issue was that Jeff's computer just died. So in that case, well, rip.
Yeah.
But also, then they're going to have to bring in their Warlock, and if they're going to, if that's what happened, which we don't know, but if that's what happened, then Blade's Edge makes the most sense. Like if you're going to if you're going to have to go Windwalker Warlock, then might as well play to the strength of that particular composition, even if it is a very weird composition. So hopefully here very shortly we will be able to get into this next game and find out what's going to happen next.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I'm interested to see what compositions they do decide to run. And once again, there's actually a third strategy I kind of wanted to talk about. And Windwalker DK Paladin actually has a third option against this composition. They can race, which I think is not ideal. I think the split strategy is good. And then there's a third option where they sort of try to all-in the Feral Druid. Because if a Feral Druid gets caught in a stun, he's one of the squishiest classes in the game. Of course, he does have that Survival Instinct cooldown. He can get bopped out of stuns. But if you can manage to get the Paladin in a CC chain, at the same time you fully stun the Feral with no trinket, you can literally just explode him in one leg sweep instantly. So that's something they could try too.
Yeah. So it looks like our teams are just about ready. The queue, it has just activated. We will be going to Blade's Edge Arena. We'll be getting into this game here very, very shortly. Apologies for the delays. Obviously, when there's a technical issue like this, we want to make sure that everything gets sorted out as best as possible. And yeah, wow, it looks like Jeff, whatever issue is happening to him is a little bit too much, because SG White, they are going to have to go with the Warlock Windwalker.
Yep, and we'll have to see how this works out for them. I think Blade's Edge is going to be a decent selection. It looks like Zevs is actually deciding to use that Howl of Terror. So, I mean, obviously Balance and Kappa are going to have a lot of stuns. They have the Leg Sweep, they have the Fist of Fury, they have the Hodge of Justice coming out from Kappa. So Zevs opting, instead of playing the traditional Shadow Fury, he's going to be running that Howl of Terror, 40-second cooldown, and it's an AoE Fear. So if you can get in close to Pause, Nuts, and Helio, you can get a full Fear. It's also really good for just getting the Fear onto Helio if he's getting shut down and interrupted on his Fears. It's just a way for him to get out that instant CC. I think it's a really smart choice.
Yep, so we will see how well it works out for him here. Obviously not a great situation for SG White to find themselves in, but we'll see if they can make the best out of a bad situation. The gates have now opened. Balance actually just charging straight in here. And deciding maybe to think better of it, he's going to pull back over here, hang out with his Warlock a little bit longer. And they're starting to try to put some pressure out. Kappa immediately gets caught into that Fist of Justice after that Death Grip comes out from Nuts. They're trying to put some counter pressure into Nuts as well at this point. Helio did get caught into that full Fist of Justice now after that Fear. Pause now taking lots of damage too. Zev's actually able to put out a ton of damage with this Dark Soul active, and it's proving to be quite a bit for Party of Models to actually deal with. Nuts down at 16% health. Kappa forced to use the Avenging Avenging Wrath as well as the Execution Sentence. Avenging Wrath on himself just to put some self-heals out, but the Execution Sentence on Nuts to keep him aggressive. And SG White is actually doing pretty well right now.
Yeah, Pause and Nuts still have their trinkets available if they need it. Pause, of course, has that Survival Instinct stacked as well. Kappa is going to be slowly whittled down. Pause, of course, using that Incarnation. He actually saved his Berserk, so he's staggering his cooldowns a little bit right now until he can actually connect onto Kappa. Kappa doing an excellent job of actually kiting. Now Pause finally able to connect on him. War Master is coming out from Kappa, though, spamming out those heals. He actually gets DR stunned on that War Mastery Word of Glory, so he didn't actually get too much value out of that. The full Hodge onto Helio. Looks like Pause and Nuts going to be taking a little bit of damage, but Kappa down to 10% HP. Sable the Light has already procced. He's going to be coming up here soon, but he's had to use that Divine Protection. He's going to spam out some heals on himself, and he is able to top, but this is sort of an unrelenting assault coming out from Pause and Nuts, but Pause actually dipping dangerously low as well, down to around 40% HP. Helio has no more defensive cooldowns, caught into that triple DR fear. The Hell of Terror actually coming out as well. The next CC chain onto Helio, if they can get a Hodge into Incap into Fear onto Helio when the diminishing returns are up onto him, Pause could be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, the big question is, can Kappa survive through the damage from Pause and Nuts right now? A nice stun goes out onto Pause, but Kappa's still taking lots of pressure. Pause now once again under lots of pressure himself right now. Zev's just keeping that pressure going onto him, and it's actually working out really, really well for him. Pause has to pull back, and that's helping keep Kappa alive at this point. Pause now down to 20% health. Helio getting caught into fear after fear from Zevs, now into the full paralysis. If they're able to connect onto Pause, this could be the end right here.
But Kappa's so low as well, down to 10% HP, bops himself. It actually gets purged. Nuts MVP there. Pause dipping dangerously low though as well, down to around 10% HP. It looks like Helio is able to spam out those heals. Nuts did such an excellent job there. He was just spamming the chains of ice onto Balance over and over and over. And because of that, Balance could not connect onto Pause, but it doesn't look like it's completely over yet. It's pretty much over. Yeah, it's over. But yeah, despite a well-played game by SG White, Nuts doing such an incredible job there, playing defensively as well as getting down Kappa pretty much entirely by himself. So yeah, I mean that's going to tie the series up 2-2.
Yeah, and this is a really kind of crappy situation for SG White to find themselves in, because they obviously they want to be running that Windwalker DK that's been doing so well for them so far. They've been obviously there's some sort of issue happening with Jeff right now. We don't know what the issue is, but there's something happening with Jeff right now, which has resulted in him being unable to play. Hopefully they can get that sorted out for their sake, because I feel like even though now Party of Models has come back and won the past 2 games, it's kind of been because of the issues that Jeff is having. I feel like SG White, they kind of deserve this series after what we saw coming out of them in the first couple of games. So I feel bad for them personally.
Yeah, me too.
So, but that's how things go. That's how this works out sometimes. Is sometimes just technology fails, and that's what you got to deal with.
Yeah, there's nothing you can really do about it. It's just a very unfortunate situation. But yeah, now Party Models finding themselves in a situation where they've tied up the series. It's 2-2. I'm sure, I mean, hopefully Jeff's able to get back from wherever he is right now.
I actually just heard a little bird in my ear just told me that Jeff has actually been able to return. So whatever was happening with him has been sorted out. So,
yeah, but now he's in a situation where it's tied up 2-2. I mean, this is a sort of a volatile matchup. I mean, like I said, it can be calculated, but the little things can happen. I mean, you can get kicked. Your bop can be dispelled instantly, and all of a sudden you're in a spot where you're in huge trouble. So this is
and thinking back also, I said before that the SG White kind of deserved this series, but I was thinking back to that second match on Tolvaron and that Soul Reaper that we saw, and that was kind of one of those like random happenstance, like 1 in a million sort of kill windows. Like they obviously capitalized on it very well to be able to get the kill, but it was one of those like, I'll put up Soul Reaper and hope that he's low enough, and he was low enough. All right,
look,
we just win here. Yeah, exactly. So. Maybe I spoke a little bit too soon on that one. Party of Models has been doing pretty well overall.
The first game was very close too. It was a 2-2, right? They went down to the 2v2.
That's true, yeah.
So, I mean, Party Models definitely not doing a bad job.
Yeah.
These games have been very close either way. Now SG White going to be able to run their main composition. But just because they can run that, I mean, like we said, Party Models has done a really good job. The games have been close, and they can lose running Windwalker DK Paladin, absolutely. So they're going to have to play well this game.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll see how things end up sorting out here for SG White versus Party of Models. We're going on to a Game 5. It's a Game 5 under kind of weird circumstances, but it's a Game 5 nonetheless. So it's going to be very, very exciting. Whoever wins this next game will move on.
And
yeah.
Whoever loses is out. So.
Yeah, exactly. And it's definitely unfortunate. It's not something that anybody ever wants. You can't really blame Party of Models or put too much onto them in this situation just because, I mean, if Jeff has issues, Jeff has issues. Like Party of Models, they can't fix the issues for him. So Yeah. Unfortunate, but we'll see how this ends up playing out here.
And now we are left with only 2 small maps. We have Runes of Lordaeron, sorry, and Dalaran Sewers. So these are the 2 smaller maps. It's going to be hard for either Paladin to get away. I think on this map, it's likely we'll see just a full-on Paladin train. It's going to be up to which Paladin uses their defensive cooldowns better, which DPS use their interrupts better to stop the Paladin, because sometimes Paladins get greedy and they try to get their fast Holy Light off. And if you're there and you're ready for it, you get the Mind Freeze or you get the Spear Hand Strike, you can just take them down without them having an opportunity to actually use their defensive cooldowns.
Yeah, and like you said, on that first match, we did have that 2v2 situation where both Paladins died at the same time, pretty much.
It could happen again, yeah.
It could happen again. Looks like it is going to be Dalaran Sewers as the map choice, so not terribly surprising, not a huge difference between either of these 2 maps. It's just sort of, it's SG White's pick, so it's whichever one they're going to feel the most comfortable with. And they obviously feel more comfortable with Dalaran Sewers than they do with Ruins of Lordaeron, so that's where we're going to head. And we'll see if SG White is able to close this out or if Party Models is going to have their comeback.
I'm excited. Either way. I like seeing these sort of cleavy comps. And whoever wins this matchup, I think, is actually going to be going up against Splice.
Yep.
So, yeah, Splice, obviously waiting in anticipation to see who they're going to be playing next. The winner of this matchup will be moving on to play them. The loser completely eliminated from the tournament.
And like you said before, like whichever team does actually move forward, it's still not going to be great news for Splice regardless. They really don't want to have to deal with a super heavy cleave comp like this. So I guess bad news for Splice either way. They're going to have to face one of these 2 teams. But we'll find out here very, very shortly what's going to be the result of this best-of-5 series just as soon as we can get into this game.
Yep. And with the Dalaran Sewers, I mean, it is a smaller map. The little differences between Dalaran Sewers and Runes of Lordaeron, though, is that you have at least a little bit of you have the boxes on the corner that you can use to line of sight, so the Paladins can get away for potentially maybe a little bit. Whereas on Ruins of Lordaeron, that's a little bit more difficult. Of course, you do have the little cart and you do have the graveyard and the tomb, but it's more difficult to get away on Ruins of Lordaeron. So maybe this is a map where they feel like they want to continue to run that strategy where they're using the Storm, Earth, and Fire image. Balance is going to be peeling as much as possible with those stuns. And the thing is, once the Feral Druid and once the Death Knight don't have breaks anymore, you can get their trinkets out of the way, Icebound Fortitude, and they have to sit the Fist of Fury stun.
Yeah.
I did the little Fist of Fury stun. I just sit that. And they sit the leg sweeps.
That's
it
funny.
Becomes really hard for them to actually kill Kappa because then they sit full incapacitates as well, and Balance can sort of dictate how much pressure they can do with those defensive cooldowns.
Okay, so Jeff has actually not returned to the arena. SG White going to be once again going with the Windwalker and Warlock, which is, it's unfortunate that Jeff is having whatever issue it is that's going on right now. But I felt like SG White, even in that last game on Blade's Edge, they had some good kill potential and some nice kill windows that opened up for them there. So we'll see if they're going to be able to make it happen here against Party of Models on this, or if Party of Models is going to close this one out 3-2.
Yep, I think we're going to see the same thing coming up from Party of Models. They're going to jump onto Kappa, sort of whittle him down through his cooldowns. It can be very scary for Kappa. He has a lot of cooldowns to rotate through. Of course, he has a Save by the Light proc, he has Bubble, he has his Wings, his Execution Sentence, his Trinket. He's going to have to make sure that he doesn't overlap them. If they get overlapped, he can get overwhelmed very, very quickly. Of course, we saw such a close game last game with these two compositions. I believe Paz was kiting around 10% for quite some time. But it looks like immediately Helio is going to be hodged up into a Fury. Decides to just trinket that. There was a little bit of an overlap, so I guess he decided that was an easy trinket for him. Going to be throwing out that Blessing of Sacrifice onto Nuts right now. Kappa also taking a lot of damage. Going to be running away. He actually gets stranged on a Seal War Mastery coming out from him. Save of the Light proccing as well. So Kappa already using his Avenging Wrath and taking full advantage of that Save by the Light proc, but he's going to be A-okay for the time being.
Yeah, and he didn't have to use his Execution Sentence there either, as well as any of his other cooldowns, so that does give him a little bit of an edge in this matchup. Now Helio caught into this full Fist of Justice could spell trouble for Nuts or for Helio. It looks like they're actually going hard onto Helio right now. He is going to end up having to use his Avenging Wrath and go ahead and keep those heals going. I believe he actually had it active already as soon as I said that. Kappa did have to use a Blessing of Protection on himself, which does mean that there's this short period of time now where he has that Forbearance active, and it looks like Party of Models is going to try and punish him for that. He's got a few seconds left on that forbearance, but it looks like SG White was actually able to peel for him pretty well there. And now Zevs, with his second Dark Soul active, he's going to be looking to make something happen. Helio now caught in that Fist of Justice, has no trinket available. He might have to use his bubble here with that stun coming out as well. The execution sentence lands onto him, and the Save by the Light proccing as well. Now they're just trying to turn it back around onto Kappa. Kappa once again caught in that Strangulate. Does have his bubble available should he decide to use it, and he's going to have to.
Yep, that was a Save by the Light proc as well, so that's what I was talking about, a little bit of a cooldown overlap there. He still has a Stone form available for the next Strangulate. He has a Hand of Protection as well. Helio, though, taking a lot of damage. Balance actually deciding to just use that Storm, Earth, and Fire image onto Helio. So the image is on Helio, as well as Zevs obviously dotting him up, and Kappa's hodging him on cooldown as well. So that's Helio's taking a lot of pressure from that. Balance doing the best he can to peel Nuts and Paws, who are just relentlessly training down Kappa. Kappa actually getting away, gets away completely with that Gateway, just spamming the heals on himself, actually able to top himself off in a very good position right now. Paws finally able to reconnect. The full Hodge, though, going out onto Kappa. He has no way to break that. Luckily for him, though, he still has his Avenging Wrath if he needs it. Unlucky, though, his mana is down to around 20% HP. Very high pressure situation. Helio down to around 20% HP. He still has Bubble, he still has his Trinket. If he needs it, he's going to have to make sure that he doesn't get taken down without using it. He does pop that Divine Protection, and now, because of that, he's going to be able to spam out some heals and be okay. He still has his Trinket as well, but no Avenging Wrath for quite some time.
Yeah, and he actually used both his Divine Protection and his Divine Shield there. So Helio could be in some trouble should he need to pump out a whole bunch of healing. If they're able to put a bunch of damage into him, doesn't really matter that much if he has his Trinket available, if the damage is just super high. But Kappa down at 6% mana, just trying his best to keep his team alive, completely running on fumes right now, has no cooldowns left at all either. Could be in a lot of trouble here. Balance gets put into stun, immediately gets out of that as well. I believe he used his Trinket there. Paws still at about half health. They're just trying to keep as much pressure going as possible, but I don't know that SG White really has much time left in this. Kappa has 2,000 mana. He's just not really able to be pumping out heals at this point. 1%, just got nothing left. Uses that Word of Glory, the Holy Light. That's about it. They need to make something happen right here, right now. Paws getting very low. Helio getting very low as well. SG White really needs this to happen. Zevs is getting super low. He does have his Dark Regen active. He's going to go ahead and gate out of there. Helio caught into the stun. He has his Trinket available. He's going to be able to Trinket out of that. But he gets
locked out, though, into the Hodge and taken down. SG White in kind of a good position right now, taking down the Paladin. Obviously, they're in a good position. Looks like they actually are going to win this game. Kappa surviving for so long with just 1% mana, spamming out his most efficient heals. Zevs, though, still a little bit low. They're not completely out of the woods yet. Pause, though, down to around 5% HP. Even if Zevs goes down, they're going to be able to close out the game. And SG White running a very unconventional comp in such a remarkably close game, able to take down Party of Models despite Jeff not being here. And yeah, taking the series 3-2 and moving on.
Yeah, wow, and you really have to hand it to him. Like that was a very, very bad situation for SG White to find themselves in. Jeff and Kappa are kind of the cornerstone of that. Like the other member on their team, either Balance or Zevs, you can kind of swap in and out, but they need the Death Knight and they need the Holy Paladin. And so not having the Death Knight available to them meant that they ended up going, okay, well, I guess Windwalker Warlock, why not?
Yeah.
See how that goes. And by the absolute skin of their teeth, they were able to make it happen. I have no idea how Kappa survived that long with no mana at all.
I'll tell you one thing, he is one of the most annoying Paladins to fight against. He does an excellent job kiting and using his freedoms and getting away. He's just a nightmare to hit as a cleaver. But yeah, we can see sort of how this game is playing out. Zev's actually getting a little bit low. Kappa with no mana left. Helio getting in-capped into the full life sweep. Trinket set gets fully loaded up with dots, and once Balance is able to reconnect onto him with the Hodge coming out from Kappa, they are able to take him down. Zev's actually dipping a little bit low as well, but it's really, I mean, once one player dies, traditionally, the game's pretty much over.
Yeah, we did see, obviously, in the first game, we just saw that cross kill, but in that situation there, Kappa was looking totally fine. And as soon as the healer was dead for Party of Models, no matter what, it was just kind of inevitable at that point. Like, it's just a matter of time. Even the little bit of healing that Kappa was able to put out was most likely going to be enough to take that one home. So, well done by SG White, like coming back from a really, really bad situation. Condolences to Party of Models. They have been eliminated from the tournament now, and they will not be moving on. They will have to try again next year.
Yeah. And SG White, I believe, is actually going to be playing once again. They're going to be going up against Splice. If they have Jeff available, I think it's going to be very hard for Splice. If they don't have Jeff available, I think Splice is going to make short work of them.
Yeah. We will be finding that out here very, very shortly. But real quick, right now, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with Splice versus SG White right after this.
On Draenor, old rivals sought to bring Azeroth to its knees. And while the Iron Tide was quelled, they were but servants of a more ancient foe that has not forgotten our defiance. The vengeance of the Burning Shadow has come. And in our most desperate hour, we must wield the power of the enemy against them. For we stand once more upon the brink of destruction. The Burning Legion has returned.
People often ask, why is lore important? The lore and the storytelling of Warcraft is something that we've really tried to work on and hone over the years as an integral part of the fantasy you're playing through. When it catches you, it's something you want to keep coming back to over and over. Warcraft Chronicle is the first in a series of books that attempts to codify and tighten up and clarify the history of Warcraft. The first volume of the Chronicle essentially goes from the creation of the Warcraft universe all the way up until the story of the Last Guardian, which is essentially the story of Warcraft 1. We wanted to create a very distinct look for this book. We asked one of our artists, Peter Lee, if he would step up and do this thing. A lot of the imagery, especially in the early parts of the history or the prehistory of Warcraft, are images of places and things that we've never shown people before. And Pete was just the perfect guy to kind of envision these vistas and these landscapes. What's really fun about doing the Chronicle project is trying to take that holistic audit of like our first ideas all the way to the now. You can read through this thing and go, oh, I get it. I get how this begat this, and then this came from here, and this turn in history happened because of these three things. I never saw that before. In having that top-down, long view of the history of Azeroth, you definitely get that sense that there's a lot of unfinished business, and there's a lot of conflicts and evil from that stirred in the ancient world that may yet come to pass in Warcraft's future.
Oh my god, Absterge is literally a god. He just brought that game back from the brink of destruction.
All right, welcome back. One exciting series. Again, a close one coming down to that game 5, but it does mean that SG White is going to move on to play against Splice next.
Yeah, I think SG White, though, in that last series definitely proved they were the best team. They kind of had everything against them in that series. came back in the game 5 and took it, but definitely have their work cut out for them moving into this next series. Going to be up against Splice, which is a team we've seen so much out of in both Cup 1, Cup 2, and now today we've seen both of their comps. They look great on both of them.
They really do, and it's really Absterge's time to shine. You know, he came so close to qualifying in both Cups 1 and 2, so I'm glad to see that these guys are getting there. They only have a few more games to make it if they want to make it through, but unfortunately for them, SG White is looking really good right now. Of course, Balance playing that Windwalker Monk. It's really exciting to see Windwalkers in these tournaments. I know we have a lot of Windwalker DK teams that are basically infesting the ladder right now, taking a lot of points off of some caster cleaves. So it's great to see them make it all the way into the lowers.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Last week when I was doing EU, a big thing that we kept saying was, okay, if you want to win, if you want to qualify, you either need to be an RMD or beat an RMD. No RMDs today, and it kind of seems like you either need to be a Windwalker or beat a Windwalker today in NA to qualify, which I did not expect to be saying at all. But moving into this series, I do think Splice is going to be able to take it. I think that Splice is pretty well positioned, and it really depends on the comp that SG White ends up bringing to the table.
Yeah, and of course these teams are going to be in on the Grand Arena to start it off like usual. Of course, Splice is going to be playing that Feral Druid with the Affliction Warlock, and then they're going to have Absterge on Resto Shaman. And of course, SG White is going to be playing, Black Jeff is going to be on the Frost DK, Balance on that Windwalker, and of course it is going to be Kappa healing them. And Kappa's been doing a great job in the last series, so glad to see that he's really the anchor on their team. So we'll have to see how well they can handle this because, of course, Splice is just such a dominant team. They've been doing such a good job. Overall, Absterge is, like Elliot was saying in the little video right before, Absterge has been playing like such a god. As right out of the gates, we're going to see how Balance can handle this. You know, he's been doing a great job of knowing when to use his Storm Earth and Fire Clones to spread out damage. Right immediately, he is going to get hexed, though, so it's going to stop the offensive onslaught. But look at all the damage that Kappa is taking already. You know, he is trying to keep himself alive without using cooldowns, but that Save by the Light is going to proc already. He's choosing to hold on to his Avenging Wrath right now, but using the Execution Sentence to heal himself up, but it's only Wallabear on him right now.
Yeah, SG White really needs to put a lot of damage into Splice to try to keep Dota at bay, because if Dota can sit back and cast, he's going to dot up the entire team, and they're going to be able to bring them down pretty effectively.
Now, Balance is doing a great job of using those Paralyzed to stop Wallabear's damage, but look at this damage onto Kappa, just taking so much damage, using the Aura Mastery and the Avenging Wrath, still holding on to that bubble as long as he can, as Wallabear is going to get hodged, but he is going to immediately trinket that away. Now, Absterge is the one taking a ton of damage, both Black Jeff and Balance just dumping damage into him, the fear on top of Absterge, which was stolen by Black Jeff, so great job right there, as Dota is going to use his Dark Soul to toss out the damage. Unfortunately, Kappa still has a few seconds of Avenging Wrath left, as he's going to bop himself immediately when Wallabear gets onto him. So it's going to force Wallabear to kind of play defensive, or to sit off of him just for a second, but it's those precious seconds while he does have Incarnation up.
Splice did a really good job of handling the wings there. They managed to get a clone out, and they really managed to kind of cut the amount of time that he was in it. But now SG White getting so much damage into Splice, they may actually fall down here. They don't have too much. The only thing that Absterge has on the table is the Link. Yeah, now Absterge down to about half right now. He does have Dota with him, but unfortunately Wallabear is going to be they're basically trading healers at this point, or trying to. Wallabear's pulling back. He knows that Absterge is kind of going to be in trouble. It's something that Balance has had to do so far for his healer, so we'll have to see if they can keep the damage up. Now, Balance is going to be tossing his Storm Earth and Fire Clones out onto both Dota while he's attacking Absterge, so he can spread out that damage. Not only the damage, but it also spreads the Mortal Strike effect from it. So it's a great way to spread out the damage so that both Jeff and Balance can score a kill. Now, Kappa's going to bop himself again. That is his second buff. He's held on to his bubble for this entire time, and Avenging Wrath is back up. Jeff is going to use his Pillar of Frost. They really want to commit onto the damage, but that Warlock Gateway really saved the day right there for both Dota and Absterge. Yeah, we're going to see Dota and Absterge behind this pillar, trying to stay away from Jeff as long as they can. If Splice can actually move to dampening, I definitely favor them in this matchup. I'm surprised that they are playing so aggressive this far.
Yeah, they've been doing a good job of staying onto Kappa. Unfortunately, that does mean that Wallabear is kind of unable to peel for Absterge when this happens. And look at this damage onto Dota. That Fist of Fury was stunning Absterge, and it's going to force out the first Spirit Link from Absterge. You know, he basically has his Trinket and Spirit Link left. As the Strangulate lands on him, as you see Dota's second Dark Souls coming out, you know, he's going to be tossing out the damage with some great cross crowd control onto both Balance and trying to get something onto Kappa. But as you can see, he's sitting down for a drink right now. This is actually really important, but it means that both Balance and Black Jeff are going to be taking a lot of damage. He's immediately going to Wings Execution Sentence to top off Black Jeff, but that does mean Balance is by himself at this point. He's going to get feared and stunned, as you can see that they are going to be going on to Dota now instead of Absterge, but Balance is going to be looking to try to get some CC onto Absterge, and there we go. Now the clones are back out onto Dota, tossing that spread damage. So Black Jeff is able to deal some damage to Dota while Balance is trying to clean up Absterge right now with that leg sweep. Let's see if he can get anything out of it. Nope, Balance is going to be cycloned.
Yeah, Splice has a little bit of time too before they are actually going to be able to get a solid push onto SG White, and SG White can keep getting aggressive here, and Kappa still has a bubble in his pocket if he does need it. Black Jeff starting to get low. Maybe Splice will be able to take this bubble a little bit early.
Yeah, as Absterge is going to get away with, again, that gateway, but Balance is able to use his mobility to get right back onto him. Unfortunately, though, Black Jeff doesn't have the same level of mobility, so he needs to hit whatever he can at this point. Dota's second Dark Soul is back up. Now lots of damage onto Absterge as he is going to be paralyzed low. Black Jeff is trying to get over to him. Balance was buying him a little bit of time right there, but Absterge is able to get away, needing to trinket the leg sweep instantly, but he does have Ascendance up right now, and that's why his team is completely topped.
Yeah, Wallabear threw so many clones out onto Jeff there, and that was actually the thing that it kept Jeff far enough away that he couldn't get to Absterge. If he did, Absterge could have easily fallen down in that engagement.
And what's really good for the team of SG White is that Wallabear, throughout that entire time when we were talking about them going on to Dota and Absterge, he had his Incarnation up and was trying to deal damage to Kappa, and Kappa was able to get away only using a bot, I do believe, and didn't even have to use Wings during that moment, so that's an extremely important part. So Absterge is going to Stone Form off that silence onto him, but both Dota and Absterge are getting low, and there comes a second link. But he does have about 40 seconds till his next one. Triple leg sweep comes out. This is not looking good. Absterge getting extremely low right now, down to 1 health just for a moment, but he's not going to be able to pull through as there's just an overwhelming amount of damage. And the big thing to note there was Kappa pushed up with his Wings up, and he wasn't using it to heal. They knew they had the moment. Both Spirit Links were down. He didn't have any other defensive cooldowns to save himself or for his team, and Kappa actually pushed up and dealt a whole lot of damage during those Wings.
Yeah, 250,000 damage actually did get pushed in there. I'm surprised that the game went that way. I kind of expected Splice maybe to try to take a more defensive approach, try to get into dampening or something like that, but when you're up against such an onslaught of damage, that's a pretty hard strategy to go for. So we saw them take a more aggressive stance and try to find a win condition earlier on in the game, and Dota did put a lot of pressure on, doing something like 8.5 million damage.
Yeah, the big thing for me in that matchup, though, it was Kappa's positioning. Kappa was pulling Wallabear so far away that Wallabear wasn't able to clone up both Jeff and Balance during these. And as you can see during the replay, I believe this is when he's trying to get some CC out on Kappa, and he line of sights it. So this is when Kappa, he does still have his sprint up, that speed of light, and you see the Wings popped, and then he's going to toss some heals out, but then it's Denounce, holy shock, like Hammer of Wrath, everything. So you can see him tossing out the damage.
Yeah, Balance getting that beautiful leg sweep too, hitting every single member of Splice, and that's going to allow SG to take that first one.
Yeah, and surprising because, you know, we kind of both thought that Splice was going to, you know, take the series. That, you know, when you compare these two teams, you know, Splice has the tournament experience. You know, they've Black Jeff was in our regionals last year, but I mean, every time you look and see amazing Resto Shaman plays, it's always Absterge pulling those out. So we'll have to see. This is going to be an exciting series, starting off 1-0 already in the favor of SG White.
Definitely does help that they have Jeff back too.
Yeah.
If they had a Warlock instead, Warlock, that comp was all over the place. It doesn't even have a name. We need to name it if it comes back.
Well, you know, it actually was a popular comp in prior seasons and stuff, but with the buffs that Frost Death Knights have been getting slowly patch after patch, they're now secure on running dual wield frost instead of the two-hander, so they have that constant frost strike damage, and they're just monsters with their damage. It's just constant damage that they can get in range.
Yeah, so now being down one game, that's a lot of pressure onto Absterge and his team. We keep saying we've seen him over and over and over again.
Yeah.
If they lose this is it.
And especially because it was on the Grand Arena where Kappa's positioning was able to pull the fight so far away. He was able to sit down and get a really massive drink off and only trading his wings for a second to top his team off. So they can't even go on a small map to try to negate that because when you have, like, right at the end, what you saw there was the triple leg sweep basically led into that kill. So if they choose something like a Dalaran Sewers, I don't know, it's going to be rough for them.
Yeah, they're definitely up against the wall right now, and with higher stakes than ever. Not only do they get, they're out of this tournament if they lose this series, there aren't any more qualifying cups. The 2 teams that qualify today, they're going to round out the qualified teams for NA.
Yeah, and it looks like they are going to be going with Tolvaron, which is kind of scary if the same thing happens as before. The big difference between when a Windwalker is going to be chasing a healer versus the Feral, like we saw, was Balance is able to, use one of his roll charges to get in range of Paralyze to paralyze Walter Bear, and then he can Flying Serpent Kick back or port back. He has a lot of mobility options. Now, Ferals can get out of snares. They can use one of their many sprints to kind of close the gap, but it's a lot of missed damage during those situations. So we'll have to see if they choose to play the same comp. Of course, they do have Jelly Beans available as a hunter. I don't know if they're going to switch to him.
I kind of thought that they might, but after seeing that map choice, I'm going to assume they're staying away from the jungle and they're going to stick with the FLS.
Yeah. I think the map went pretty well for Splice. Absterge, he was holding on to his cooldowns correctly. He really bought his team a bunch of time to try to kill Kappa. They turned it back onto Balance a couple times. They turned it back onto Black Jeff. So I think Splice has many kill opportunities. They can really go on whoever they want in this comp. Wallabear, if he can land a couple good kicks when Kappa's wings are down, he'll be able to kill him. We saw that almost a couple times. So we'll have to see. Splice, I think it's just execution at this point.
Yeah, and Absterge, he did play it beautifully, but I kind of expected if they were going to go for that slugfest, which we just saw, they would go with the jungle cleave. I mean, jungle cleave's great. Well, why do you think they're avoiding the jungle cleave?
I don't know. This is it. I think they thought that Wallabear was going to open up the damage potential on not only Kappa, force him to use a bunch of cooldowns, but also the spread pressure, from the Warlock at that point was going to make Wallabear be able to switch back onto whatever target they want once they get the cooldowns out of Kappa. I think that's what was going on and what their thought was going into it. I mean, it wasn't like too far of a landslide win from SG White. It just a really bad situation happened right at the end, where he already had his Mortal Strike out on multiple targets. Absterge was going to have a rough time healing. Both Spirit Links were already down. I don't know. It was a good pick going into it.
Yeah, I definitely do think it was a good pick. And one of the things we've seen with Dota throughout the day is if you can't get on him and put pressure onto him, he's just going to sit back. He's going to dot up your entire team. And the damage is just going to overwhelm you.
It is. And however, saying that, now that we are getting into this game again, it is going to be on Tolvaron. SG White was up 1-0, which means, of course, Splice gets to pick the map. Then SG White has to lock in their comp, followed by Splice afterwards being able to counter, and that's what we're seeing right now. We are going to have Jelly Beans, and he is going to be playing Survival Hunter along with Dota on that Affliction Warlock. So this combination, they're going to have a lot of constant damage.
This is interesting. This is a very interesting comp. I definitely expect to see a slugfest going into this one.
Well, what's really good is you have a mobile hunter, you have a Warlock who can be super tanky, has a port himself, has lots of defensive cooldowns to keep himself alive. So they'll be able to pull both of these melees away from each other. So we'll have to see what's going to go on as we're going to follow Jeff right out from the start. Let's see if he can get on his target, and it looks like they are going to try to go on Dota this time from the start. This is pretty interesting. Absterge is trying to get away from the fight. He does get stunned out in the middle right now. We already have a Pillar of Frost out from Black Jeff and the Fist of Fury coming out, so there's a lot of damage going on already. A bunch of cooldowns coming out. Kappa's doing everything he can, but he is going to get full trapped as lots of damage damage is going to be out onto Dota during that same time. See, Jeff looks like he stole a Fear, which he did toss onto Absterge. Absterge wasn't able to tremor it before that, as Dota's down to half. Lots of damage coming out, forcing the Dark Regeneration already. But as you can see, we do have the Fist of Fury stun onto Dota and Absterge and Jellybean. Actually, all 3 players were hit by that.
Yeah, wow, the AMS did do a lot there, but they just kept putting damage into Jeff, and Jeff has not been topped off yet. Beautiful Shadow Fury going to connect on both of the damage dealers for this team, and Black Jeff getting dangerously low, and we do see Dota inside of that Dark Soul. Once again, Black Jeff, though, going to pop up the AMS, which should be able to keep him alive, and Kappa has quite a few cooldowns that could be used to top him off.
Yeah, he decided to use one of them, the Aura Mastery, so he was able to cast without being interrupted. But look at Dota's health, just down to half again, as he's trying to Absterge is trying to top him off. 3 really big healing surges go out as Jellybeans again. Looks like it was a trap onto him, and as Kappa is, there, the Chains of Ice, I'm sorry, as Black Jeff is down low again, Kappa with the wings out, but he's almost out in the middle by himself. Any sort of CC onto Kappa right now would be dangerous, and there it goes. That was the interruption right there from the counter shot. He was able to toss a couple heals out as it looks like Jellybeans wants to stun, followed by a trap onto Kappa, so that was a great job, but unfortunately Kappa was able to get a bunch of heals off before that CC.
Another leg sweep, and this is a big sign that SG White is trying to get aggressive here. And look at how far Dota actually fell down. We're going to see that Spirit Link get dropped down, and it's going to be enough for Splice to stabilize a little bit here. And just watch how they actually try to use the map. They're trying to keep as much space in between them and SG White so they can just stay alive to fight another day. And Black Jeff taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, now Kappa's trying to pull away, but Jellybeans is constantly on top of him with that CC as a full trap, and he's choosing to sit it rather, because he does have his trinket up right now. And all the cooldowns really are coming back up for Kappa as he uses his execution sentence, but he also has his bubble trinket and bop available. So knowing that he could be a possible target, I do believe he is going to be playing Unbreakable Spirit instead of Clemency, so he doesn't have 2 charges of bop for this comp. As Absterge is going to be paralyzed and not too much damage going out on him, they're choosing to just ride Dota this entire game.
Yeah, and we're actually seeing Splice deciding to just kind of train Jeff the entire time, but his AMS has just been rotating so well, and it's close right now. He has 5 seconds left, but he's taking quite a bit of damage. He may fall before it even comes back up.
Well, Kappa's able to use his wings to keep him offensive. It's not topping him off on every heal because of the amount of damage that is out on by both Dota and Jellybeans. You can see, there were a bunch of dots. Yeah, there we go. Now he has a full line of dots. That Unstable Affliction is going to tick out its entire duration because Kappa's choosing not to dispel this on cooldown.
Yeah, and there's that AMS. That did buy them enough time for it to come up. Kappa eats a Hex there.
Yeah, and Black Jeff trying to steal again. Let's see what he got from there as he's down to half again. Kappa's really trying to keep his team alive, but a full Fear is going to land. He chooses to bubble it right away. As you see now, the Paralyze is going to land onto Jellybeans, followed by the full stun. So Balance is going to get over to Dota with the Fist of Fury, but Absterge is able to top him off. So the big thing to note is as this game goes further and further along, the Storm Earth and Fire is able to spread that Mortal Strike effect to reduce healing on both targets, and he's using it on to keep it up on Absterge plus Dota. So Absterge has to heal not only himself but Dota. As you can see, now he has a Spirit on all 3 targets, so it's going to be a lot of spread damage, and that means Black Jeff can stick to 1 target. Looks like they are going to go after Absterge now. The sacrifice comes out from Kappa. He really wants to keep his Death Knight on the offensive as Absterge is going to be stunned by Kappa, but now the trap is going to come out. The Binding Shot explosive trap combo is going to let him land a full trap onto Kappa, who's going to get full feared afterwards. A little bit of an overlap, but it was important to make sure that Kappa is going to be CC'd during this. Immediately out of that CC, he's going to use the wings, still trying to keep Black Jeff topped off, but these CC are constantly landing on Kappa. Because of the positioning, he really has to be out in the middle, as looks like Absterge is going to get stunned also, but they're not going to be able to capitalize on it too much. But Jellybean's down to half right there, having to use that Hellstone, really wants to help Absterge keep himself alive.
Yeah, and now SG White's really putting the gas on.
Yeah.
We're seeing Splice start to fall farther and farther behind. We saw them swap onto Dota during a potential kill window, and it slowed him down just enough, and it pretty much negated his entire Dark Soul and allowed Black Jeff to move into an AMS. And now we're looking at SG White just getting setups onto Dota. We saw the leg sweep, and we're seeing him fall very far behind.
Yeah, it was a really good setup. Jeff was able to steal a Fear off of Dota and Fear Absterge away, and Balance knew he had to get his Spirit off of Absterge at that moment to make sure that it wouldn't break the Fear. So excellent play by SG White so far. Saved by the Late is going to proc on Jeff. He does have his Pillar up, so he is pumping out a lot of damage. Dota getting kind of low. That Shadow Fury not landing on anything as there we go. The Fist of Fury goes out. Spirit Link is dropped by Absterge, but you can see the team slowly rotting down. This spread pressure from Balance is doing such a great job.
Yeah, it's almost like we see the Spirit Link, and they all just kind of fall really low now, which is going to allow SG White to really put it on with the spread pressure that Balance has been putting out this entire match. Absterge going to get hit by that leg sweep, and now Dota going to try to rebuttal with a Dark Soul, get some damage out onto SG White of his own.
Oh, and Jellybean's doing a great job of helping his Shaman out with that explosive trap on to Balance. It was a great job keeping him alive. Absterge has a couple huge heals as the Hex is going to land onto Balance, who's immediately going to trinket it using that human racial as Dota is down to about 40% health. Absterge, he does have the Spirit Link left, as it looks like he's going to try to get a stun off. And looks like, wow, they're going to get a full trap onto Kappa right now. Kappa not having a trinket. He does have his bubble, however, so he is going to be able to use that to get out of trouble. As it looks like Jeff, again, is going to be the target this whole game. Dota taking a bunch of damage, but Absterge, and not in CC. Actually, there we go. Now he's going to Stone Form to get over to him, but there we go. The triple leg sweep is what led to their defeat in the last game. Now Dota getting dangerously low, down to 20% health, as Absterge is going to be just hit by a short paralyze, and that might be enough to score the deal. No, Absterge is going to be able to get a couple heals off. He's got about 10 seconds till Ascendance. His team just has to live till that, and he'll be able to start topping them off. As Kappa is going to be in a trap yet again, and great Fear onto Balance, send him away, keeping his team alive. Now Absterge is going to be hit with the full Fist of Justice. They're going to turn it right around him. Kappa is going to toss out some damage while in that bubble. Absterge getting kind of low again, but there we go. Now the Ascendance is going to come out. He's going to be able to toss out some massive heals. There we go. One healing surge. Even though he's at 18% dampening, that Restoration Mastery combined with Ascendance is just so much healing.
Yeah, we just see him do the craziest stuff with deep healing ever. And this is what we were talking about with Absterge. He is just such a live lord. He gets into these positions, and he allows his team to stay alive longer than anyone else could, and allows them potentially to turn around the table. We see that Shadow Fury come out, and they're trying to initiate onto Jeff. He pops that AMS again, Kappa in the wings.
Yeah, but what's really scary at this point is Absterge's mana. He does get Fist of Justice. This is going to negate his totem throw that he was going for, but now Dota's going to take a bunch of damage. If they have any follow-up CC, there we go. The Paralyze lands onto Absterge. Lots of damage from the Fist of Fury. Dota has Dark Regeneration. He's holding on to it at this point. Really wants to save it for the next CC on to Absterge, as Dota down really low. Again, holding on to that defensive, as Absterge has some heals for him. Oh, this is scary. Okay, now he's going to use the Dark Regen. That was that moment he was afraid of. Now Black Jeff also getting really low, but Kappa doesn't have any cooldowns to help him. Kappa gets short feared, followed by a full trap. This isn't looking good for Jeff, as Jeff needs to keep himself alive with those death strikes, but of course, you know, during that onslaught, you know, Dota goes down. So what a back and forth match that was. And I was afraid that Jeff was going to die during that, you know, just taking a look at the cooldowns of Kappa, just a scary moment. Of course, Jellybean and Absterge are going to try to play this out because this is their tournament lives at stake.
Yeah, and maybe they can find a way to get Jeff down here, but it's not looking too good. SG White looks like they're going to be able to stabilize and take down Jellybeans in just a moment here. He's going to pop the deterrence, try to stay alive a little bit longer, but once he falls out of this, I do expect him to go down. One of the things that we saw throughout the match, though, Splice was constantly in a position where they had to push. Even when Dota was getting really low, they just had to stay aggressive. They had to stay onto Jeff, and that did allow SG White to kind of get the upper hand.
Yeah, they really can't let Kappa have any time to breathe, basically. You know, Kappa will be able to, if there's any moments when Black Jeff isn't under extreme pressure, those seconds are just ticking up for Kappa to be able to get his cooldowns back is basically what happens during that matchup. We saw great plays by Jeff. I think he stole 3 fears during that time, so that was great. It led to a great setup. He was able to fear Absturge off while they were doing damage to Dota, forced out a cooldown out of Absturge. So I got to give it to Jeff during that game. That does mean SG White is up 2-0 right now over Splice.
Yeah, I was going to give it to Jeff too. He was stealing absolutely everything. It was incredible, but also balance, getting really good reads onto the Spirit Links and getting in there and getting triple it's over and over and over again. It's kind of interesting to see how that actually plays out in this matchup. It just you kind of see the Monk just be able to take full advantage of that totem.
Yeah, and this is a moment where Absturge gets stunned. You see when he drops his totem back there, he's waiting for it to almost tick down its duration to throw it with totemic projection, so you can't kill it. Now this is when Dota starts to get low, and you see that his Dark Regen comes back up right at that second, but with balance on his back, not going to be able to do much as he does get gripped, and it's so much damage. It's extremely hard for him to keep himself alive at that point, as he does even have a Voidwalker out to try to stop a little bit of the damage. And this is the moment where I thought that they may have been able to score a kill onto Black Jeff because of the short fear onto Kappa, but Dota just taking so much damage from that Fist of Fury with a DK with Pillar of Frost up. It's just an immense amount of damage.
Yeah, and like you said, Absturge ends up getting caught in the fear that Jeff stole. So moving into the next game, do you think they're going to bring that interesting comp yet
I don't know. I thought they did a pretty good job with it. They really made Jeff play pretty scared a lot of the times, but they just needed a little bit more damage to pump it out. Absturge's positioning was great during a lot of those matches, or the 2 matches so far. But now that they've failed with the Feral Druid Warlock and they failed with the Hunter Warlock, I don't know. What do they pull out jungle? I don't think they have a really good answer for them at this point.
They've brought 2 comps at this point, right? They've tried 2 different comps, and now you just find yourself in the position which whatever you bring coming into the next game, it's got to work 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
That's a tall order. Yep. That is a very tall order, and like you said, they're fighting for their tournament lives, and that's why they were trying to get that kill at the end onto Jeff. They really have to fight tooth and nail right now, or they're going home, and they're not going to go to that regional final.
Yeah, and we're just waiting for the map choice, of course. It's going to be Splice's choice yet again. And just as a reminder, we always start on a grand, and then the loser gets to pick the map, but you can't play the same map twice in a row unless they've already been picked, which sometimes in the really long series we run into that rules. What'll be neat at Legion is, during Legion rather, is we're going to have 2 more maps for these players to play on too, so it's going to be a huge selection.
Just one of the many things that's going to change it up quite a bit.
Yeah.
And we've said it a few times today. This is going to be the last Warlords of Draenor tournament for North America. And if you haven't had enough World of Warcraft, be sure to check it out. I believe it starts tomorrow. We're going to see EU rounded up, and they're actually sending another 4 teams onto their qualifier.
Yeah. So it'll be an exciting weekend of World of Warcraft. I mean, last weekend we had the Australian qualifiers. We had EU, and so now 2 more tournaments this weekend.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of diversity in the EU tournament, and now we're seeing it here again today. So it is really cool at the end of the expansion to still see things that you just would not expect. I mean, we saw a Destruction Warlock, we saw a Fire Mage in EU, we just saw everything being broken out, and now today, just so many monks. I can't get over how many monks we've seen today.
Yeah, we had Adela playing that Mistweaver monk, doing a great job. Of course, Balance holding it down on Windwalker. He's probably the best Windwalker in the world. His reads, he knows the class so well, he plays it so much. So it's great to see that he has his chance to shine.
Yeah, so now going into the next match, we're going to have to see how they can deal with what Balance has been putting out. Because Balance with those leg sweeps, they've been absolutely huge. I really think that that's allowed them to set up a lot of these kills. Moving into the next match, I mean, if they play jungle, though, they still really can't play around it. They'll still have a hard time breaking that CC.
They will, and so I honestly have no idea what comp they're going to pick. With Splice having those 3 comps available for them and 2 of them already failing, they could try to throw the jungle at it, but it might be risky at this point, especially because it's match point. If they fail the read and it doesn't work very well, that's it.
One of the big things Splice kind of said going into this tournament was the team that they were most scared of was Jail, formerly known as 2 Rets. And looking at the bracket, it was like, okay, they may be able to avoid that team until they get to the grand finals. And after you get to the grand finals, the nice thing is you qualify. both of the teams that are in the grand finals qualify, but now we're at the point that we see them up against a very fast cleavy comp, which is, I think, the reason that they were scared of Tourette's, because Tourette's, of course, having that Cupid cleave.
Yeah.
So now they're finding themselves in a position where they definitely are against a team that they may have been scared of if they were paying attention to them on the ladder.
Yeah, and just, again, we give these teams a bunch of time to talk. They have kind of their stopwatch or like their timer that they have.
I think they get like 5 minutes.
Yep.
We only give them that much time.
But that's total. That's over the whole series too.
Oh,
so
they only have 5 for that. That's insane. I mean, to figure out what you're going to do, especially in such a high-stakes situation like that, you want to be thinking about it. You want to make the right move. I mean, we're talking about all these little things with the comp that they have to figure out. They have to take 3 games in a row to win.
They do, and it's going to be on Tiger's Peak, which just got locked in. So we'll have to see what comp that does mean, because now that Tiger's Peak has been selected by Splice, that does mean SG White is going to have their comps available. And so the comps that they can run basically are either the Windwalker DK, which is also known as Walking Dead, is what players call it. They have Shadow Cleave that they could play. They could play DK Lock. We haven't seen that out of them yet. I don't think that would be a great idea during this matchup. And of course, they do have Windwalker Lock, which they used when Jeff couldn't be in the rounds in the last game.
If you're SG White and everything's okay with Jeff right now, why move away from the Walking Dead? I mean, you definitely want to stay on that Walking Dead cleave. It's working very well.
Right, and it seems like most of the game that they are winning throughout the whole round, basically, you know, from start to finish. They really are in the dominant position. It seems like Splice is playing catch up the whole time. So I would assume that these guys are going to stick to that comp.
I'm curious, like, actually looking forward into the day, Walking Dead moving forward, how well positioned it actually is to make it to the grand finals and potentially take that.
Yeah. I mean, it's great. Everyone knows that this comp is extremely scary on the ladder. You know, that the combo that every healer is really afraid of, where you have the Fist of Fury plus grip, so you can always be damaging 2 targets at once, every single grip, and a Fist of Fury on top of it. And it's just an immense amount of damage from both the Windwalker and the Frost DK.
Yeah, and I'm not going to say that Splice is out of it by any means.
No,
I believe in
absolutely not.
Absterge, he's performed like a god tournament after tournament, and it's going to be a lot of damage coming in from this Walking Dead cleave, but if anyone can handle it, it is definitely Absterge.
Yeah, and of course Splice, you know, last year we saw these guys play together, you know, Wallabear and Jellybeans, or Wallabear, Jellybeans, and Absterge. You constantly see them if you're watching their streams. They always play together. But then adding in the Warlock from Dota was a good addition to the team. It kind of rounds them out. I don't know if it's going to save them in this particular matchup, but Dota's been doing a great job. He really pumps out the damage, like you were saying. His numbers on the scoreboard are just massive.
Yeah, he's been great throughout all of the qualifying cups that we've actually gotten to watch him play. He's just been a constant threat that the other team has to worry about. He's going to put dots on everyone, and they're just going to slowly rot away. And, I mean, that's the thing with the Affliction Warlock, too. It's like you normally see it in a lot of comps that want to go for dampening and things like that. Today, Dota just being all out, like, aggressive, straight aggressive, trying to get these early kills.
Yeah, and it's great, you know, not only was Dota able to put out a lot of damage, you know, Jellybeans kind of tosses the damage on top of it. You know, when you look at the scoreboard numbers, Survival Hunters don't have that one ability that does a whole lot of damage. You know, they've got a lot of low damage, just constant low damage. You know, they have the black arrows that are coming out, they have the arcane shots that are constantly coming out, and it's just a massive amount of magic damage. I mean, that's what their mastery is. It increases that damage for them. So not only that, Jellybeans has been doing a great job. Every time you watch him, he's you know, landing a trap when you don't expect him to, or in those moments when he knows he has to land the trap, he'll toss a binding shot down on top of Kappa. He'll knock him away with an explosive trap, which triggers a binding shot, and then there's already a trap coming to land on it. So it doesn't give Jeff and Balance any time to react to the CC, because it's almost guaranteed at that point.
One of the things that we were talking about that's actually interesting last week, we were talking about how there aren't so many great hunters in EU. It's kind of not a class that's played as much. And then when we get to NA, we just see so many really fantastic hunters. And one of the things I wanted to see was those hunters actually go up against some of the EU RMDs and put them in their place. I love Cupid Cleave against RMD. I think Cupid Cleave is really great in that matchup. We're not going to see that unless Cupid Cleave and RMD both make it through with whatever happens in Legion. But yeah, this hunter looking great, but everyone just playing. It's the the utmost in all of these matches. But I want to take a quick peek at the graphic to actually see what comps they're going to be. Oh, well, the match is starting. So
yeah,
we'll
okay.
have to take
We're going to
a
find
peek after
just a second.
that.
We'll let you guys know what these guys are playing. Okay, so this is going to be on Tiger's Peak, and again, SG White is up 2-0 right now. So this is a scary moment for Splice, and it looks like they are going to go back to that Feral Affliction lock Resto Shaman comp, that FLS that has been really popular, you know, in the last couple months on the ladder. And of course, SG White, why mess with something that's working?
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Splice right now is they definitely, they didn't look bad on this comp. I think that picking this comp was relatively safe, and it does have 2 potential win conditions. So locking that in, probably their best move if they want to have that flexibility moving forward into the final 3 series of the game, because that's how they have to look at it. They have to look at it like, we are moving into 3 more games. What comp is going to give us the flexibility to take all 3 of them back to back to back? And looking at FLS, it can play for the long game, and we've seen them try to make it work in the short game. And like you said, SG White, they just feel comfortable on this Walking Dead.
Yeah, they do. And you can, Dota is going to be playing Blood Horror this time, so that'll help him out a little bit against these melee that we're training him the entire game. The gateway positioning on this map is a little better because he's going to be able to get from the little patio area all the way to the pillar, as Wallabear is going to be CC'd right from the start. Black Jeff again getting hit by that Blood Horror we were just talking about, as the leg sweep comes out on both Dota and Absturge with a Fist of Justice onto Wallabear. So right from the start, Absturge is taking so much damage. Wow, having to use Stone Form, Health Stone, and Link at that point. So those were 3 cooldowns straight out of him. You know, of course, Stone Form does trigger the cooldown on his trinket, so if they can stay offensive on him or on somebody on his team, they might be able to score a kill, but looks like he's going to be okay. Dota, again, tossing out that Dark Soul, you know, starting the damage out for his team, but Kappa's just doing a great job of keeping the team healthy.
Well, I do like this. Splice is putting a lot more damage into balance this time than Black Jeff, which I think is good because of just how the AMS has been rotating throughout these games. I think they're going to try something a little bit different here, and now is definitely the time to do it. It is do or die, and we're going to see Dota once again in that Dark Soul getting as much spread pressure out as he can. Kappa gets caught in the fear, and right out of that, he's going to pop the wings.
Yeah, now Absturge is going to be the target. You know, balance is going to be on him, as Wallabear is going to be snared a little bit. You know, he does have that Incarnation Nature's Vigil up right now, which helps his team out, you know, the damage and healing coming from it. But Kappa bopping himself to try to stay, to keep Wallabear off of him, but he does get cycloned on that bop, and so it looks like Wallabear is going to run over and try to do some damage to Black Jeff, as both Balance and Black Jeff taking a bunch of damage right now because Kappa is in that Hex. As the Hex is going to fade, Kappa's going to toss some heals out again. Black Jeff down to half, and this is this scary situation now because any CC that lands on Kappa, and there you go, he's going to have to trinket because Jeff isn't able to keep himself alive by himself.
Yeah, they've put Kappa in a pretty bad position here. I'm loving this out of Splice. And they also have Jeff in a position where he just popped the AMS again, so they can really look to get aggressive here. We got another 20 seconds till Dota can pop that Dark Soul, but Absturge is the one to take quite a bit of damage here. And we're going to see Balance caught in the clone, maybe mitigating some of the damage. Absturge healing himself back up.
Yeah, Wallabear is spending his time CCing Balance at this point, you know, buying some time for Absturge to get those cooldowns back. There we go. His now we're going to have a leg sweep onto Absturge. Balance is really going for the damage right there, as he is using Fist of Fury on his target. Absturge down to about half right now. He does have that link. There we go. He's going to use that Ascendance because both himself and Dota are kind of low right now, as Dota's Dark Soul is coming out, trying to toss some damage out, but not able to. Kappa's really keeping up onto the heals. You know, Black Jeff is sitting with that 10-stack Agony on him, so that's a lot of damage, along with the Corruption and the Unstable Affliction. As another stun is going to land onto Absturge. Balance is going to take advantage of this. He's going to toss a bunch of damage down. There we go. Now we have the Grip Fist of Fury going out as Dota is down to about half. Is going to make use of that Blood Horror a little bit. Kappa was in a Cyclone right there. Wallabear is going to be trying to toss out as many Cyclones as possible. I do believe Black Jeff may have stolen... Oh, no, I don't think he did. I thought it was a close, almost caught that Cyclone, as Balance was going to be Cycloned right there. And again, so Wallabear is playing a lot more defensively, helping his team out by tossing out CC onto Balance.
Yeah, you mentioned mentioned Jeff Sims. He actually did steal Cyclone a little bit earlier on, and he managed to catch Wallabear in it. He's just been so clutch with this, and that's one of the reasons that SG White has looked so dominant. Him, Balance, and Kappa all shining here, and now we're going to see Splice in a position where they need to do something quite impressive. Otherwise, SG White's just going to run them down. And Absurge trying to keep everyone healthy. Dota in a position of potentially, he's got to kind of run away, but they don't want to stop this push, because if they do, that puts them in a position that they may not be able to win in.
Yeah, and Balance is just going to stick on the back of Absurge, and again, every time that he's off Clone DR, he's going to immediately get Cyclone again, followed by the Fear. So this is almost a different mindset out of Splice, how they're playing this time versus the last couple rounds. Last couple rounds, they were playing really aggro, trying to kill Kappa or Black Jeff, and now this time they're going to have a lot more help from both Dota and Wallabear for peeling for Absturge. Kappa needing to use the wings right there, plus his speed of light to try to get away, to keep himself alive. The leg sweep, though, is going to land onto Absturge as a bunch of damage is coming out, as Balance is going to try to get a stun on everyone. Managed to land it onto Wallabear and Absturge. Dota taking a lot of damage because Jeff is just sticking to his back with that AMS up. If they can get any CC onto Absturge, it doesn't look like they were able to, so he's able to toss a huge heal out onto Dota, but it's himself that is starting to get scary at this point. He's going to use the Spirit Walker's Grace to start tossing out some heals. Again, he's trying to land the stuns from the totem, but they're constantly getting killed by Balance. Balance really doing a great job of that. And again, another Cyclone onto Balance, who's going to trinket it right away. So Wallabear's playing way more defensively for his team.
Yeah, Splice putting out these beautiful CC chains, and that is allowing them to pull cooldowns to potentially open up, set up a kill a little bit later. But I just think SG White is putting out way too much damage. I don't think Splice is going to be able to play too far into the late game with how much damage SG White is putting out. But while I'm saying that, Splice deciding to open up here, Kappa caught inside the Fear, and Jeff taking quite a bit of damage, AMS on cooldown.
Yeah, Jeff taking damage right there was pretty scary because Absturge was getting kind of low. He's going to choose to Strangulate just off the bat. That was maybe not the right moment to use Strangulate because Absturge was fine right there, and Balance wasn't on his target just quite yet. But again, Black Jeff getting quite low, as he is going to be using the Death Siphon constantly to help heal himself. It was a great use of Soul Reaper right there onto Absturge, but Absturge was able to heal himself up. And another great thing that Kappa's doing is he's using those denounces because it makes it so your target can't crit at all. So that means both healing and damage. So Absturge being affected by those denounces, it's a great idea because when he's relying on that Shaman Mastery, every time he gets free and can heal himself, it not being able to crit is a huge deal. That leg sweep lands. The Soul Reaper again is on him. This isn't good. The Soul Reaper might tick out with a giant heal from the Spirit Link totem. So that was a scary situation from Absturge right there. As Jeff again getting pretty low. Kappa is maimed up at this point. Saved by the Light is going to proc. He's going to use the Devotion Aura to try to toss out some heals at that moment. So Kappa kind of getting himself back in a healthy position. Absturge being stunned, as it looks like Balance is going to be in the Cyclone also. So a great job again by Wallabear. Another Cyclone's coming out, not going to land, as Black Jeff is going to try to stick to his target. Looks like they're going to go to Absturge this time. Absturge using Stone Form on that Strangulate to dispel it, but here comes a Fist of Fury. This doesn't look good for Absturge. He doesn't have any cooldowns available, no Trinket, no Link, no Ascendance, and he's just going to go down. And it's that moment in the game when Absturge just doesn't have any cooldowns left, and they're just able to muscle through all the healing.
Yeah, I mean, he had to blow that previous
Yeah,
that previous Spirit Link. I mean, he had to respect the tick of Soul Reaper there.
Yeah, and it just, the Spirit Link just came back up too, so if he was able to live for a few seconds longer, he would have been okay. But great job by SG White, gonna knock Splice out of the tournament. And that's it for this series.
That's insane.
Yeah.
I mean, I came in today, and we were talking a little bit before we actually got started, and I was like, oh yeah, it's going to be Jail, and it's going to be Splice in the grand final. Like, I'm so excited to see it. Both of these teams have been so close to qualifying cup after cup after cup, and now we see Splice get knocked out by a team we haven't really seen too much of up until this cup. Of course, we did know going into this that Balance being an insane monk. So we did know of the player quite a bit, and he's really showing just how good he is, and so is the rest of his squad.
Yeah, and it's the kind of comp where it's scary damage from beginning to end. You really can't make mistakes. They tried switching up their tactics by having Wallabear play way more defensive this time, and Dota, using his fears onto balance to break up the damage every moment that they can, because Jeff is just going to stick to his target. He has an AMS for every fear. Like, he's going to stop a lot of the damage coming out from the Warlock. So it was a great choice by Splice to change up that little bit, but I mean, the damage was just absolutely insane. Normally when Affliction Warlock, we were 14% into dampening, so that was a pretty long game. When you see that, normally a Warlock is just going to be the monster on the meters. But look at this.
Yeah,
I mean, look at the damage difference. Even balance was creeping up on him too. So it's just, shout out to those guys. They played like an amazing series. Both teams, Splice and SG White did such a great job. But Jeff really doing a great job. Got a lot of clutch Dark Sims on fears. Balance was doing a great job of spreading out his pressure. Using Storm, Earth, and Fire when it was smart to. Getting out all the Mortal Strike effects on everyone on the team so that they can rot him down. So Black Jeff can basically pick his target and stick to him. So, I mean, everything went right for SG White in this series.
I'm pretty sure we're going to have to make a video of just clutch sims, though, from Jeff. That was a big story of the matches. He was just pulling them off time and time again. It was crazy to watch. But, yeah, that's going to do it for Absterge and the rest of the Splice team. They're going to be going home, and SG White is going to fight on. But we're going to jump to a quick video, and when we get back, we're going to see the rest of these matches. So we'll see you after this quick commercial break.
On Draenor, old rivals sought to bring Azeroth to its knees. And while the Iron Tide was quelled, they were but servants of a more ancient foe that has not forgotten our defiance. The vengeance of the Burning Shadow has come. And in our most desperate hour, we must wield the power of the enemy against them. For we stand once more upon the brink of destruction. The Burning Legion has returned.
Sentence coming out from Rubcup.
A little bit offensive and gets a stun out on it to Gorecki.
Yeah, and they're already starting to put a little bit of pressure in. This game is absolutely ridiculous.
All right, welcome back. And of course, this is going to be Turtastic versus Jail. It's going to be our next matchup. And of course, both of these teams showing very well so far in these in this tournament.
Yeah, and Turtastic, one of the teams you wouldn't expect to see in the winners finals, the upper finals here. So I'm very impressed with their team so far. I really like how Trill has been playing this whole tournament. He's been setting up those in caps into the death grips stuns for his team. That's huge for getting triple CC, which is what gets you kills as that comp. So I'm very happy to see them in the finals. I feel like they deserve to be here. Jail, another team we've seen constantly in the top 3 of these qualifier tournaments. So another team that really deserves to be in this final here. So that's Avenge, Inviolable, Losa now hopping in there, and Joxy. So how do you feel about their swap with Losa? I don't think we've seen him yet today at all.
Well, I mean, they'll be able to play that, of course, you know, having Losa on Warrior, which is what he's known for, it means that they can play, you know, a couple different comps, you know. I don't think we're going to see Warrior Ret ever. I mean, we could,
yeah,
maybe someday. But, you know, being able to have a Hunter Warrior, you know, being able to set themselves up for victory if needed, I don't know. But we know that Inviolable can play a whole bunch of stuff, too.
Yeah, and I heard they can play Enhance as well. But as far as these two go, I think that Jail is actually going to come out on top here because they have that Retribution Paladin. And against Turtastic, who has a lot of melee cleave compositions, Red Paladins shine there. I mean, he has the Sacrifice to get the Fist of Justice off. He has Bops to protect them from most of the damage this team's going to do. So I think Avenge is going to be able to stop a lot of that damage.
Yeah, and since this is the upper final, whatever team wins this series is going to regionals.
Right, so that's going to be a big win here for either team. And it's going to be hard for Turtastic, I think, even though they've been playing well this whole tournament. It's just that Red Play is really going to shut them down. I expect to see that Cupid Cleave, I believe it's called Angel Cleave, something, one of those magical type names. But I expect to see that composition out of them. What do you think we'll see from Turtastic here as it's in front of us?
I can't guess anymore.
Yeah.
But it looks like we are going to have Feral DK.
Okay, so yeah, either way, the Monk or the Feral, Bop completely shuts those classes down, which is huge. I mean, for other classes like Death Knights, Ret Paladins, Hunters, they don't get shut down entirely from the Bop. So it's huge for Ret Paladins to be in the arena against a class like Feral did. So I expect to see his Incarnation to not be as effective as it would normally be. And eventually can also dispel those Fists of Justice from his healer. So Joxy's going to have a pretty easy time this match healing.
Yeah, and nothing surprising in terms of the specs. Of course, Vincent Wong is going to be playing Hand of Purity. So he'll be able to stop a little bit of damage with that. You know, it stops dot damage, but, you know, overall damage. And looks like Vincent Wong, nothing else too particular. As Inviolable is going to be playing, you know, Exotic Munitions, of course, and Evangeline is going to be playing Final Verdict instead of Empowered Seals. And right out of the start, it looks like, you know, Veludu's trying to get on to the Ret Paladin, you know, tossing some blows back and forth, but of course, you know, when it's a Ret and a DK, the Ret is going to be okay in that situation, as it looks like Veludu is getting pretty low at this point. We do see the Sacrifice going out onto Psyche already, you know, trying to stop that CC coming on to Vincent Wong.
Yeah, and there comes the Berserk and Incarnation from Psyche. I expect that to be shut down by Evangeline. There's the wings from him. He's actually letting Inviolable take some damage here because he has his wings up. He knows he can heal him if he needs to, and he wants to get his pressure out. So Psyche's just going to wall to counter that, and there's a trap onto Vincent. He's smartly just going to trinket that immediately. He has his wings up to get some healing done here on Psyche, and we shouldn't see anyone go down here. There isn't much CC that can come from Inviolable and Evangeline. They're actually taking a lot of damage on their end.
Yeah, as Veludu is going to grip in Evangeline. He does get knocked away. Evangeline taking a lot of damage because Joxy is in that stun right now, and Evangeline is going to have to run away, and this is scary. Psyche's right on his back, forcing the bubble already. But look at this. Inviolable is also really low. Discipline has some problems spread healing with this comp, as it looks like Inviolable is going to get bopped, and that's that saving bop that you were talking about. But it looks like it is going to be canceled or dispelled. Not sure which one, as Evangeline is going to try to get back on to his target. Now, Evangeline wasn't able to pull too much with that wings that he used earlier, and he also has had to use his bubble. So this is this moment when it's scary for this comp because the Ret really can't do what it needs to in this comp when he doesn't have those cooldowns.
Yeah, and they've been getting the CC on the Wong the entire time. They get the full fear into the Hodge, into the trap, but they don't have the damage going out on the Psyche. It's not high enough for them to even use cooldowns to counter it. I mean, there's the full CC chain, and what's Psyche going to do? He's just going to pop wall and be absolutely fine. You need him to pop wall and for Vincent Wong to have to bubble here, and that's just not what they're getting. So they just don't have the damage as this Ret Hunter, which they really need. I mean, Psyche's taking some damage right now, sure, but Vincent Wong's not in CC for a while, and he's just topping him off. Meanwhile, Evangeline's been under fire this whole game. They've actually been getting cooldowns from Inviolable and Evangeline, so they could go either one right now.
Yeah, they got a Divine Protection out of Evangeline again, which is going to fade, and it faded, so he is definitely a kill target at this point. Joxy does have his Trinket, of course, and Pain Suppression, so he does have some cooldowns available. As we see the trap onto Vincent Wong, he's going to sit the whole thing, going to Purity, and Sykes's going to get bopped too, and I do believe that may have been on Crows. Yeah, so that was a bop on the Crows, but Sykesy getting quite low again.
And looks like we have the Enraged timer coming up here. The Wings available for Evangeline. He's going to pop it immediately. There's the wall from Sykesy to counter it. There's the Aura Mastery and Wings from Vincent Wong. They know this is the only time they can get a kill over the next couple of minutes. And it really is their last hurrah here because they don't have many cooldowns themselves. Evangeline taking a lot of damage. Joxy, not in CC, easily able to top him off. He gets strangulated, but it's immediately dispelled. That's the power of the Red Paladins. They can get off those strangulates, get off those Hodges, so they can live for a long time. But can they get a kill? I mean, we're not seeing very many cooldowns being popped on Vincent Wong's team whenever Evangeline's Wings isn't available.
Yeah, and we do have a sacrifice out onto Sykesy to stop a little bit of damage from that, and it looks like Vincent Wong, doing a good job. He keeps changing between pillar to try to not be CC'd by Inviolable, but Inviolable always seems to be able to find him. As Sykesy's going to stay offensive during this time, he is tossing out heals when he can. Vincent is going to be feared and immediately is going to bubble that. Incarnation comes up from Sykesy. Let's see if they can do something to Evangeline. Evangeline, his Trinket's coming back up pretty soon. He does have a bop available, but no bubble for about 2 minutes.
Yeah, and Joxy just healing straight through it. Oh my god, he takes 1,000,000 damage and bop was available. He could have used it the entire time. He decided not to because Joxy was not in any CC, and Sykesy just bursted him down with probably a ferocious bite. There wasn't a Solar Perk, but Velador also had his Pillar of Frost, so just the combined damage from the two.
Yeah,
killed him really quick, and it was probably surprising to both Joxy and Evangeline there that he died. It was so fast.
Yeah, Frost Strike, it's frost damage. It negates all the armor that the Ret Paladin has. It's a very strong hit when you have Pillar up. There's
right.
a lot of things that lined up, and like you said, he held on to the bop. He didn't want to use it during that time. Probably was saving it to for Joxy, if they did swap onto him or something, but I don't know. It didn't go too well for Jail.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier, defensively, they have a lot of options against this team. They can bop, they can use the bubble to protect themselves, they have the double sack. They have a lot of ways to stop CC, but they couldn't get pressure this entire game.
Yeah, now look, so Evangeline right there, the Soul Reaper is on him, and looks like he's going to just try to sit through it as Joxy right there. See, no CC, Joxy's tossing out, and he just dies.
Yeah, and I mean, the Soul Reaper didn't even tick, I'm pretty sure. He was still above like half health, so it was just the burst damage from the Incarnation, and I feel like the answer to Incarnation has always been Hand of Protection, is that what
Yep.
Yeah, Hand of Protection, to prevent all melee damage. It completely negates the cooldown, and he decided not to use it there. Maybe there's a problem with the UI where it's not showing his double cooldowns, but I think that's...
It was, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure he had the bop, and I'm really surprised to see him not use it. I think we saw something similar last Cup, too, where he may not have used a cooldown, so looking shaky there for Evangeline.
Yeah, there was a very large damage difference too. Of course, Evangeline has the spike damage, so his scoreboard damage won't be as impressive as somebody like a Frost DK, of course, who is going to have pretty high uptime on his target because of the comp that they're playing. He ended up around 6.6 million, where Evangeline's down at like 2.7.
Yeah, I mean, it's just tough for Red Paladins to get their pressure out without Wings, and it's been a struggle of like this whole qualifier where when the Ret does not have Wings, if they can't get cooldowns from the other team, they have so much trouble because their Wings comes up and so does everyone else's defensive cooldown to counter it. And if they can get pressure in between, that's where like the Ret Paladins can start to win games easily, because then their Wings comes up and the other team's going, oh, we don't have cooldowns now because he forced them without even having Wings, and now we're done for.
Yeah, and I mean, look at that, 81k Ferocious Bite. If you add that with even one Frost Strike on top of it, that's a large amount of spike damage for the team of Turtastic. Now, this does mean it is Jail's map pick, and they are going to pick Dalaran Sewers, something we expected out of that team. You get a nice small map. The Ret can hit whoever they want. And so it looks like Turtastic is going to lock in Feral DK Paladin again, since this worked very well for them in this map-up.
So do you think we'll see the Turbo Commander? Because from my point of view, they weren't able to get a kill. And even with they actually got like 5, 6 full fears. And Dispriest, that's like your favorite thing to do in the world, to be able to actually run across the map and get a fear. And he was getting those, but it was the Hodge into Trap into Fear, and then they just didn't have the damage. So I feel like they can't run this comp and do it because they just could not get a kill.
Yeah, and the Turbo, it might work well for them, but but it looks like they've locked in, and that's not what they're going to do. They are going to stick to the Ret Hunter yet again. They've been doing a really great job. I mean, there's a reason why this team is in the upper bracket finals right now.
Right. And I don't know, they seemed to struggle that game, but maybe they were having trouble connecting their target. Maybe they weren't connecting at the exact same time. There could have been some coordination issues, who knows? But it seems like they're confident in this comp. It seems like they think they can get that CC and get cooldowns. Because really, to me, it's getting cooldowns without wings is what they need to be doing.
Yeah, and that is how they are going to win with this. And of course, Viable is just spreading that constant damage. He was trying to get as much CC as possible on Vincent Wong. He landed a lot of traps, doing everything right. But when it comes down to this, you have two comps that, they do well against each other, which means, at the very high-end tournaments, it's going to be the little slip-ups that cause you to lose, or, it's the slight outplay that's going to cause you to win. Of course, this is going to be Dalaran Sewers. It is going to be Turtastic up 1-0 over Jail right now, and this is the upper bracket finals, which means whoever loses this isn't out just quite yet, but the winner, it does mean that they are going to make it onto regionals.
And it's not a surprise to see Evangeline as the target here, because he's the one who can get his healer out of CC and out of all the bad things that might happen to him. So they're going to stun him and then lock his healer down so that he can't stop some of that. So there's the bash and the Strangulate onto Joxy at the same time, but he actually he just stone forms it instead, while Evangeline's bash could play from him. Looks like they're going to put damage onto both Inviolable and Evangeline at the same time. That's usually hard for Priest to keep up with, because after the first couple powered shields, if they can break through those, they take a lot of damage.
Yeah, as we see the sack coming out on to Joxy from Evangeline, to remove that CC, since they can dispel magic with that ability, as Joxy is going to be Cycloned full. He did land his silence right before Vincent is going to answer with the wings, but that does mean that Evangeline did have to use his bubble there during that CC onto Joxy.
And that really sucks for him, because I believe he still does less damage during bubble,
yeah.
So he popped his wings and immediately had the bubble. His whole team's just been in trouble this entire game, and there's damage coming out from Sykesy with the rest of his incarnation onto Evangeline. If Joxy gets in any CC right now, he might just die without CCs. Saving Grace comes out 1-2 times, and that reduces your healing for a while, and his whole team's sitting at 60%, so it's really hard for him to keep up with his damage right here.
It is, and the second that Evangeline bubbled, they went on Inviable, which forced the pain suppression and the power word barrier, so it looks like Jail is just not looking good so far, even this quickly into the match.
And Sykesy does have to pop his wall here, and there's a full trap into Vincent, but he has bubble available. He doesn't have wings because he wants to match that with Evangeline's wings, so he really wants to save that next one until that comes up. He might have some trouble healing, but for now, his team's fully topped off, and he doesn't have to worry. And Evangeline's in the same problem where he was last game, where he doesn't have wings, and he can't get them to use any cooldowns without it available.
Yeah, and this is rough. Evangeline's trying to kite away a little bit. Looks like they're going to try to go onto Sykesy yet again, as he does get locked on that Cyclone, but Inviable taking a lot of damage. It's going to get a pretty good binding shot down. It is going to affect Vincent, who's going to get feared into the Fist of Justice, so that was kind of a little bit of an overlap right there, but they were able to score a trap because of that, as Sykesy is down to half right now, and it looks like Sykesy doesn't have any survival instincts right now, so he's definitely a kill target.
And Wong, very smart. He just uses Ore Mastery to top Sykesy here, making sure not to use his wings, because he knows Evangeline has his wings in 20 seconds, so he's just going to wait that out. He knows he can top him off for just that one cooldown, and he does that. Meanwhile, they haven't gotten much damage onto Inviolable or Evangeline in quite some time. There's a full fear into Wong, but again, Sykesy and Velido have been under no pressure this entire game. Even with the full fear into the full trap, it just, look, Evangeline's the one dying in this case. He gets stunned. There's a full Strangulate onto Joxy. He goes ahead and Stone Form that. Between Stone Form and the two stacks, it's really hard for them to even get CC onto Joxy in the first place.
Yeah, it's tough, as Evangeline is down to about half right now, as looks like Joxy's going to toss out a few heals, going to top him off, as you even saw the early Soul Reaper onto Evangeline, just hoping to burst him down. It looks like Inviolable is going to try to stick on his target too. As you can see, you can follow the Serpent Sting to try to track where the Hunter is attacking, as it looks like he is going to go on to Velido now, as Velido is going to take a bunch of damage because the wings came out from Vincent exactly like you said. He was waiting for Evangeline to use his Avenging Wrath.
Yeah, and now Vincent's whole team is topped here. Turtastic looking great to take this game, because Evangeline does not have wings. Even though they have damage and pressure going onto Turtastic right now, I just don't see where they're going to bring the damage from. Sykesy getting a little low. He does have Incarnation coming up in a couple of seconds here, and that could spell trouble for Evangeline and Inviolable if he can get that off. But Evangeline, again, he has two buffs. It's really good at dealing with that. There is a Crows onto Sykesy right now. He does buff it off immediately, but they're doing too much magical damage, and he goes down straight through the bottom. Might have been dispelled also by Joxy, but yeah, that's that's a very surprising kill coming out from Jail in game 2 here.
Wow, that was a great job. You know, Jail really came back from what looked like utter defeat at the beginning of that matchup. You know, we saw, you know, both Avenging Wraths were countered basically from Evangeline. You know, Inviolable almost died a couple times. Joxy had to use all of his cooldowns really early. So what a way to turn it around. Jail is now going to tie it up 1-1.
And I mean, just look at the CC that Vincent Wong spent time in.
Yeah.
A minute 49. If you add up everyone else's CC duration that entire match, he spent more time in CC than everyone else combined. So
absolutely.
They got the CC they wanted. They got the CC the first game. At that time, they were actually able to get damage off without wings, and they finally got a kill immediately when that happened.
Yeah.
They just popped every cooldown to deal with it. You saw Wong trinket and bubble halfway through a trap, knowing that Evangeline used his wings at that moment, and maybe that cost him later. Maybe he got stuck in the CC because between the fear, the Hodge, and the trap, it's so much CC you sit through, and then because they're all on different DRs and they're all pretty long, the first CC that hit you comes back up while you're in one of the CCs almost. You spend like maybe 5-6 seconds out of CC, and then the train starts again.
Yeah, and as you can see, this is Evangeline right on the back of Sykesy, and again, no wings up at this point, but this just tons of damage coming out onto him. Vincent Wong in that fear, and then you see the fear fade as the bop comes out onto Sykesy, and he just dies.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of these paladins use their bops to try to beat out the Ret Hunter damage, but it's actually a bad use of that global because they only have a couple globals, and one of them should actually be a heal because he just died straight through the bop. I mean, the magical damage from Rets is at least 80% of their damage. Hunter's at least half, so I mean, why go for the bop when you can just go for the heal? And I feel like that's been a misplay a lot of these paladins are making as their teammates die. I've seen it in the past couple cups already 2 times.
Yeah, and it sounds like Sykesy may have had a charge of survival instincts up at the end.
Oh,
hard
wow.
to say.
I did not see that either.
But we'll have to see. It looks like now it is going to be Turtastic's map choice because it is 1-1, and it looks like they are going to pick Tolvaron.
Okay, Tolvaron, huh? Well, that's the opposite of the last map, and I feel like they did not like that small map because now it's easy to avoid fear. That's the main thing they're getting caught by is like, okay, the priest just walks 2 feet and I'm full fear. Now it's, okay, your priest has to walk across the entire map to even try to get the fear, and we can stop him now.
Yeah, and looks like Jail is going to select, looks like Ret Hunter Disc is going to be the selection, of course. You know, it worked pretty well so far. And we'll have to see what Turtastic, I can only imagine that they're going to play the same comp also.
Yeah, and I feel like back to the last game too, Vincent Wong, like the moment I was talking about where he trinketed and immediately used wings when he saw Evangeline's wings, he could have saved that trinket. I mean, he just used it because he knew the damage was really high there, but his teammates weren't in danger of dying. He kind of just overcommitted to, oh my god, this is the only time we're going to lose ever, when later they actually got a kill without it. So I think he just needs to be a little more confident in his team's ability to survive even through the first part of the wings when he gets stuck in CC.
Now, Turtastic is going to be using that Feral DK Paladin, which they've been running so far. So I'm glad that both teams are sticking to it. You know, there wasn't anything that comp disadvantage caused either team to lose. You know, it's just some excellent plays by every player. So it's good that they're sticking to their guns.
And I feel like the first game from Turtastic went really well for them. I mean, it couldn't have gone much better. They looked dominant the entire game. The second game, it was pretty back and forth, but Turtastic still had the advantage most of the match. So it was surprising to even see that kill, so there's no reason for them to swap. Jail, on the other hand, they just won the last game, so why swap after winning a game? And they seem so confident in this comp, so they're going to stick with it.
As you see, Evangeline is going to start onto Velado. It's basically the only thing he can hit right now, as because Sykesy is in stealth. There we go. Now they're going to go onto Evangeline pretty hard from the start as the DR bash is coming out. The Crows are going to be tossed out on to Sykesy. Vincent Wong is in the Hodge right now as Sykesy's taking a lot of damage. Look at that. Saved by the Light proc. He's going to silence Sykesy as Sykesy's going to use his incarnation. Vincent Wong taking a lot of damage too. The damage is everywhere. From this Ret Hunter.
Yeah, and the Aura Mastery and Wings came out from Vincent Wong to compensate, but he didn't use his trinket, he didn't use his bubble, he didn't overcommit this time, so good play from him to not waste every cooldown immediately. They did use their Crows and Wings to do that damage, so he used a good amount of counter cooldowns. He still has execution sentence, so very well played from Vincent Wong so far. He gets stuck in a full Hodge, but again, the damage from Evangeline and Inviolable is pretty much over unless they get a really long CC chain on Vincent Wong, so watch for the Hodges, traps, and fears on Vincent Wong, and that's when they'll get their pressure.
Yeah, as Vincent's trying to stay away, but you can see Sykesy trying to run over and get the eat the trap because Inviolable was running at him, and that's the scary situation for this Paladin as Vincent is running and actually is able to run away from the snake trap, which would have rooted him when it procced. Because he is a survival hunter. As we do see execution sentence come out from Evangeline, that divine protection used also, as Joxy is going to get sacked out of that silence, I do believe. As so this is going to be a rough situation for the team of Jail until these cooldowns come back up. However, a big CC is going to land on Vincent Wong.
Yeah, and there's a trap into the full fear. Vincent Wong actually avoided CC for a good 45 seconds there, which is huge for him because last game he spent so much time in CC, it was incredible. And now this time, he's actually avoiding CC, so it's really the map that's helping him so much. Out of this Hodge, if he gets CC'd again, his team could be in trouble. And again, Evangeline doesn't have wings right now, so if they have to use cooldowns against that, it's huge for them. They haven't actually had pressure on Inviolable or Evangeline. I'm looking for the CC to come out into Joxy, and just hasn't been there. But they do have to rotate through Joxy's Trinket, his Stone Form, and Evangeline's cooldowns. And finally, it looks like they've ran out. Inviolable taking a lot of damage and having to use his first deter.
Yeah, as that turret is used because of the Cyclone, like you said. And so Joxy's going to use his life grip to toss out a big heal since the next one is larger after that, as Sykes's taking a lot of damage because of the wings from Evangeline. Evangeline using Divine Protection to try to stay offensive, as you see both the Holy Avenger and the Avenging Wrath used, and that's why there's so much damage going out onto Sykesy. And of course, Vincent Wong at the same time is going to answer with his own Avenging Wrath.
Yeah, so the double Avenging Wrath again. Wong has been very confident in his ability to save Avenging Wrath until Evangeline's is up, and he's not overcommitting with cooldowns this time. He still has his Trinket just in case a big CC chain happens, which ended the game last time. Both healers' mana looking a little low, but I don't think either team does enough damage to where mana is actually going to be a big factor unless someone drops really close to 0. They're finally getting a little bit of pressure on Evangeline, and that's been their target in the first game. That's where they got their main kill from. But it looks like there's a fear in Vincent Wong. If they can get follow-ups, there's a Hodge. Sykes's going to be in trouble. This is the kill window they need, where they don't have Avenging Wrath up, and he's going to come out of this. He's going to Trinket. Is he going to be able to keep Sykesy up? And Sykesy, again, running away. This is a great map for them to kite on. Vincent Wong being able to avoid CC, and Sykesy being able to run away whenever he's in danger.
Yeah, and Sykesy was able to get top back up, and he's immediately back onto his target, as they're going to try to kill Inviolable, it looks like, as Inviolable gets bopped really early to make sure he's not going to die at all, as Joxy is going to have to also use the pain suppression really early because, of course, that is that big damage from that Incarnation Berserk combo.
So this is the Hodge onto Wong. He's going to get full trapped into full feared out of this. If Sykesy isn't able to run away here, he's going to be in big trouble. They don't have any big damage cooldowns. There's no crows or anything, so he might be able to live through it by himself. Hopefully he can. He steals Velador steals a power chill. Might even save his teammate here. Vincent Wong coming out of the fear. He has wings up. He's going to use it before Evangeline does. That's a big moment in this game because when that comes up for Evangeline, if they're able to survive till then, but Inviolable and Evangeline both dropping really low, and there's a Hodge onto Joxy. Are they going to be able to survive for that wings? If they can, they'll be able to immediately kill Sykesy.
Yeah, as Joxy had to Trinket right there, but there was more CC on top of him, and it's just going to spell defeat as Inviolable is going to die. And but if you look, both healers were getting really low on mana. We were about to go into dampening at that point, but you know, both Jail and Turtastic just trading blows back and forth throughout that entire match. The damage looked a lot better from everyone, you know, on both teams actually. Sykesy actually coming, you know, on the low end of damage, you know, for a Feral Druid overall, but you know, he was focused most of the time, had to spend a lot of time running, so that really shut down his damage.
Yeah, and I think this map was huge for them. Vincent Wong had moments where he was just out of CC for a long time,
yeah.
And then Sykesy was able to kite, and Dalaran Suro's kiting like that is not an option at all, and he came out of, Vincent Wong came out of CC right next to Sykesy, and Sykesy was way away from everyone else, so that was huge for them. I think that kill was very timely. The wings for Evangeline was coming up in 5 seconds when Inviolable went down. If they didn't get that kill right there, next CC chain on Wong was game over.
Oh yeah, definitely. So again, ticking time bomb of cooldowns because, you know, the Avenging Wrath was coming up from Evangeline, you know, that would have been it. You know, yeah. Vincent didn't have a Trinket at that point, you know, had to, and same with Joxy. So you can see as the long CC chain, you know, we saw the trap into the full fear onto Vincent. I actually thought that, you know, Sykesy was going to go down here, but you can see the on-use Trinket from Vincent, the Avenging Wrath, the Execution Sentence topped him off, and you see the Deterrence. He sits through that full Deterrence as Joxy's trying to heal him up, and then he gets life gripped and then gripped back. And it was just the massive amount of damage, no CC onto Joxy.
And look at Vincent's cooldowns, literally nothing across the board. No Trinket, no Bubble, no Wings, no Execution Sense. If they were able to survive for 5 more seconds, or if they were topped at that moment, it would have been so bad. So I'm happy for them that they got that kill there, but that was a really close game.
All right, and it looks like Jail is going to pick Ruins of Lordaeron as the next map. And because this series is going on so long, we only have a few maps left for these teams to pick from. So it looks like Turtastic is going to immediately lock in Feral DK Paladin again, since it is working for them.
Yeah, and I feel like Ruins of Lordaeron, there's a few points to make about it. First of all, the Priest is able to get his fears more easily on the Paladin. And the Feral has a harder time kiting. Where does he go when the Paladin gets CC'd? There's really nowhere to go on this map. So they're going to have an easier time chasing the Feral and getting the fears on the Paladin, which did not have... Last match, it was a lot harder to do that.
All right, so we're just waiting for the pick from Jail. Again, because Turtastic was the winner, Jail obviously picks the map. Turtastic has to lock in their comp, and then Jail, while knowing the enemy team's comp, has to pick theirs. So we'll have to see what they go with. I can only assume that they're going to stick with it.
Yeah, I mean, having a Vengeling on that Red Pally against this comp has proved vital. They need those sacks, they need the buffs, they have bubble, they have a lot of defenses. They live for a long time. I mean, it takes a lot of setups in the first place to even stop them, because they have the double sack, they have the stone form, they have the trinket, they have the bubble from Vengeling, and then Vengeling's a target, so they have to do like 7-8 setups before they even attempt to get a kill.
All right, just waiting for Jail at this point. This is late in the day, of course. These teams have played a lot so far today. Jail just doing an amazing job so far. Same with Turtastic. And again, if Turtastic is able to win this next map, that means they're going to make it to regionals, which is what everyone's battling for right now, of course. But, no matter who loses this, they will have another shot. They'll be knocked down into the lower bracket.
And I think Turtastic is one of the teams that I've seen today that I think deserves to be here in the top two,
definitely.
because they have another player on the bench named Trill. He's a monk, and throughout the day I've seen him play really well. He's up there with Balance for me as far as top monks go in NA, so I'm really impressed by his play, and they're doing completely fine without him as well in this final upper final match.
All right. Now, it's great to see Joxy playing that Disc Priest. He's been doing a great job. We talked about how he's
a main shaman, right?
Yes. And so, like Elliot was saying earlier, that he has so many characters that are, in rank 1 range at this point. Being able to play multiple healers is very, very important for your team.
Yeah, and I've seen some teams have only Holy Paladin or only Mistweaver, and then they struggle against like Warlock teams, for example. But if someone could hop on a Resto Shaman, they could beat those Warlock teams easily, because you can dispel the dots. He has the healing stream during the UA silence, and most healers can't keep up with an FLS. So it's better for these healers to be able to play 2 or 3 healers, and I feel like in Legion you need to be able to play at least 2 of them if you want to compete.
Yeah. And it looks like Runes of Lordaeron again is the map. Turtastic up 2-0. They are going to be playing that Feral DK again, and then of course Jail. Since these maps really haven't been landslides, they're going to stick with this Ret Hunter.
I see no reason for either team to swap here. This looks like a very, very close matchup, and I'm happy that we have this in the upper finals here, because this is what we want to see. We want to see close games between 2 of the top teams in NA, and this is what we're getting.
Yeah. And one of the little things to note during this matchup, Vincent is going to be playing that Hand of Purity, and what that does is it reduces damage taken by 15%. And all dots by an additional 80%. But the thing is, there are a lot of CCs that you can use your hands out of. Like while you're trapped, he can use a Hand of Purity.
Right.
I do believe. So that's just that little extra amount of damage reduction that he can toss out while he's being CC'd. So that's extremely important, and it's played out in this matchup.
And the map already coming into play here. First thing Joxy does is get a full fear on the Vincent Wong. What could he have done to avoid that? I'm not sure. He probably just ran in with Spectral Guys and got the full fear. There's the Hodge into the trap. He trinkets to counter Evangeling's wings again. We've been seeing this same pattern over and over in the start of the game. The real question is, after these wings are over, are they able to get pressure onto Sykesy enough to where Vincent Wong has to struggle, use his bubble, use his trinket, and then have Sykesy go down? Syksy's still sitting at 40%, which is weird because the wings is still up from Vincent Wong. There's the top off, and they need to get their pressure going on Evangeling before he has the chance to get Sykesy low HP.
Yeah, now Inviolable, they did cast the Pain Suppression onto Inviolable, so that's the first defensive cooldown coming out from the team of Jail, but Evangeline taking a lot of damage right now. He wants to hold on to his defensives as much as possible, hoping Joxy can save him, but having to bubble, getting extremely low before that bubble comes off.
Yeah, and that's really bad for them because Evangeline and Inviolable are both dropping low now. There's a CC on the Wong. Can they get Wong's bubble here? He actually has no trinket because he trinketed the last setup with the wings, but they really need him to bubble, or they're not going to be able to do stuff later on. There's the Ore Master to make sure he doesn't get interrupted. I'm not sure what's going to interrupt him from this range, to be honest. But there's the fear coming from Joxy before the bash and the Strangulate overlap. That's not the best overlap. And eventually he's getting really low. He's sitting at 6%. Joxy's not able to top him off yet. There's a double saving grace and shield just to make him barely survive. And Sykesy actually under fire. There's the bubble from Vincent Wong. He's trying to heal his teammate up. He gets massive spelled. If they get a CC on the Vincent Wong, it could be over right now.
All right, and the bop comes out from Evangeline, saving himself, but Joxy is in a cyclone right now. Vincent Wong doing a great job in topping off Sykesy to let them stay offensive on to Evangeline.
And Evangeline
doesn't have anything right now.
Yeah, and Evangeline's sitting at 78%. He actually uses execution sentence on himself to make sure he survives through that. Barely Joxy was able to keep him alive, but that Solar Bird could have been a kill. There's the full trap on the Vincent Wong. Vincent Wong, I believe, should have wings soon. Yeah, Evangeline and Wong will have wings at about the same time. Wong full feared now. Sykesy in a bit of danger. He's getting a clone off. He does, but he tries to get heals off by himself. Vincent Wong pops wings at the last second and gets a bop off. Huge play from him. But again, Evangeline's Enrage Timer is available. He just pops wings because he knows he's under fire himself. He goes for the damage on Sykesy, and there's no CC on Wong right now, so that could spell big trouble for them when they could have saved it. And Evangeline, amidst all this trouble, goes down to Velado's, what's the cooldown called? Yeah.
Pillar of Frost.
Pillar of Frost.
Yeah, that was a great job. There was short CCs onto Joxy leading to that kill. Evangeline knew that they had to try for this kill. Inviable set up a trap onto Vincent, and like you said, the second that Vincent saw the wings come out, he used wings of his own, having to trinket the trap and stay offensive. So great job. You know, that does mean that Turtastic is going to take this series 3-1, knocking Jail down into the lower bracket.
And who would have thought, looking at the bracket before the qualifier started at all, you know, the top 64 teams, that this team, Turtastic, would be here in the grand finals and going to regionals. So congrats to them. I think they really, really earned it. They played well in all the series I've watched. And their fourth player is also a great player as well, Trail. I want to shout out to him because the last series that he was making crazy plays over and over with in-caps and paralyzes and leg sweeps done. So very proud of this team for making it here.
All right, so with Turtastic winning 3-1, does mean that they've secured their place in the grand finals. Not only in the grand finals, but they are also going to regionals. So that means we have one more team to decide. And of course, as you can see, the lower finals is what's going to be coming up pretty soon. That is going to be SG White versus Jail. And these are some two very high damage teams going into this lower final.
Yeah, so we'll have that coming up next, right after a short break.
You know, people often ask, why is lore important? The lore and the storytelling of Warcraft is something that we've really tried to work on and hone over the years as an integral part of the fantasy you're playing through. When it catches you, it's something you want to keep coming back to over and over. Warcraft Chronicle is the first in a series of books that attempts to codify and tighten up and clarify the history of Warcraft. The first volume of the Chronicle essentially goes from the creation of the Warcraft universe all the way up until the story of the Last Guardian, which is essentially the story of Warcraft 1. We wanted to create a very distinct look for this book. We asked one of our artists, Peter Lee, if he would step up and do this thing. A lot of the imagery, especially in the early parts of the history or the prehistory of Warcraft, are images of places and things that we've never shown people before. And Pete was just the perfect guy to kind of envision these vistas and these landscapes. What's really fun about doing the Chronicle project is trying to take that holistic audit of like our first ideas all the way to the now. You can read through this thing and go, oh, I get it. I get how this begat this, and then this came from here, and this turn in history happened because of these three things. I never saw that before. In having that top-down, long view of the history of Azeroth, you definitely get that sense that there's a lot of unfinished business, and there's a lot of conflicts and evil from, you know, that stirred in the ancient world that may yet come to pass in Warcraft's future.
Welcome to the World of Warcraft feature preview for the new and improved transmogrification system coming in the World of Warcraft Legion expansion. In this video, we'll cover all of the changes to how you can transmogrify your gear, as well as the new Appearances collection. In Legion, whenever an item is bound to your character, you will automatically and permanently unlock that item's appearance, even if you sell or destroy it afterward. You can look through the appearances you've unlocked and get some basic information on where to find others by opening the Collections window and clicking the Appearances tab. To change the appearance of an item you're wearing, you'll still need to visit your friendly neighborhood transmogrification vendor. However, the transmog interface has gotten a complete overhaul and a few new features. Now, when you click on a slot, you'll see a preview of all the appearances your character can apply to that item, including appearances you've unlocked on other characters. Simply click on the appearance you want, and when you're happy with your new look, click Apply. You can also save different looks as outfits to apply later, and even set separate looks for each of your specializations, which will change automatically. The new transmogrification system will be released with the Legion pre-expansion patch. Once it's available, logging in on a character will automatically add every item in their inventory, bank, or void storage, as well as all of the rewards from every quest they've ever completed to your Appearances collection. At that point, you'll safely be able to sell or destroy those items. For more information on World of Warcraft Legion, check out our official website at wowlegion.com. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the Broken Isles.
Oh my god, Absterge is literally a god. He just brought that game back from the brink of destruction.
Welcome back, everybody, to the lower finals here of the third and final World of Warcraft North American Online Qualifier Cup. My name is Josh Allen, aka Lore, joined here at the caster desk by Elliot Venzel, aka Venruki, and Rich Campbell, aka Rich Campbell. I guess that's kind of your name now. Is
Yeah, I'll go with it. Rich Campbell.
Yeah,
Rich
exactly.
Campbell.
Sounds like a good name.
Yeah, I am named Rich Campbell now.
I think that's a good one.
Yeah, I'll stick with it.
There you go. So that last series we saw between Jail and what was the name of the other team?
Turtastic?
Turtastic, yeah. It's a weird name. I can't remember it. That was a pretty crazy series. Like I was observing it over there, and like back and forth the whole way. Like you never really knew what you would expect out of it. Even though it was a 3-1, it still felt like it should have been a 3-2. Like just how close all the games were. I was impressed. Yep. And now we're gonna move on, and we're gonna see Jail going up against SG White.
Yeah, I'm surprised we find ourselves in this position right now. We're actually seeing Jail was formerly 2 Rets. This was a team that was favorited coming into today. They looked great in Cup 1 and Cup 2. And Splice is out of the running at this point. Yep. So 2 of the favorites just completely out of the game at this point. So now it's going to be SG White versus Jail. And whoever wins this one is going to qualify for the regional finals.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of a similar matchup to what we just saw. SG White, of course, is going to be running that Windwalker DK Paladin composition primarily. They do have the Warlock available if they need to. We've seen them play Warlock, Windwalker, Paladin, as well as Death Knight, Warlock, Paladin. So they do have that available. Jail, of course, does have that Retribution Paladin Hunter Priest, which they primarily have been running throughout this tournament to sort of deal with a lot of these cleaves. They did fall to Turtastic last game, but we're going to have to see how they can do against SG White, running sort of a similar composition.
Yeah, and I think for me, one of the coolest things about this series, we know that one of these 2 teams is going to qualify, which means that at regionals, we're going to have either a Ret Paladin or a Windwalker Monk. And so I'm excited about that. Like that means we're going to have a nice variety. Obviously, Legion's going to come out in between now and then. Who knows what could happen in that meantime? Maybe Evangeline will decide it's time to play, I don't know, Discipline Priest or something instead. I find that unlikely, but it means that no matter what, we're going to have some pretty good variety at regionals this year. I'm pretty excited for that.
Yeah, and speaking of regionals too, another thing that just pointing out going into regionals right now, the depth of talent that we're actually seeing out of North America. I mean, a few of these teams we haven't really seen much in these previous cups, so it's looking pretty good for North America going into Blizzcon.
Well, the thing is, a lot of these teams and a lot of these players have sort of they've always been exceptionally good, and they've done well in these tournaments, but they've always sort of run into the same roadblocks and problems over and over and over. Now that they're in a situation where those top 4 teams aren't allowed to play in this tournament because they've already qualified, there's sort of some of those roadblocks are out of the way, and they can like sort of make their mark, and they're going to qualify. At least 2 of these teams are going to qualify. They're going to get to go to regionals, and they're going to get to play basically almost an entirely new game.
Yeah, definitely. Like in this next matchup, we're kind of expecting, just based on what these guys are playing throughout this tournament, we're kind of expecting to see that Cupid Cleave coming out from Jail, and then from SG White, we're kind of expecting to see that Windwalker DK, just because that's kind of what both these teams have been really playing a bunch. But like, this could be the last series that or the next to last, sorry, that one of these teams will go on to the finals. But this could be the last series that they play with that, because who knows what happens in Legion. Like, this is kind of like gets me all a little bit emotional here, like thinking about it. Like, this is one of the last games I'm gonna cast of Warlords of Draenor. That's kind of crazy to me. So super exciting to see this match. I cannot wait. I hope we get into this here very, very soon.
Yeah, I mean, today too, it's been super fast-paced. We've seen so many of these Cleave comps. Maybe a lot of that does come from the teams that did leave. They were playing some slower comps. Some of them were playing Cleave comps as well. But do you think Cleave comps actually have an advantage going into Legion because Legion's so fast right now? Do you think that maybe going into it, they'll be the teams that have the upper hand?
I feel like I've been playing a lot of Legion, and sort of at the beginning of the beta, Cleave compositions seemed like they were the best. They were just sort of dominating everyone. Casters seemed like they were a little bit undertuned, but as the beta has progressed and things are starting to get a little bit more balanced, casters seem like they're definitely a force to be reckoned with. So I don't think it's just going to be Cleave dominating everything. Yeah. I think we're going to see some Wizard Cleaves, we're going to see some regular Cleaves, some balanced comps with a melee, a caster, and a healer, and I don't think anyone can really predict what's going to happen.
Yeah, so I mean, the main 2 things going into that then is you really look at the players, right? And you have to figure out who's the most flexible players that can maybe fall into the comps that look the strongest, or who just are the players that have been showing up to tournaments time and time again, will be able to play their class the best and figure out how to play them in Legion.
Yeah, it's a really interesting dynamic, sort of thinking about it. Like, on the one hand, obviously being really good at Rep Paladin or Windwalker or Death Knight, etc. Like, those are all very, very important things. But going into Legion, I don't think there's a reason to expect that any particular spec is going to just be awful. Like, it's kind of always been the case that even if you're playing one of the less popular specs or the weaker specs, if you play it really well, you can still do well and you can still win even tournaments with it. I think the biggest thing is just going to be how much do these individual specs change, how much is actually going to be different about it going into it, and like you said, how much people are going to be able to adapt to those changes. Like, it's actually really exciting to see. Like, so we think back 2 years ago, we had kind of the same sort of thing ended up happening towards Mists of Pandaria was ending, Warlords of Draenor was just starting, and it didn't work out this way in the tournament because the tournament played Mists of Pandaria all the way through. But you saw the ladder immediately, and you saw the teams that were like doing really well in the tournaments. Suddenly, some of them were kind of falling off in Warlords of Draenor because they weren't able to adapt. Last year, we had Warlords of Draenor the whole way through. This year, we've got this big change happening in the middle of it because, I mean, the expansion's coming out. There's not much else you can do about it at that point. So it's kind of really interesting to see how that's going to affect the tournament going forward. But anyway, enough about Legion. We've got some Warlords of Draenor to worry about right now. The game is just about to start here. The first game between Jail and SG White. Of course, Jail on the right side of your screen. We've got Evangeline on the Retribution Paladin, Inviable playing that Survival Hunter, and Joxy once again holding it down on that Discipline Priest. And then on the left side of the screen, we've got SG White with Black Jeff on the Death Knight, the Frost Death Knight. We've got Balance on that Windwalker Monk, one of my personal favorite specs to actually watch. And then Kappa playing that Holy Paladin. Gates are about to open. Let's see how this goes.
The gates are open, so we're going to see. I'm expecting a lot of damage out of both of these teams straight out of the gates. Just that's the nature of these Cleave comps. They want to get in there, get their hands dirty, and it looks like SG White is going to be the ones to connect onto Evangeline, getting him low right out of the gates, and they managed to get that Strangulate off onto Joxy.
Yeah, Balance already using his Touch of Karma. It doesn't look like Evangeline is going to use that Blessing of Protection to remove it. Wants to save that as a defensive cooldown. Realizes they're probably not going to kill Balance in that situation. The double leg sweep coming up from Balance, so they want to get aggressive. Inviable and Evangeline caught up in that stun. Joxy is going to go ahead and use that bubble on the ground, I forget what it's called, to prevent some of that incoming damage, Evangeline taking quite a bit of damage. He does catch a huge shield by Jock there, that power word shield, I believe, did crit there. Evangeline actually deciding to go aggressive with that Avenging Wrath right now. Balance in full retreat at the moment. He doesn't really have any defensive cooldowns left. Save by the Light does proc on him. Kappa's going to have to get some huge heals on him using that Avenging Wrath as well as that Ore Master. He gets hodged on it. Now Balance is still in quite a bit of trouble. Uses that Nimble Brew to get out of that stun. He's trying to remain aggressive, but I don't know if he can for much longer. He has no defensive left. He's going to have to pull back in full retreat and run for his life.
Yeah, he is just trying to kite as best as he can right now, just trying to stay away from Evangeline. The Avenging Wrath has now fallen off for Evangeline, which is going to give Balance a little bit of breathing space to get back in here and start trying to put some damage out. The nice double leg sweep there on Joxy and Evangeline is going to force the power word, the pain suppression out onto Evangeline from Joxy there. So nice job getting that cooldown out from Joxy. It means that now Evangeline has really only his Divine Shield left as a major defensive cooldown. He'll have his Divine Protection available as well. But the big one that we're looking at this point is Divine Shield and those Blessing of Protections as well. So good job by SG White, just forcing out as many cooldowns as possible. But Balance still under a lot of pressure here. The double fear comes out. Kappa getting feared away. He does have his trinket available. He's choosing to hold on to it. Balance does have that Touch of Karma active. He's going to go ahead and use that. But now Kappa actually using his Divine Shield there.
Yeah, he's going to be able to throw out a lot of heals because he is immune to interrupts there. A Balance going to get topped off for the time being, using that Fist of Fear stun onto Evangeline, who is down to 20% HP. Joxy coming in with the saving graces, though, going to be doing a large amount of healing to him. But it looks like Evangeline's still dangerously low. The Soul Reaper is up. Joxy's going to have to dispel it. Evangeline can be in a lot of trouble right now. He does have Bubble as well as a Bop available. Avenging Wrath coming up for him in around 20 seconds. And that is really going to be their opportunity to sort of turn around the pressure. Balance once again having to run as Kappa is into that full trap. He is out of line of sight, gets the full stun onto Inviolable, sort of a defensive Fist of Fury because he doesn't want to die. Kappa actually getting feared up. He has to trinket that. So now SG White really has no more defensive cooldowns they can work with, and Evangeline has Avenging Wrath coming up. So this is big trouble for SG White.
Yeah, SG White did manage to take a lot there. I mean, they had Evangeline dancing dangerously close time and time again to that 35% threshold, but this might be an opening for Jail to actually just open up onto Balance. Like you said, not too many things in the pockets of SG White to keep him alive here. The only thing that Kappa does have to work with is that Wings, but the Double Fear is going to come out. Kappa still caught into that, and that's going to be enough to take him down, and that's going to be the first game for Jail.
Yeah, I kind of felt bad for Balance in that one. Like, he was just having to rotate through every single one of his cooldowns, even using Zen Meditation towards the end there, just trying to do absolutely everything that he could to stay alive. But there was just so much constant CC, which you don't necessarily expect coming from a Cupid Cleave like this. Just constant CC going out onto Kappa. So it just wasn't enough for him to be able to keep him alive. There's just too much.
It can be really hard for Balance, too, because a main part of Windwalker's survivability is keeping up that Tiger Eye Brew stack. You have to be very active in combat in order to build up those stacks. When you pop those stacks, you do additional damage, true, but at the same time, you also get a 20% damage reduction if you pop a 10 stack. So if you're having to run the whole game and you're not really getting an opportunity to build up chi and spend your chi and build those Tiger Eye Brew stacks, you're sort of a wet noodle the whole game. So it's like almost once you have no pressure, you kind of just fall behind and stay behind.
Yeah, and especially in a couple of those moments there where Balance, like they had Evangeline super low on health at a couple times, so Balance wants to use his Tiger Eye Brew then to continue putting out as much pressure because, like you said, it does increase your damage. But that means that potentially, if you use it a little bit too early for the offensive pressure, then you don't have it available for the defense when you need it. So tough choices there for Balance to have to make. Definitely a very well played first game there from Jail. That does mean that they are going to take that first game, that all-important first game on the Grand Arena. Now it's going to be SG White's map pick.
Yeah, I mean, after seeing that first game, though, it definitely sets the precedent for what we're going to see in the series. There are going to be some close games. The extremely aggressive compositions, constantly looking back and forth at those health bars. Any team could set up a kill at any time.
Yeah, definitely. Very back and forth, like you were saying. Of course, SG White does have other compositions available. They don't have to run the Windwalker DK Paladin if they feel like this is not working out for them. They can sub in Zevs. We've seen him play with the Death Knight today, with the Windwalker today, and they had a good amount of success. Will they have success against Jail running this comp? I don't really know, but it might end up working better for them than this Windwalker DK Paladin setup.
Yeah, and maybe when we see the map pick, we'll be able to predict whether or not they are actually going to switch up their comp. And would you do it in this situation? I don't know. I feel like they performed pretty well here.
Yeah, I feel like they did a pretty good job. They just have to be very cool, or very very smart about how they rotate their defensives. Unfortunately, like we've been talking about all day, the Windwalker Monk, his main defensive cooldown is Touch of Karma, and that can just be removed by the Retribution Paladin. He can use the Blessing of Protection, which removes it, or the Bubble, which protects it. So if Balance lets himself get too low, uses that defensive cooldown, he can't really rely on it. And a lot of the times you have to overuse cooldowns because of that. You have to use your Touch of Karma at the same time you use your Fortifying Brew. You have to run away, and then like I said, once you're starting to run away, you can't build chi as fast, and you don't have Tiger Brew stacks anymore, and it becomes really, really difficult.
Yeah, having the Retribution Paladin is really what kind of allows them to go so heavy onto Balance. In the previous series that we saw SG White playing, Balance almost never really had too much pressure to worry about. But since they have that Ret Paladin available to them, that means they can use Blessing and Protection, like you were saying, to remove that if needed. Even if it's not on the Paladin, they can remove it from someone else. So we do have a map pick here. Is going to be Dalaran Sewers, very, very close map. Do you think this gives any particular advantages either way? Like, both teams are very sort of cleave focused. They're both wanting to try to stick onto their targets as much as possible anyway. So does this lean in any particular direction, or do you think this is just a comfort pick?
Well, I think what we saw last game is every single time Evangeline wanted to get aggressive, he would push in, he would get the Hodge, and they would have the CC. And then once they had no crowd control, he would just run. He would just run across the map. He'd be using the freedoms on himself, he'd be dispelling his snares, and it becomes really hard for Jeff and Balance to connect to him. Maybe on the smaller map, it's going to be a little bit easier for them to stay on Evangeline and keep up the pressure throughout the entire game.
Yeah, and we're about to jump into this match, and like you said, stakes are very high right now.
Yeah.
Whichever team pulls this off is going to be going to those regional finals, and the other team's going to be going home.
Ooh, and we do have a composition change for SG White here. They're actually going to be bringing in Zevs on the Affliction Warlock, subbing out Balance, actually, which I think makes a lot of sense. We were just talking about how having the Ret Paladin on the team of Jail just kind of screws Balance over a little bit. Like, he really can't use his major defensive cooldown. So I think this makes a lot of sense. They say, okay, well, let's try this with the Warlock instead and see if things go any different for us. And also on this map, the Warlock with his portal available, with the demonic gateway, is able to bounce back and forth between like the stairs and the boxes a little bit easier. There's a lot of reasons that I think this strategy change makes a whole lot of sense here.
Yeah, not only that, but Zevs, in sort of a surprise fashion, is going to be using that Imp. So he's going to be playing the Imp Dispel. He's going to be able to remove Kappa out of the Hodges, out of the traps, out of the Fury. He's going to get a lot of value out of that Magic Dispel. Jeff and Zevs, of course, going to be able to do a lot of damage. But I don't think it's going to be that difficult for Joxy to heal through this damage. He has the support of the Retribution Paladin. He just needs to make sure he doesn't fall behind, doesn't run out of mana. And I think he should be able to deal with the spread pressure, especially with no spell lock coming out from Zevs.
Joxy looked really strong, too, in the last match. He was able to deal with quite a bit, and he was very greedy. But look at how low Zevs is getting already.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense for them to focus on Zevs as their kill target. He is going to go ahead and use his first Dark Soul and start trying to pump out some of that reverse pressure. And you can already see, like, there is already a full row of dots on all three members of Jail. Of course, having Jeff on the team as well means that there's going to be those diseases as well to deal with. So Jail is really going to have to work hard to deal with that constant spread pressure. And like we were saying in the last match, Discipline oftentimes has a really, really hard time dealing with that spread pressure. So it's going to be very, very difficult for them. They're going to need to be going as aggressive as possible onto Zevs over and over and over again to be able to eventually get a kill before they just inevitably run out of steam.
Yeah, and one thing to note about Zev's spec is he's playing Sacrifice, so he doesn't have that Soul Link. He's going to be taking, although he has 20% more health, he's going to be taking 20% more damage, so it's going to be harder for Kappa to actually top him off, which I think makes him even a better target than he would traditionally be. Evangeline taking a little bit of damage. Everyone from Jail is taking a little bit of damage right now. The full Hodge going out onto Joxy. It immediately gets sacked by Evangeline. Joxy actually having a really hard time healing through this spread pressure right now. Eating my words a little bit right now. Evangeline actually using his Avenging Wrath. He wants to get aggressive. Zev's taking quite a bit of damage. Saved by the Light is proc on him. Kappa has to use his bubble as a response, and Kappa actually has no more defensive cooldowns, but Evangeline dipping dangerously low, down to 10% HP. Very back and forth right now. Joxy, all he has left is Trinket. He does have Paint Suppression as well. Evangeline does have Bubble. He does have his Bop, so I think Jail's sitting in a very good position right now. Zev's down to 10% HP. I think this might be it. Kappa is in the full trap right now. Zev's is going to go down. Wasn't able to dispel Kappa out of that trap. and Jail pretty much from start to finish just had so much pressure, so much momentum. They always had defensive cooldowns they could rely on if SG White got too much pressure, and I don't know if this comp swap is going to work out for SG White.
Yeah, the one thing that they definitely do have going for them, though, Josh, you touched on it, it's going to be hard for the Disc Priest to deal with that spread pressure, and we saw some of those difficulties, but still, Joxy kept a very cool head, and he managed to keep that pain suppression all the way through that game, which just kind of show a little bit of his attitude going through.
Yeah, and I think if SG White, I think that comp could work if SG White could find a way to keep Zevs alive a little bit longer. Like you pointed out that he was running Soul Link, but he was also running, like Soul Link is great, it reduces your damage, unless you run Grimoire of Sacrifice, in which case it increases your health, which is cool. More health is always a nice thing, but that just means that Kappa has to heal it, which is
it's hard
not
to
ideal.
actually top him off. He's getting CC'd so much. When he finally gets out of CC, it's hard to actually get him to 100% HP. So that means you don't actually get value out of that additional health, because every time you go into CC, he's not at 100% HP. So
yeah, so maybe if they went for a little bit more of a defensive choice, and instead of running that sacrifice, like he can just have an imp out, and then the imp can do the dispel if
the
he
only
really wants to.
scary thing about that
it
is
dies all the time, but like I can understand why you would not want to do that, but in this case, I kind of feel like with the advantage that having the spread pressure of the Warlock and the Death Knight brings, being able to say, okay, well now our Warlock is just tankier, and he's going to survive a little bit longer, that's going to kind of outweigh the ability to dispel in those situations. Like I kind of feel like they went a little bit too far in the now let's be super aggressive angle, when really the advantage that they could have had there is the ability to stay alive, be super stable, and just eventually win.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing, too, with playing this comp, they also, not only are they going to be able to apply this spread pressure, but that spread pressure does have a certain implication. It does force Jail to be more aggressive.
Yeah.
They have to be aggressive the entire time, and we saw them, they never stopped pushing. Because if they do, they just end up, they're going to fall down. So they kind of have to cut a win condition out of that, and a lot of that is going to be on the hands of this Warlock.
Yeah, we saw them do an excellent job of that last game. Moving forward into the next game, of course, it's going to be SG White's map selection again. Moving to this next game, what map and what composition do you think they're going to go to? I mean, we still have Ruins of Lordaeron, we have Tolvaron, Blade's Edge, and Tiger's Peak. I just don't know if SG White is going to stick with this DK Warlock Paladin compo. They might have to switch it up.
Yeah, I think if they want to stick with the Warlock, then I think Blade's Edge would make a whole lot of sense here, because they would have that Z-axis port, be able to go up onto the, and obviously both inviolable to some extent, but most importantly, Evangeline is very, very easy to kite on Blade's Edge. But of course, none of this matters because they picked Tolvaron. So I'm kind of guessing we're going to go back to the Windwalker DK based on that pick.
That's the good thing about Tolvaron is balance. If he is the target of choice, he's going to be able to port away. He can use that Flying Serpent Kick and those Chi Torpedoes to cross the map, create a lot of distance. The only problem with that is it's also very hard for him to connect to Evangeline. Evangeline, every time he has Hodge up, he can push in. They can get pressure onto balance. When he doesn't have Hodge, he can just run around in circles, dispelling himself, and it can be really hard for a Windwalker monk to actually hit him.
Whatever they do, though, they need to figure it out pretty quick.
Yeah.
This is do or die. This is match point. So if they do decide on a certain situation that they want to follow through with, this map choice decides a lot.
I think one thing they could consider doing is every single time they decide to go for stuns on Evangeline, they need to be gripping Inviolable in, because Inviolable's the one who's knocking the Fist of Fury, he's going in for traps, and if they can get reliable stuns on Inviolable at the same time they get stuns onto Evangeline, they might be able to actually pressure both DPS and make swaps onto Inviolable. They still have Strangulate, they still have Hodge, they still have the Incapacitate to CC Joxy, so they don't really need to rely on the grip Fist of Fury. It might be better for them to pressure a second DPS target and try to make sure Inviolable is a little bit more scared throughout the game.
Yeah, it kind of seems like, just from what we've been seeing them do, it kind of seems like they've been trying to save the grip for when Joxy uses his Leap of Faith, his life grip, but like that's on a much longer cooldown.
Yeah.
So I really agree. Like I think they need those sort of grip kill things more often. In stranger news, they've not actually brought balance back in. They're actually sticking with Zevs on the Warlock. So it's going to be, once again, it's going to be the DK Warlock Holy Paladin composition.
Can we see what spec he's running?
Let's take a look here. He is running Soul Link, and this time he is running Grimoire of Supremacy. So he's going to have the big strong demon instead of the sacrifice. So he will have that Soul Link active the entire time, reducing the damage he takes, instead of that increased health that he had in the previous one, which, like we said, doesn't actually really mean much if you never get topped off. The increased health doesn't.
Yeah, it
like
looks like instead of the Imp, is going to be running that spell. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's totally fine. I do like them staying with this comp, though, especially in a situation where they need to win 3 times in a row. I think staying with this is the smart play, but we're going to see Jail open up onto them right away, getting Kappa caught in a little bit of a CC chain.
Yeah, Evangeline actually pushing in first global using his Hodge as well as his wings in true Retribution Paladin style, pushing in onto Zevs, who's taking quite a bit of damage. Kappa in response using his Avenging Wrath. He's going to be able to top off Zevs, but for how long? Kappa getting put into that full Hodge. Zevs does not have that Imp dispel, so he could be in a little bit of trouble right now. I believe he still has Save of the Light, does proc right then and there. Zevs using that Dark Soul, he wants to get aggressive. Unfortunately for him, everyone on Jail is at 100% HP right now.
Yeah, he's doing his best to try to get that spread pressure going, but he did have to use his Dark Regeneration there as well. So this is not good news for SG White right now. Kappa now caught into that full trap. He's going to go ahead and hold onto his trinket, and we'll see if he ends up regretting that because Zevs is just still taking tons and tons of damage. Kappa able to get a couple of quick heals out on him, and with that Flash of Light should be able to start stabilizing him. Nice knockback from Inviolable. Actually kind of interrupted Kappa there on one of his heals, which means that even more damage going out onto Zevs. And now with that Fist of Justice, Zevs is trying to reply to this with his Dark Soul, just trying to put counter pressure out, but there, finally, they managed to force out the bubble from Kappa, but it's way too late. And SG White just kind of gives that one up. Jail's going to take this 3-0.
Yeah, a quick game is going to secure their spot in the regional finals. And yeah, you got to feel pretty good for Jail. I mean, they've been fighting it out in every single qualifying cup, and every time getting very close. So they finally do manage to pull it off.
Yeah, they've obviously previously known as 2 Rets. They've been doing very, very well in all the qualifier cups so far. So with Splice being knocked out, it's nice to see that at least one of our sort of like picks for this team should be able to make it through this time has actually made it. So now they have qualified. They will be going on to regionals, and they will be going on to the grand finals here as well to face off against the other team whose name I have also forgotten. Turtastic. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time with that name.
It's a tricky one, but they're going to be paying for quite a bit of money right now.
Yeah.
So that's what's on the line. And if we are going to see the squad of Jail take it, they need to reset the bracket. Double elimination bracket.
Yep.
They have just secured their place in the grand finals from the lower finals. So that means not only do they have to beat them in one best-of-5, that will then allow them to go into a second best-of-5. So Turtastic is going to look to punish them in that first series for sure.
Yeah, all of a sudden they can run that Paladin DK Cleave, but they don't have the vulnerability of a Windwalker Monk anymore. They have a Feral Druid, inherently a little bit more tanky, and I think just overall better in that matchup. Something that's kind of funny is Jail actually did not even make use of the 4th player to qualify. They sort of stuck with their OG roster, running that traditional Retribution Hunter priest that they've been known for throughout all of these tournaments, qualifying with that composition. Of course, they do have Losa on their team as well, who is an exceptionally good warrior, and they can run Turbo Cleave.
Yeah. I'm actually kind of disappointed that we haven't seen that yet. Maybe we'll see it in the next series. I think it's unlikely, but maybe we'll see it. But at any rate, we're not going to hang around here any longer. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and when we come back, we will have the grand finals of the 3rd and final North American Online Qualifier Cup. We'll see you then.
My son, a terrible darkness has returned to our world. As before, it seeks to annihilate everything that we hold dear. I go to face it, knowing I may not return.
They're coming! They're coming back!
All my life I have lived by the sword. I've seen kingdoms burn and watched brave heroes die in vain. It's been difficult for me to trust after losing so much. But from you, I have learned patience, tolerance, and faith. Open fire! Anduin, I now believe, as you do, that peace is the noblest aspiration. But to preserve it, you must be willing to fight.
On Draenor, old rivals sought to bring Azeroth to its knees. And while the Iron Tide was quelled, they were but servants of a more ancient foe that has not forgotten our defiance. The vengeance of the Burning Shadow has come. And in our most desperate hour, we must wield the power of the enemy against them. For we stand once more upon the brink of destruction. The Burning Legion has returned.
Trying to get away. The Wings execution set is coming out from Rubcup.
A little bit offensive and gets a stun out on to Gorecki.
Yeah, and they're already starting to put a little bit of pressure in. This game is absolutely ridiculous.
Hell Hello once again, everybody, and welcome to the grand finals here at the third and final North American Online Qualifier Cup. Here at the caster desk, I'm Josh Allen, a.k.a. Lord, joined by Elliot Venzel, a.k.a. Venruki, and Rodney Pare, a.k.a. Talbot. I don't think I could have said that any faster. How you guys feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm glad to be back at the desk, and I'm glad to see these two teams in the grand finals. I feel like out of the teams I've seen here, you know, except for Splice, I feel like they're one of the top contenders here, and they're not here, but these two should be here.
Yeah. They've been playing incredibly well through all of these qualifier cups, like we were saying before. We've seen Wong's team in the last couple of qualifier cups, as well as JL, formerly known as 2 Rets. I think this is going to be an epic series. Now, this is obviously a replay of, well, not replayed necessarily, but rematch, the word I was looking for there, versus the winners finals a little bit earlier.
Yeah, we did see Turtastic play that Feral Druid, the Frost Death Knight, as well as the Holy Paladin, and they did take down Jail playing that Retribution Paladin, Hunter, as well as that Holy Priest. I think it was actually 3-1. All the games are really, really close, so definitely anything can happen. Unfortunately for Jail, if they want to win this, they have to not only beat Turtastic in 1 best-of-5, but in 2 best-of-5s.
Yeah, definitely. So there's a long road ahead of Jail if they want to take home that first place $3,000 prize. Of course, both teams have already qualified, so they can both rest a little bit easy. They're going to regionals. They're going to have a shot at that massive $100,000 prize pool compared to the $6,000 prize pool here at this tournament. But $6,000 is still nice. Getting that $3,000 first place prize, it's a little bit better than the $1,200 second place prize. I'd say about $1,800 better, give or take. 0, I don't know. But yeah, it's definitely something that they still want to be able to take that first place prize if they can.
Yeah, and I think it's funny, both teams in the winners finals, they did not change their comp whatsoever. They did not use their fourth or anything. They just stuck to their guns the entire time. So I expect the same thing, even if we go to 2 best-of-5s entirely, 10 games, I think we'll see the same comp every time.
No, really? You don't think there's any chance that Jail might actually bust out that Turbo Cleave? I guess we're going to find out soon enough.
We're going to find out right now.
The queue has popped. Of course, it is going to be starting on the Grand Arena, as always, guys. We're going to have to see what compositions these guys decide to run, and it looks like it's going to be the same thing as Talbot predicted. Turtastic going to be running that Feral Druid, that Frost Death Knight Paladin, and of course Jail going to be running that Retribution Paladin, Survival Hunter, and the Holy Priest.
Yeah, and so do you guys feel, how do you guys feel Jail can really do against Turtastic here? Obviously, they did lose 1-3 versus Turtastic in the winners finals. Do you think they really... Is there much hope for them to be able to come back from this and say, okay, well, this time we're gonna actually beat you guys. We'll go 3-0, and then we'll go 3-0 again, or anything like that? Like, they got to win 6 games against Jail before Jail, or excuse me, against Turtastic before Turtastic wins 3. Essentially, is how this series is going to work out. Do you think do you think they have a shot at that?
I think it's on Sykesy really to lose the game for his team, not necessarily Jail winning the game. It's if Sykesy runs at the correct times, it's hard for Evangeline and Inviolable to chase him down to get the kill. And in between wings, if he doesn't take any big amounts of damage, then he should be absolutely fine. Wong won't have to waste his bubble too early. If he has bubble during the wings, it's a lot easier for them.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how these teams decide to open. Evangeline actually taking a lot of damage going into that bash, catching a huge heal from Joxy that was going to be topped off, not really having to use too many defensive cooldowns. Joxy actually using his stone form though, so he's not going to have his trinket available for another 15 seconds. Right now, Evangeline wanting to get aggressive onto Sykesy. Both of these players do have their offensive cooldowns up right now. Vincent Wong in response also using his Avenging Wrath. He's going to be able to easily heal through this damage for the time being, and Vabel actually getting swapped to, taking quite a bit of damage too, as Sykesy does have that Incarnation Berserk up for the time being. Joxy trying to spam out those flash heals onto Inviolable, having a very hard time actually topping him off.
Yeah, this is so far going very similar to what the winners finals were, where we're going to see Evangeline and Inviolable just taking tons of damage, Joxy just struggling as best he can to keep both of them topped off, despite all of the CC that's coming out from Turtastic. And we also saw, just a moment ago, we saw Evangeline and Wong using their Avenging Wrath at the same time. As soon as Evangeline uses Avenging Wrath, Vincent Wong is going to use his as well, just to make sure to counteract that. Sykesy taking a bit of damage here, does manage to get a Cyclone out, a sneaky little Cyclone out onto Evangeline there, which slowed down that damage just a little bit. So he's basically just kiting at this point, doing his best to keep Wong from having to use any of his remaining cooldowns, because all Wong really has left at this point is that Divine Shield, as well as his Execution Sentence. But like Divine Shield is the big one we're looking for, and there he's actually going to go ahead and use it. Feels like he needs that in order to keep Sykesy alive.
Yeah, and that was a good CC chain they had on Wong. They got the full fear into a lockout, into a Hodge, into a trap. Now damage is coming out on Evangeline here. They get his bubble, and it's pretty easy for them to force cooldowns onto Evangeline as long as they get CC going onto Joxy, because he's running out of sacks. He has no sacks left. He has 2 bops, but that isn't that great of a cooldown against Sykesy and Velido here.
Yeah, absolutely not. Evangeline actually having his Avenging Wrath coming up in around 25 seconds. Of course, Vincent Wong is going to want to save his wings for as long as possible, but I don't know if he can right here. Caught into the full fear. It does break. It looks like he is going to be spamming out the seals. He actually gets locked out. Sicey could be in a lot of trouble right now, down to around 30% HP. Save of the Light does proc that. Might be able to carry him forward far enough. Vincent Wong, though, has no trinket, no bubble available. Sicey has to run. He needs to get away. Evangeline on the chase, though. Sicey down to 10% HP. The full trap just about to end onto Vincent Wong, but it was just too long of a CC chain coming out from Jail. Avenging Wrath came out from Evangeline, and they were able to take him down.
Yeah, so Jail actually managing to take the first game in this series, which is really, really important for them. Like we said before, they need to be able to win 2 series in order to be able to take the first place, because everybody has the opportunity. It's a double elimination. Everybody has the opportunity to lose once. We need to give that opportunity to Turtastic as well, because they haven't dropped a single series yet this entire tournament. So what we saw there was... it was just kind of like, I feel like Turtastic towards the end, they were still making all the right choices. Like, Wong should have been holding on to his Avenging Wrath in that situation. He was going to need it to be able to beat Evangeline's Avenging Wrath when that came out. But there was just so much pressure still. That was the only cooldown he had remaining. Like, do you think he should have just gone ahead and used it and hoped, or...?
Well, I think what ended up happening was Vincent Wong actually got locked out, and out of the lockout, that's where sort of the CC chain began. So if you get locked out, that's an additional, like, 6 seconds. You can't actually heal depending on who locks you out, so it just extends that CC chain so much more. He didn't actually have the opportunity to use that Avenging Wrath to get off those heals, but, yeah.
Yeah, Evangeline and Viable were just doing more damage in between wings. That's what they needed to do. They actually got the bubble. They made him. They almost got him even like wings at one point when they didn't have wings on their own. So it was like very hard for Vincent Wong to track what to actually do. And they were just doing more. I think a lot of it was they had a couple of binding traps on the Sicey before their pressure began, before the CC chain started. And then if you get stunned for 3 seconds as a frail, that's really the only stun they have in the first place besides their Hodge. So it really sets up some of the damage. And if Sicey can run away freely, it's very easy for him to survive. But they prevented that this game.
Yeah, and that's the CC chain I was talking about. He got interrupted into the Hodge, into a full trap. Sicey doing everything he can to run and get away, but it's just not enough. Vincent Wong almost out of that trap. He almost was able to get off his wings. He didn't have execution sentence though, so even if he got out of that trap, there's no guarantee that Sicey was going to live.
Yeah, he could have gotten off a Holy Shock, but who knows if that would have been enough actual healing at that point. It's not generally a huge burst of healing. So that does make us up 1-0 for Jail in this series. And looks like Turtastic is going to be picking Tolvaron Arena as their next map. How do you guys feel about that map choice?
No surprise here. We're going to see Vincent Wong being able to avoid CC more often. The Priest isn't going to be able to run across the map to get a fear because he's going to see him get the Fist of Justice out in time and survive a lot longer. He's also able to avoid the Hunter Traps more with freedom, and as long as he can stay out of range of Evangeline, which is now viable because he can heal from the pillars, he can heal from way across the map, and then he has to run over to him for it. So it's a lot harder for Evangeline to start that instant CC chain that really stops the momentum.
Not only that, but if he does get CC'd, this map provides a big playground for Sicey to sort of run around and kite. He can cross the whole map, get to a new pillar, healing himself up a little bit. So, like you said, I think this is an obvious choice for them. It's just good for them avoiding CC as well as kiting when they finally do get CC'd.
Yep, so we are going to be getting into this next game here on Tolvaron here very, very shortly. The game is spinning up, so it'll only take a couple seconds, and then we will get in there. Does not look just yet like there have been any composition changes. We're going with the same thing yet again, which is not really surprising. I feel like Jail, they've got to be feeling pretty good after actually taking that game. Like, winning that first game in this series, like we've said it multiple times, it's super, super important that they actually get that first game, because it means now they only have to win on their own map pick to close out this series, this first series anyway. So I feel like Jail's probably going to be feeling pretty good. They're not going to want to change their composition at all. And then the other teams are going to be feeling pretty good as well. Looks like we may be having a little bit of a technical issue on our end here, so hopefully we can get that sorted out here very, very shortly and get back into these games.
Yeah, talking about this matchup a little bit, I mean, although Turtastic did beat Jail 3-1, all of the games were really close. Saying 3-1 I don't think does the series really that much justice. Of course, Jail has a great opportunity. They won this first game. It's going to be a long road for them to have to win this best-of-5 series and then win an additional best-of-5 series, which is going to be difficult for them, but it's definitely something that they're capable of doing.
Yeah, and once we get these technical issues sorted out, we'll get back into the game and going. Probably going to have them come log me back in so I can watch the game myself.
Log in underneath.
Yeah, we'll get this sorted out.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, we'll get this sorted out here in just a second, and we'll get back into these games for you guys as soon as possible. Fortunately, this happened before the gates opened, so hopefully they were able to get the message across to the teams.
They might be playing the whole game out without us watching.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they might actually just be playing this match out.
Yeah, we'll have to see what ends up having this. We'll get word from our admins here very, very shortly in terms of what actually is going on here. But hopefully we will have the opportunity to show this game to you guys. Okay, so we are actually in the game. Unfortunately, after the disconnect, it looks like our UI has not been able to reload properly, but the game is playing out, and we don't want to tell them to stop because the gates have now opened at this point, so we're going to do our best to try
This is the true test of casters right here.
Exactly.
No cooldowns, no health bars, anything, so let's see what we can do.
It's a fun new experiment. Can you cast without seeing any of exactly what's going on? So Yellowhammer, I believe, is Kappa, actually. And so he's actually caught over to the side right now without having any ability to get any healing out. Evangeline is getting super low, actually. Evangeline really low right there. Does get a nice heal there from Joxy after the Leap of Faith. So now Joxy looks like he might be trying to move in there and maybe get a fear out. Kyle, aka Sykesy, just sticking onto Inviolable right now, putting out as much damage into him as possible. I'm not really sure what we have in terms of defensive cooldowns available for either team at this point, but it actually looks like maybe Turtastic is actually doing pretty well right now.
Yeah, Kyle actually landing that full Cyclone onto Evangeline. He doesn't want to push. It looks like he wants to pressure down Inviolable as much as possible. But finally, Valito and
Kappa.
No, sorry, Kyle and Valito. Sorry, the names are messing up with me. Able to reconnect onto Inviolable for the time being. He's having a difficult time getting away. I believe actually, no, his pet is not dead. Yellow Hammer spamming out those heals right now, using that Aura Mastery to top off his team.
And it's really been easier for Sykesy to live on this map because of the big area he has to kite in. Right as soon as Kappa gets CC'd, there's a full trap there. It's a lot easier for him to survive in this situation. He just mains eventually. He's going to go for a clone, but if he gets in trouble, he's just going to walk away. And this time he's going to survive just fine, which was happening a lot in the first couple games that we saw in the winners finals, where Kappa would get CC'd, but then Sykesy would live by himself, but they're just doing way more damage. I believe there's the wings from Evangeline, so we should see the counter wings from Kappa there. He goes to top him off, and he also bobs through it. So well played again by, it's Kappa, right?
Yeah,
or no, Vincent Wong, right?
Yeah. It's
Wong. Vincent Wong. So I was like,
that's one of the things too about Sykesy going for these cyclones throughout the game is he's actually baiting interrupts for Wong, so it makes it a lot easier for Wong to actually get out those casted heals. So I really like. I mean, ultimately it doesn't matter that much if Kyle gets interrupted on those cyclones. So if he's throwing them out, he can either bait interrupts or actually get the cyclone off. It's going to be really good for his team. Valito trying to connect onto Inviolable right now, actually pressuring him down quite a bit. Joxy actually able to top him off for the time being. Once again, Sykesy going for those cyclones, lands a full one onto Joxy. Wants to connect onto Inviolable, who is down to around 20% HP. He's trying to get away, uses that freedom onto himself, actually gets gripped by Joxy. He's going to be able to heal him up with that. Right now, Wong is just standing with those heals as well. Yeah.
He's low. Yeah, he's sitting at half HP. He was at 1% there, I believe, for a bit off screen. He's taking a lot of damage here. There's a bubble coming out from Wong. He's going for cyclones, but he just gets interrupted over and over. There's a massive spell coming out onto Wong's bubble. If they can get CC now, and it looks like he's trying to, there's a full trap onto him. And Sykesy actually pops his incarnation to try to stop them here, but he's taking too much damage. He's trying to hop around and get CC out, but if there's any CC, yeah. I don't think Wong had any cooldowns left, and he gets that execution sentence off too late, and it goes on himself instead. So he probably had that coming out of his CC. And
there's our UI.
Of course we get the UI.
Great.
Everyone leaves the arena. Thank you
for
that.
Timing. Beautiful. But that's that CC chain we're talking about. If Inviolable, Joxy, and Evangeline can line that up onto Wong, it's so hard for Sykesy to leave. Once Vincent Wong has no trinket, he has no bubble. It's basically like a 20-second long CC chain that Sykesy has to somehow survive through.
Yeah, and this is the map where he was supposed to survive, and he really just didn't. I feel like he just wasn't running enough that time. Whenever he was in trouble, he was kind of just staying with Evangeline and Inviolable. When other games, he was just running across the entire map, waiting for the CC to end. So I don't think he was giving enough respect to the damage of Evangeline and Inviolable.
Yeah, it's really interesting seeing how much Jail is able to sort of come back, having lost to Turtastic in the winners finals. They're now able to come back, and they're now up 2-0 in this series. They do need to win those two series, like we've said a couple times now, to be able to take that first place. But they're well on their way to that right now.
They're only one away from getting to that second series. And I mean, these are pretty convincing wins. Although Inviolable did get low a few times during that game, I don't think he was ever in a position where he didn't have any deterrences available. Joxy, I think, had some defensive cooldowns left.
Yeah. I think he was actually out of deterrences right at the end there when we saw that the Leap of Faith come out, which healed him up in a hurry because he was running like crazy. So either he was being the greediest hunter that's ever existed, or he didn't have any deterrences available. Unfortunately, we can't tell because of that little glitch that we had there. But fortunately, we'll get that sorted out. That will not happen again. Fingers crossed, knock on wood, etc. and we will be able to get into this next game here very shortly.
This is kind of what I was expecting from the first series they played, because I know the Red Paladin has so many defensive cooldowns to knock through the Feral cooldowns and to stop all the CC coming into his Priest, and I kind of expected that in the first game, but they weren't doing the damage initially. They weren't getting the CC chain and then following up with tons of damage. They were just getting the CC chain and doing, Slikesy would just get away and they'd be like, well, what do we do? And I think they're just chasing him down a lot better. They're putting him in the binding shot stuns, which I think has been helping a lot, and I don't think they were doing that as much before. They're probably saving that to get Vincent Wong in CC instead, but it's really playing out well now for them.
Yeah, it's smart. They get aggressive. They make sure that Sykesy actually has to play defensive. He has to run away, and maybe we didn't see that the game before. They were in sort of a defensive mindset where Evangeline figured like, hey, maybe I have to be running away more so we're not dying. But the actual real solution was he needs to be way more aggressive on the Sykesy, going to be shutting down those Cyclones and just making him run and not do nearly as much damage as he was the games before. Looks like Tiger's Peak is going to be the map. Very similar to Negrand Arena, very similar to Tolvaron Arena. So I think going into this map, Jail's got to be feeling good. They've been doing very well on these style of maps, and I expect on Tiger's Peak it's not going to be much different.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of the most similar to Negrand Arena in terms of its overall layout, the distance between pillars, the size of the pillars, etc. And they won on Negrand Arena, so they've got to be feeling pretty good at this point. On top of that, not only do they only have to win on their map picks from here on, because if Turtastic wins this, then Jail will have the opportunity to pick map. They have that option twice, because Turtastic can win, and then Jail can lose, and then Jail would still have another option to come back. So Jail has to be feeling really, really comfortable right now. We'll see if that translates into like a nice sort of Zen moment where they're able to take that comfort and pull out another win here, or if it turns into them maybe feeling a little bit too confident and ending up making a mistake. We're about to find out. The gates have opened, and these two teams are about to face off yet again.
Yeah, and I'm looking for Sykesy to play a little bit more defensive here. Whenever he sees Wong in CC, he needs to get out and fast. He needs to save his... Like right now, he's going in while Wong is feared. Maybe that's not the best choice here. Maybe he should wait until Wong is out of the CC chain, because he's opening himself up. He's very vulnerable right now. He gets the crows on him, and he's starting to take a lot of damage. Just a binding shot I was talking about. He trinkets out of it and pops his wall, and that's something he may not have had to do if he waited.
Yeah, Evangeline having to run away actually gets a life grip there by Joxy. He's going to catch a huge heal once he's out of that Cyclone. Evangeline should be A-okay, gets topped off immediately. Avenging Wrath is going to be fading from him, but Sykesy dipping dangerously low right there. Seb of the Light did proc. Vincent Wong also using his Avenging Wrath. Vincent Wong, of course, still does have a bubble, his Bop and Trinket available, so he's still working with a lot of defensive cooldowns, but that was a very scary moment for Sykesy as he did dip so low.
Yeah, fortunately for Vincent Wong, like he had actually used his Avenging Wrath very briefly before that, but it was still active. And I think if he hadn't still had that active, if that had happened a couple of seconds later, Sykesy may have actually gone down there. Inviolable forced to use a deterrence there. He felt a little bit too under pressure and decided to go ahead and pop that instead of making any sort of unnecessary risks, which is really, really smart. They've generally been going after Evangeline, so Inviolable should feel like he's fairly safe to at least use his first deterrence. He's probably going to hang out of that second one a little bit better. And now Evangeline, once again, the target of most of the pressure. Joxy caught into a full bash. He actually gets that blessing of protection from Evangeline to be able to break out of that and get a couple heals out. Nice job by Evangeline, really using all of the strengths of the Retribution Paladin, which we would expect from him, the amount of experience he's got playing Ret. Inviolable, though, super low. It's a good thing he did have that second deterrence available. Gonna go ahead and use that, and he's gonna get top back off once again, but if Turtastic can keep making those quick swaps onto Inviolable, that could be the end of it for Jail.
He actually has no deterrences left. It's going to be up to Evangeline to make sure he lands those Blessing of Protection onto Inviolable if he gets caught into a full stun. I think that's going to be the only thing that saves him. That is the full maim. Evangeline may want to consider using the Bop on it. Doesn't look like he's going to. Joxy's able to just freely heal him up. He's going to be okay. Sykesy dipping dangerously low as well, down to around 20% HP. He has no more defensive cooldowns. Vincent Wong needs to connect some heals. He's trying to fake cast over and over and over, but he just doesn't have any healing. Finally, the Avenging Wrath coming out, as well as the Execution Sentence. I think he actually used the Execution Sentence before Avenging Wrath, so it didn't really optimize that healing there. Now, because of that, he's actually going to have to use his bubble as well. So Vincent Wong having to use so many cooldowns there to keep Sykesy up. And now Turtastic's in a situation where they have nothing left. Evangeline does have that Avenging Wrath, and looks like he is going to pop it. Vincent Wong caught into that full trap. He does decide to trinket it into the full Hodge, though. If Joxy can push it and actually land a Fear on him, Sykesy could be in a lot of trouble. Joxy, though, getting full Strangulate, does decide to Stone Form out of that, going to be removing it, pushing in onto Vincent Wong, trying to get that Fear as soon as he can. Sykesy down to 9% HP, and that's going to be it. Jail is going to take this first series, and they're going to now have to play Turtastic in another best of 5. But I mean, these 3 games have been so convincing coming out from Jail. They've been doing such a good job.
Yeah, and again, looking at the scoreboard real quick, the time in CC for Wong, again, just so high compared to everyone else in the entire game. They're just rotating that Hodge into the fear, into the trap over and over, and it's really hard for them to stop that because the next CC in the chain comes up, with like 15 seconds remaining as the last one ends. So it's just very hard for him to avoid it all. And a Feral Druid and a Death Knight cannot really help him avoid it. They don't have tools to stop them. They don't have Massive Spell. They don't have Sacrifice. They're not any of those classes. They don't have that many. I guess they do have some off-fields. It's Feral Druid and a Death Knight, but they don't have that many tools to help their Paladin out. So that's one thing that they've been struggling with, is just helping Vincent Wong stop the CC, and that's what's been killing them. I mean, they've been getting a lot of damage in too. I'm so impressed with that. They're getting so much damage outside of wings, and it's really turning the tides. Just 3-0 because of just that one change. Yeah, generally the two sort of weaknesses that you would think of when you think of this Rat Hunter Shaman setup is they do most of their damage during cooldowns, which if you can control the Paladin when he's got Avenging Wrath up, that negates just a ton of damage. Usually their sustained damage is a lot lower. And the other side of it is they don't have a spammable CC. They don't have something that they, like a Polymorph or a Cyclone or a Fear, that they can just chain one after the other after the other. So when they're getting these crazy long CC chains and they're putting out all this damage outside of cooldowns, it's like They've found a way to just completely counteract the weaknesses of their composition, and that's what you see happen as a result of it. You see Sykesy just taking so much damage so that Wong has to put all of his cooldowns on the line prior to that Avenging Wrath coming out from Evangeline, and then Evangeline's just like, all right, well, I guess I push this button now, and we win.
I think a lot of that stemmed on the fact that Wong actually, I think it was an accident, or maybe he was just being a little bit greedy, but he used his execution sentence before he used his Avenging Wrath. So when he used it, it only healed him for like 20%, 30% of his HP instead of just immediately topping him. And because of that, he had to use his bubble a little bit preemptively, and then he didn't have it for the next chain. And I mean, if that didn't happen, that might have given them enough time to push through and take down Jail. But I mean, Jail still had quite a few defensive cooldowns to work with. They were looking very good throughout the whole game. But that just that little bit of cooldown overlap could have been what cost him that last game.
Yeah, and it was hard for Wong there too, because he wants to save his wings for Evangeline's wings. He was doing that all game, and then at the last second there, it's been happening for him a lot in these past like 5 games against this team, where he uses his wings before Evangeline, and then Evangeline's wings come up, he uses it, and then someone dies immediately. That's what all that happened at the end of that game, where it was just, there was even through the wall of Sykesy, which usually the wall is like the survival cooldown, but there wasn't enough that time. He didn't have bubble, he didn't have trinket. Vincent Wong sat in 16 seconds of CC, I think, and it was over from there. So really great to be doing that extra little bit of damage and making sure you're landing those binding shots onto Sykesy as he tries to run away, because the Ferals was just running away every time, every game, and they couldn't catch him. But now with the binding shot, 3 seconds stun, that normally people don't use that offensively like that, is big for them.
Yeah, so that means that Jail is going to take the first best of 5, 3-0 versus Turtastic, the name that I apparently cannot remember under any circumstances. That means that they are now, they've reset the bracket essentially, like Rich was saying before we went over to this series. They've now reset it, so they have the ability to now, if they win this best of 5, they've won the entire thing. They've come in first place. Of course, Turtastic, they've got a lot on the line here. They need to be able to prove, like, okay, it wasn't just a fluke the first time that they won here. They really want to come back around here and say, okay, what's going on? How do we win this? And go ahead and take that series. But no rest for the wicked. We are moving right into this next series here. Turtastic versus Jail, round 3. Let's see how this goes.
For me, I want to follow Sykesy a lot this game, because I feel like the start of last game, he dropped the ball for his team. Vincent Wong got full feared, and he decided that was the best time to open on the other team. When I felt like, let Velado take some of the damage that they're going to put out and then open. He just opened immediately, and it kind of cost them a major cooldown from Vincent Wong. He immediately had to use wings as soon as he came out of that, so I feel like I want to see him wait a little bit more in the opener here.
Yeah, Sykesy is the target of choice once again. The full fear going out onto Vincent Wong. Sykesy going to have to run away, but it doesn't look like he's going to. Vincent Wong, actually, I believe, trinketing out of that trap into a full Hodge. Evangeline does have that Avenging Wrath up right now, so he's going to be doing a significant amount of damage. Sykesy actually using his Incarnation as well as his Berserk. He's already used 1 tick of Survival Instincts as well, so already so many cooldowns forced by Turtastic, by Jail. So yeah, this is looking really, really good for Jail. Unfortunately, they're a little bit low right now, and Bible taking quite a bit of damage, having to use that deterrence. So Turtastic making sure with their offensive cooldowns, they're at least forcing Jail semi-defensive.
Yeah, and Joxy actually got caught into several cyclones there, so Inviolable is still low. If they can connect to him and put out some additional damage, they may have been able to force out his second deterrence, but it looks like he is going to get an opportunity to catch a couple heals from Joxy and top back off again, which means that Turtastic is just going to turn back around on Evangeline. Evangeline just up and dies of just so much damage coming out from Turtastic there out of nowhere. Evangeline had basically no time to, like, he could have bubbled, he could have bopped, they could have done a ton of different things there, but the damage just came so fast that he didn't even have time to recognize that he was about to die.
It hurts to see it, man. Again, I think another game we had earlier, Evangeline didn't bop himself when he had the chance to, and now no bubble. But that was a really fast kill, okay?
Yeah.
I want to see the replay on that because he died awfully fast. I don't blame him for that one at all, but it's rough when those things happen to you, especially when you have that cooldown that, you know, can save you, and you just happen to not use it that time because you're like, I'll use a global on Judgment, and then just immediately die during that 1.5 seconds. So rough game for him once again, but, you know, it does happen.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this all played out. Evangeline, of course, is the one that does fall here. Joxy, we'll have to see what CC chain he was actually into. He gets DR trapped. It actually breaks him. That was just chains of ice. So yeah, Joxy wasn't even CC'd.
Yeah.
And once again, that could just be like communication error. Joxy might just be like, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine, I have you. And then some big crits come in. Joxy sort of underestimates how much damage is going to come in. So Evangeline doesn't want to use anything because he's basically entrusting in his healer. So that could definitely be an option too.
Yeah.
But it could just be like that happens sometimes.
Yeah, definitely.
I understand.
And even
We've
though
been there.
Evangeline was relatively low at the start of that, he was sitting at around 30% health once the little trapper or chains of ice or whatever it was went out on him for just a second there. Even though he was already kind of low, it felt like he was safe at that point. Like he felt like he was fine, and I don't blame him at all for feeling like I'm fine, or Joxy saying, yeah, I got you, you're fine. I would have actually really liked, we couldn't really see it in there, but to see their positioning, if maybe he just accidentally line of sighted his healer at the last second, because that can happen sometimes where you're like, okay, yeah, he says I'm fine, so I'm going to keep chasing this guy and hitting him a little bit more. And then right at the end of a cast, or as he's like sitting there spamming his saving grace, trying to get that instant heal off, goes out of line of sight.
I think what might have actually happened is Joxy was mid-penance on him, waiting for those saving grace stacks to fall. So the way Discipline Priest healing sort of works is they have this insane heal. It's called Saving Grace. It's an instant cast heal. It heals for a lot, but every time you use it, it weakens all of your healing by a significant amount. I think it's actually like 25. What is it? 25% each one? 15%? Yeah.
So,
okay. So use Saving
substantial.
Grace, minus 15% healing. Use it again, minus 30% healing. Use it again, minus 45% healing. And then all of a sudden, all your heals don't really do anything. Your Power Word Shield doesn't do anything. Your Penance doesn't do anything. So you kind of just stall until Saving Grace stacks fall, and you can reuse them again. So it might have been a very close call. After that Penance, Saving Grace stacks might have been able to fall, and you might have been able to top them off right away. And it might have just been, just an underestimating how much damage comes in.
Yeah, there's a lot that we can really speculate on there, but at the end of the day, it means that now Turtastic is up 1-0 in this second best of 5 here in the grand finals. So that means that it's Jail's map pick, and they're going to Tovaron Arena.
And I am lost. Is anyone else lost by that map pick? Because that is the map that Turtastic has been choosing over and over, and it's been to their advantage every time. We've been talking about how that's the best map for them, and Jail picking that map, I mean, that's a little weird for me, but I want to go back to the start of last game where I felt like the pressure that Sykesy and Velado had was so much higher than usual. They had both targets at 40%, and they were getting a lot more cooldowns than usual, and then the Cyclones from Sykesy really helped them get more pressure and got eventually low after, and that's when he died. So I think if they can have openers like that every game, then they're going to be able to compete in the series, when it looked like that 3-0 was very convincing before.
Yeah, Jail actually got a lot of work done, though, in the opener. They actually forced, I think, literally every single defensive cooldown except maybe one tick of Survival Instinct from Sykesy.
I think he still had Bubble? I think that was the only one that he might have saved.
And that was a pretty fast game. I mean, right in the opener, they forced so much. So, yeah. And sort of speaking to the map, I mean, maybe they like the map because they won on it in the last series. They played Tovaron. Maybe in theory they think
we couldn't see what was going on, but they definitely won the game.
Yeah.
So this is kind of funny and also kind of awesome. We've actually gotten a note from Evangeline passed on to us by one of our admins saying that it was a communication thing. Joxy said that he had him. He didn't, so he died. And I guess he wanted to make sure that everybody knew that it wasn't his fault. He didn't forget to bubble. He was told not to. So maybe kind of throwing his teammate under the bus there.
That's what I'm thinking.
I had his back the whole time. Let the record show. It's true, right?
Oh, man. But now his teammate's under the bus. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
You don't do that.
Yeah, well, apparently.
Oh, well. Yeah, way to go, Joxy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice one, Joxy, man. Maybe you should heal next time.
I don't know, man. Can't you just heal me?
So yeah, he is a Retribution Paladin, so like there's no...
Heal yourself.
Yeah. Well, my thought was, if you're a Retribution Paladin, like, there's no forgiveness. There's nothing. It's just pure on, like,
we're going deep into the lore here for that one.
It's always funny playing a healer when it's like you're as a DPS, sometimes you tell your healer, like, I don't know, can you just heal me? Just heal me. It's like, what do you think I'm trying to do? Like, I'm looking at your frame. I know
see
you're
the
low.
priest right there? He's trying to fear you, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we were talking about earlier, where playing alt classes helps you understand from the healer point of view. If you ever play a healer alt, you're like, oh, this is a lot of CC I'm walking into if I run at my teammate. So if you could come back to me and, you know, maybe catch the heals that way, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. So this next game is about to spin up here on 12-round arena. We have Turtastic up 1-0 versus Jail.
Oh, there it is. We see Losa finally in the mix, and Inviablast on the enhancement shaman. Interesting swap here. Why do you think they made the swap now?
Maybe they just want to test the waters and see how they do as this composition. I think it can be hard for Milo to live. What's his name again?
Joxy.
Yeah, Joxy. Yeah, so it can be hard for Joxy to live if Vincent, Wong, Valido, and Sykesy decide to do sort of like an all-in strategy. I think this can be a difficult matchup, but it's definitely winnable. Basically, we're going to be looking for Mames to throw a clutch Shockwaves. If he's playing Shockwave, he's going to have to come back and get those charge stuns, the double charge stun with the Blitz and Warbringer, and to make sure he's pressuring Vincent Wong as much as possible. Because I think ultimately Vincent Wong is going to be the target that goes down.
Yep, so Jail bringing out the Turbo Cleave here. Just so you guys are aware, Mames, that is Losa, Inviablast, that is, of course, Inviable, and Milorada is Joxy. We will probably end up calling them by the names that are on the screen just because it's a little bit confusing otherwise. But just so you guys are aware, it is the same team members. Inviable already taking a lot of damage here right off the start. Actually going to have to use his Shamanistic Rage, and that may still not even be enough. Just look at the ridiculous amount of pressure he's under right now. Joxy doing his best to try and keep him alive, but gets caught into that full bash. And now Inviable just having to sort of run away. He's trying to stay aggressive onto Sykesy right now, but with all this damage coming out, he may not be able to.
Yeah, and I'm sure this is something they've practiced, but you have to keep in mind these are two alt classes we're dealing with here, so probably not as experienced in these classes, and it's going to show throughout this match if they are under a lot of pressure. So that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to open with a lot of damage to see what they do, to see what they could force. They already got the Heart of the Wild out of Joxy right away, and they're under pressure completely. There's a bop on the Sykesy right now. I think he's going to take that off immediately. Yeah, he just gets the Incarn, and it looks like they want to put damage onto Joxy, and they have the double rake stun. He does have Barkskin up, so good use of that, and he has Heart of the Wild, so he should be fine for now.
Yeah, he did get gripped in, so that means as soon as that stun ends on him, he's going to be able to displace away. So that might be something to consider for Sykesy and Valido. They might need to try to get onto him before they grip him, but it looks like Inviable is taking quite a bit of damage as well. Joxy doing everything he can, throwing out those trends, so it really hasn't been too much pressure on a Turtastic yet. Vincent Wong, of course, does have his Avenging Wrath still. He still has his Bubble. He still has his Trinket. Inviable, though, having to use that Shamanistic Rage, the full Strangulate going out onto Joxy. He does have his Trinket available too. Soul Reaper has been put out onto him, so it looks like he is going to be the target of choice, but unfortunately he displaces away, caught into the full bash though. Sykesy right on his back, trying to do as much damage as possible. Valido trying to reconnect onto him as well. He's going to be using that Iron Bark, trying to get away. Because of that, Valido gets rooted up, and it looks like Joxy's going to be fine for the time being, but now he's in a position where he has no Iron Bark. Luckily for him, Barkskin is coming up, and he does have his Trinket.
And one interesting thing to point out here that you can see on your screen right now is that Mames, aka Losa, is actually playing Gnome for this, and that's something we've seen a lot of the top-level warriors do for tournaments like this, is they actually have two different characters that they can swap between. One is a gnome and one is a warrior, or excuse me, one is a human usually. In this case, he felt like the Escape Artist racial up against the Death Knight, the Feral Druid, probably a little bit better for him. And so far, he's managed to keep a pretty strong uptime. He's been able to keep out pretty constant pressure throughout this entire game so far. Sykesy still seems to be kind of the target of choice here. Milorado, aka Joxy, just sort of running away right now. He was in bear form there for just a second. Obviously felt a little bit scared, but Sykesy still under so much pressure, down to 30% health. If he gets low, remember, there's now the execute that he has to worry about coming from Mames. If he gets too low, he could just up and die out of nowhere. So Wong just working hard right now, trying to keep Sykesy as high as possible in terms of health. Wong getting super low now as well, maybe taking a little bit too much pressure there. He's got Losa just sitting on him this entire time, down to 20% with that Saved by the Light proc active. Does manage to get out another heal onto him, but now with that Cyclone, he's going to have to use his Divine Shield. Velido gets super super low and just gets dunked on. Down goes Velado, and Jail able to use this comp swap to their advantage and take another win here.
Yeah, and that looked like a very convincing game from them. I mean, even though it was 2 alt classes, the pressure they had on Turtastic was really so unbearable for Vincent Wong. When he had Wings up, they were still doing enough damage to keep him pressured, and then when Wings fell, he just fell apart immediately.
Yeah.
A big part of it, though, was Losa was training him so that he couldn't get cast. He couldn't just spam cast. Otherwise, you know, they'd have to rely on just the Shaman to interrupt him. But because there's 2 people trying to interrupt him now, it's so much harder to get those casts off. And that was really what he was struggling with, because Enhance and Warrior together do so much damage.
Something to also think about is Losa was using a specialization, or one of his talents was Bloodbath. So what that does is it makes it so every single one of your attacks, every time you do damage, it puts a snare on the target. So it's exceptionally annoying for a Feral Druid. You have that Ren ticking on you over and over and over. Every time you get auto-attacked, you're snared. And that's one of the main benefits of a Feral Druid, is being able to constantly get away. And you really can't when a Warrior has that Bloodbath up. So I really like that talent choice coming out from Losa.
Yeah, and what we're going to see here in this replay is just really one of the strengths of a well-played Turbo Cleave. We're going to see Mames, aka Losa, just sort of find an opportunity to put a swap out. He gets Vincent Wong low. Wong gets away. He decides, okay, I'll hit Sykesy for a second. Sykesy gets caught into that stun, but then he's like, you know what? Veladu's actually looking a little bit tasty right now. Just turns around, drops a couple of big hits onto Veladu, and it's just so hard to deal with when that Warrior is just constantly pinging between different targets, and big chunk of damage on this guy, big chunk of damage on that guy, and you're like, who should I even be healing
Everyone's
right now?
getting rended, shockwaved, and yeah, Turbo Cleave, when done correctly, they can put out a tremendous amount of damage with that sweeping strikes, with that rend. Shaman as well, no joke, enhancement Shaman do a ton of damage. So really,
any off healing, right?
Yeah. Anyone is a target in that matchup, and I think they did an excellent job. Moving forward, of course, there is still Tiger's Peak available, Dalaran Sewers, Blaze Edge Arena, and Ruins of Lordaeron. What map do you think they're going to be looking to pick in this upcoming matchup?
I think it's going to be hard. I mean, I think we're going to see Tiger's Peak here because that's most similar to Nagrand. They don't want to go on a small map against either of the comps they play now, but I think what's going to happen is that Jail is going to lock in the previous composition, because I think there might be this thing where the Monk DK, they might be scared of that with this current comp they're running. I don't know how they feel against it, but I would lock in that Ret Hunter because they've been doing so well with it. I mean, why not lock in when you're ahead right here?
Yeah,
that's actually a good point,
Yeah, we haven't actually seen Trill come out yet for Turtastic. They've obviously been doing very, very well for themselves, but they have, in addition to the Feral DK, which is what we've been seeing them playing all day, they do have the Windwalker DK option available as well. And like you were saying, a Turbo Cleave is going to actually struggle with that a little bit. It's one of the comps that has one of the best success rates versus Turbo Cleave. So it actually would make an awful lot of sense knowing now that Turtastic is going to pick a map, and then Jail will have to declare their composition. They're not going to pick the one that they know can be immediately counter-comped by Turtastic.
Yeah, so we expect Ret Hunter to come out here.
Yeah,
they haven't locked anything in yet.
Well, the thing is, I'm actually surprised they switched to Turbo to begin with. I mean, they were pretty much up 3. They went 3-0 in the last matchup we saw, and the one time they did lose, it was kind of like a freak accident, right? They still had every single one of their defensive cooldowns. So maybe Losa just decided like, hey, I want to play too. Let me in, I can win.
Rage swap that.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, both these teams have qualified already, which is the kind of the big goal of being here. Obviously, earning that extra money is still a really, really good overall goal, and they want to come in first place. But if Losa's just feeling bored and he's like, hey, can I play for one? You guys, I haven't played at all.
Wait, you still here?
Yeah, exactly. Like maybe,
I want to be in the tournament screen. Come on.
Like it's totally fine. Just say, we're not that worried about the prize difference. We'll go ahead and we'll let Losa play one.
It's also very possible that they just think Turbo Cleave is a good matchup against Feral.
Well, especially on that map. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they showed it here. They picked that map, mind you, and we were talking about how this is a weird pick, blah, blah, blah. But then they came out with that column, so it made sense all of a sudden when they won it pretty easily. I mean, I don't think they were under that much pressure. Their main kill target was going to be Joxy on the Wrestle Druid. They're going to grip him in, stun him twice, and try to kill him with that. But he did well. I mean, a lot of Wrestle Druids who are inexperienced would go down there, but he actually survived through every swap easily.
Yeah, he was always like, he would just jump into bear form as soon as he felt like he might get swapped to. Be able to have his Displacer Beast available to get out of there in a hurry. Like, he was doing a really good job reacting to all of that. So they had to have felt really, really confident with that last game. We are going to go to Tiger's Peak. We'll be getting into this match here very, very shortly. Find out if there are, in fact, any comp swamps. And we were absolutely 100% correct. JL has gone back to the Cupid Cleave with that Ret Hunter and Discipline Priest.
Yeah, they don't want to have to deal with that Windwalker DK Paladin as Turbo Cleave is. Like you said, it's a very difficult matchup, so they're going to be going back to sort of the bread and butter that we've been seeing all day, and Vival's going to be playing that Hunter, Evangeline on the Retribution Paladin, and Joxy on the Discipline Priest against what we've seen Turtastic, for the most part, be running all day. Of course, they have, I think in one series today, they actually did use Trill. It was against...
at least one series, yeah. And he played really well against, I believe it was Adela's team earlier, because I remember there was two monks in the arena chasing each other down all the time. It was awesome to watch. So I think I really liked his play, and I'm kind of sad to not see a Windwalker monk in the grand finals, but I'll take a Ret Paladin.
Yeah, I think that might have actually been Balance, was the Windwalker.
Oh, was it Balance against? Yeah. Too many monks today.
Yeah. Doesn't matter at this point. Here we are in the grand finals. This is what matters right now. Gates have now opened. Turtastic and Jail tied 1-1 in this final series. Winner of the series takes home $3,000. Loser still get $1,200, but $3,000 is a much larger number, so that's obviously what they would prefer.
Yeah, Vincent Wong going to be getting feared up right away into that trap. Of course, Evangeline still has that Hodge available. It's likely we will see that. Joxy actually deciding to stone form that initial strangulate, the Hodge going out onto Vincent Wong, Valito, and Sykesy taking quite a bit of damage. Evangeline using that Evangeline Wrath right now. Sykesy going to get a little bit low. Vincent Wong going to go ahead and use his wings. He's going to be able to top off his team, and now Inviolable is the one that's taking quite a bit of damage. Joxy using that pain suppression to sort of slow down the incoming onslaught of Valito and Sykesy.
Yeah, and there's a fear on the Vincent Wong, but it gets broken by a Serpent Sting, I think. So if they can't get any follow-ups right now, then that's going to be great for them. Eventually, actually having to bubble, the Incarnation is still up from Sykesy, so that they got all the damage in from it. And they've been having a really good start to this game. They might even get the deter here from Inviolable as well. So really, really good start. They got his Trinket as well, and eventually taking a ton of damage as well.
Yeah, Evangeline's still just under tons of constant pressure here. Turtastic is kind of finding their stride here, it seems like. Jail not really getting the opportunity to feel too confident at any point in this match thus far. We do see the Blessing of Protection going out onto Joxy just to sort of make sure that he can stay keeping his team healed up. They're trying to turn this back around onto Sykesy once again. Sykesy still taking lots of pressure. He's going to use his last Survival Instincts right there. Actually gets locked on his Cyclone as well. So there is potentially an option here. Wong's just going to go ahead and drop the Blessing of Protection onto him, trying to get that. He's just getting locked out on those Cyclones all the time. Wong having to bubble. Is it too little, too late? No, he does manage to get out the Execution Sentence to be able to get some quick healing onto Sykesy there, but that is now every cooldown out for Wong. He's going to have his Avenging Wrath in about 15 seconds, but like we've seen before, if he has to use that before Evangeline uses his Avenging Wrath, then they just lose.
Yeah, Joxy's been healing very inefficiently, though, spamming out those MDs as well, has put his mana in a very terrible situation. Vincent Wong getting feared into that stun as well, into a full trap. Sykesy needs to run away, although he has Trinket. It's going to be hard for him to actually escape. Down to 16% HP. This is very, very dangerous for him, and it looks like he is going to go out down. The DR stun coming in onto Vincent Wong from Evangeline. I mean, Evangeline had his wings coming up at around 10 seconds. They're not even hitting the Enragement timer. Yeah. Just like, it seems like Turtastic is doing so well, but they're slowly getting whittled down. And once Vincent Wong has no Trinket, he has no bubble, it doesn't matter what Sykesy has left. The CC chain is just too long. He can't live for 20 seconds.
Yeah, and I think Sykes's really messing up the raid mechanics here. I think he's stepping too much in the fire because he's taking more damage than right before the enrage timer, and you know he's just dying. So I feel like I want to see him try to kite a bit more before the CC chains happen on the Wong. They're happening very often, of course, and he needs to get pressure out. But he's dying immediately as soon as Wong doesn't have bubble or Trinket and there's a CC chain. He's just done. So I think a part of that is the binding shot, but maybe he should save his Trinket because I believe in the initial exchange when he first gets binding shot, he just trinkets immediately. So for this one, he doesn't have it. He gets 3 seconds stun, and then he just gets slowed constantly. And if he could just trinket that and get away before that happens, he'll do a lot better surviving it. And I believe you can get double binding shot as we saw there. So it was another stun that happened on him, so he couldn't get away, which normally he was doing in the first couple games.
Yeah, so we said before, like, Jail, somehow, some way, they've managed to find a method to pull out those cooldowns without needing to use Evangeline's Avenging Wrath. So that as soon as he has that available, they just up and die. Turtastic, there's just nothing that they can do about it. And it's kind of surprising. It's not usually what you see happen with this. Normally it is really that sort of on a timer, like every, 3 minutes when Avenging Wrath comes up, 2 minutes when Avenging Wrath comes up. That's when it's like, okay, crazy time, let's be really, really careful here. They use a whole bunch of defensive cooldowns, and then the Ret Paladin just sort of runs around in circles for a while, spams around various glowy things, and that's about it.
It's really hard for Vincent Wong too. I feel like there's a very fine line between sort of being greedy with your cooldowns and using it too late and using it too early. I mean, we saw him bubble when Sykesy was exceptionally low. was very, very obvious. Joxy could read the situation, was able to MD off his bubble, and he wasn't able to fully take advantage of that. Perhaps if during that CC chain he just sort of read the situation and said, you know what, I'm going to have to use bubble almost no matter what. Like, I should just use it now, top him off, and there's a better chance that it's not just going to get removed right away.
Right, and then he can maybe even bubble and then Hodge the healer, because a lot of times what's happening is he gets out of the CC chain, and Hodge has been up for like 15 seconds already because he was CC'd for so long. So maybe before that CC chain, or maybe after bubbling, toss the Hodge on the priest real quick to make sure your team can get damage out and that he can't even get your bubble off, because he got his bubble massive spelled into a silence, got feared, and then Hodge into trap. So I mean, it just happened so fast after that as soon as he bubbled.
So this now means that Jail is up 2-1 versus Turtastic here. If they're able to take this next game, then they will be our grand champions, and they will be taking home that $3,000 first place prize. We're about to find out here what map Turtastic is actually going to pick. So looking at these options available to them here, Ruins of Lordaeron, Dalaran Sewers, Blade's Edge Arena, and also knowing that the Turbo Cleave is an option now that is actually a pretty strong one for Jail, what direction do you think they go here?
Oh, I think they'll end up choosing maybe Blade's Edge Arena, something a little bit bigger. I think the Ruins of Lordaeron and Dalaran Sewers is very scary. It basically gives Sykesy no room to kite, but it looks like they are going to go with that Ruins of Lordaeron. I believe in the first series they played today, they actually ended up winning on Ruins of Lordaeron. At the same token, I mean, it's hard for Sykesy to get away, but it's also hard for Evangeline to get away as well. You know, he's been using that range, sort of poking in and out. When he SCC pushes in, when he doesn't, he runs away. And on this map, it's going to be harder for him to run away.
And we're probably going to see the same compositions, because it's the same thing as last match, where they're supposed to lock in that Ret Hunter, and that, you know, that the other team can't do much about it except for run their Feral Death Knight. So and we are going to see that in this game. So it's going to be very close quarters here. I'm not sure how I feel about it as far as Sykesy goes. Like you're saying, he's just going to run away for like 2 feet and be like, I hit a wall. I guess we're not going anywhere else.
Yeah, I think the only thing that could really be going for them here is just the option to really go full-on aggressive and say, all right, we're going to outkill you before you outkill us. Because that's what's been happening over and over again, is even, like, eventually he pops his wings, they wear off, and they still put out tons of damage. So maybe their hope here is that they can just train them even harder and be able to get the kill. I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to see what ends up happening here. The gates will be opening in about 15 seconds.
Yeah, it's just so difficult for them to sort of say, you know, we're going to be the aggressors, because every single game Joxy pushes in and he gets a full fear on Vincent Wong.
Yeah.
Like clockwork, immediately. And Vincent Wong, out of that fear, gets hodged or he gets trapped. And if he doesn't get trapped, he gets hodged. And it just, the CC chain just is never ending on him, and immediately Sykesy, in response, has to use the survival instincts to reduce some of that incoming damage. And usually he uses his Incarnation in Berserk too, to make sure that they're not playing fully defensive, they are getting some offensive pressure. And there it is, Joxy pushing in, getting that full fear onto Vincent Wong, Valido getting opened up onto right away. Valido actually using that Pillar of Frost, wants to get aggressive. Joxy not in any CC at the moment, going to be able to top off Evangeline as he does use that Avenging Wrath. Vincent Wong, though, now getting hodged up on his Avenging Wrath. Sykesy going to be in a little bit of trouble right now. He does use that Survival Instincts, but it does fade. He's dipping dangerously low. Save of the Light is going to proc on him. Vincent Wong, though, using that Execution Sentence and topping him off.
I like what Vincent Wong did there. He saved his trinket. That's what's been troubling him the past couple of rounds, is he has no trinket, he has no bubble at the same time, but now he's going to have his trinket later for those swaps, and it's going to make a big difference. So I'm really glad he saved that this time. I'm a little disappointed Sykesy decided to run in again and open during the first fear on Vincent Wong that they've been getting every time, but that's okay. They keep doing it. It's up to them. But Inviolable, meanwhile, taking a lot of damage, sitting at 18%, and there is the pain suppression as well. It's the first to Turgon. They're actually getting some major cooldowns because of the damage they're just putting out onto Evangeline and Inviolable here.
But Sykesy getting so low, down to 3% health. He catches a couple of heals. Somehow he's still alive. He used his last survival instincts there. That's the only thing that saved him. Wong trying to get a couple things off. Evangeline has to use his bubble. This is all of a sudden just a crazy match. Cooldowns coming out on either side in such a big hurry. There's a full trap onto Wong. Sykesy has nothing to be able to survive through this. Wong does not have his trinket available, but Inviolable getting so low as well, having to use his last deterrence. This game is just off the rails right now. Both teams just going crazy. Evangeline and Sykesy in a race to see who can die first, and the answer is Sykesy. And down goes Sykesy. That's going to be it. Jail's going to take this 3-1. They're going to come back after being knocked to the lower bracket by Turtastic and be our grand champions.
Joxy did such a good job there. That entire kill stemmed off him. As soon as Vincent Wong used his bubble, Joxy immediately snap MD'd it, put him into that full fear, and he had to actually trinket. So Vincent Wong using his bubble as well as his trinket and basically getting no value out of either, because out of that fear, he ended up getting hodged into a trap, and it was just completely over at that point.
And that's what we expect on Ruins of Lordaeron when we have a Ret Paladin, Death Knight, Feral, and Hunter going at it. Just kills across the board, just Ret Paladin's low, the Hunter's low, the Feral's low. We could not tell who was going to die next, and I believe Wong had to trinket and bubble almost at the same time, because I looked, and he had both of them, and then a second later he just had neither. So I was wondering what was happening there.
Yeah, and another thing to point out too, just to illustrate how much of like an all-in crazy damage fest that was coming from Jail. That was like a, what, minute and a half, 2-minute match, something like that?
Yeah.
Joxy was 100% out of mana at the end of that.
Yeah.
He had spent
just spam
everything.
dispelling, spamming out those MDs, inefficient heals everywhere. He knows the game's going to end fast.
Yeah.
Eventually they're going to run out of cooldown, so there's nowhere for them to really kite and go. So I think it's smart for him to go that aggressive, and it ended up paying off. And they're going to be the champion of this Qualifier Cup.
Yeah, and even when priests are out of mana, or when any healer's out of mana, they have those efficient heals they can toss out. You can just shield and then penance and like try to relax for a bit. Hopefully his teammates have some defensives, tell him to pull back a bit. Usually, you know, the best healers in the game are able to survive on that little bits of mana as long as they choose the right abilities.
Yep, so there we have it. Our grand finals. Jail able to come back from the lower bracket. They lost 3-1 versus Turtastic in the upper finals. Went back down, took a 3-0 against SG White. Came back to the grand finals, went 3-0 versus Turtastic, and then 3-1 versus Turtastic to be able to take that final first place prize. $3,000 going to Jail. Which is a very funny sentence. As soon as I think about it, I don't know what $3,000 did. I don't know what they've been convicted of. I'm going to question the validity of that jury. But either way, $3,000 is going to Jail. Turtastic still happy. They still qualified, and they will be moving on with $1,200 as well.
Yep. That was awesome. I think that is actually the last Warlords of Draenor tournament besides the upcoming final. There's one more European regional qualifiers. I think it's actually coming up tomorrow or later on today. Tomorrow
morning in U.S. time. Tomorrow evening in European time. So definitely check that out. But yeah, that was as far as North America is concerned. That was it. That's the last Warlords of Draenor tournament. Of course, so we will be moving on in October to Columbus, Ohio, where we are going to be playing in Legion, the North American Regionals. We will find out from there what 3 teams from that are moving on to BlizzCon, if I remember correctly off the top of my head. Of course, that's going to be all 6 teams that have qualified through the North American online qualifiers, as well as 1 team from Latin America and 1 team from Australia, New Zealand. They're all going to meet up in Columbus, Ohio, and we're going to find out who's the best of that particular pseudo region. I guess Australia is kind of off to its side a little bit, but the Americas and Australia, New Zealand, we're going to find out who's the best.
Yeah, at Legion. It's going to be a completely different expansion. That's the exciting part, is all of these teams, all of these players are going to have to play the beta, they're going to have to play live, and they're going to have to figure out which compositions, which classes are going to be the best moving forward into these tournaments. And I think the teams that put in the most like sort of hard work and due diligence and just learning the game the best are going to be the ones we see succeed in these upcoming tournaments.
So Elliot, you know a lot of these players. You've seen a lot of them play throughout the years. Give me 2 teams out of the top 6 that we've seen in these 3 qualifiers that you think will do well at regionals. Which ones will adapt the best?
I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think I can choose 2 teams. I really think so many of these players are so well adapted. A lot of them multi-class that play different healers, different DPS. But of course, if I had to guess, I'd give it up to my boy Snuts, Sea-Doo, Smexon, and Bean, Team Method, and actually as well Tempo Storm. I think they've traditionally done a very good job multi-classing. Of course, they have Jamili, they have Peekaboo, they have Gorekin, they have Chanimals. Been very, very consistently good players. So I think if I had to guess, those would be the 2 teams I would look out for at that tournament.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Mage Rogue is good, you know Temple Storm will be there in full strength, so that's something to think about.
Yeah. Well, and they've earned themselves the reputation of being called Counter Storm because they just have the counter to everything, and that's because they're so able to adapt, play different play styles, and so on. So I think that's I definitely think that's a good choice for who's going to be the most able to adapt. But anyway, that's going to wrap it up for us here today for the North American Online Qualifiers. On behalf of everybody here, I'm Josh Allen, aka Lord, joined by Elliot Benzel, aka Benruki, Rodney Pare, aka Talbadar, and of course earlier today we also saw Jared Colston, aka VHel, and Rich Campbell, aka Rich Campbell. So he's the only one without a fancy nickname. But again, on behalf of everybody here, thank you guys so much for tuning in. We will see you guys in Columbus.
Welcome to the World of Warcraft feature preview for the new and improved transmogrification system coming in the World of Warcraft Legion expansion. In this video, we'll cover all of the changes to how you can transmogrify your gear, as well as the new Appearances collection. In Legion, whenever an item is bound to your character, you will automatically and permanently unlock that item's appearance, even if you sell or destroy it afterward. You can look through the appearances you've unlocked and get some basic information on where to find others by opening the Collections window and clicking the Appearances tab. To change the appearance of an item you're wearing, you'll still need to visit your friendly neighborhood transmogrification vendor. However, the transmog interface has gotten a complete overhaul and a few new features. Now, when you click on a slot, you'll see a preview of all the appearances your character can apply to that item, including appearances you've unlocked on other characters. Simply click on the appearance you want, and when you're happy with your new look, click Apply. You can also save different looks as outfits to apply later, and even set separate looks for each of your specializations, which will change automatically. The new transmogrification system will be released with the Legion pre-expansion patch. Once it's available, logging in on a character will automatically add every item in their inventory, bank, or void storage, as well as all of the rewards from every quest they've ever completed to your Appearances collection. At that point, you'll safely be able to sell or destroy those items. For more information on World of Warcraft Legion, check out our official website at wowlegion.com. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the Broken Isles.